Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents Crime and Punishment. Author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Preface. When Crime and Punishment appeared in 1866, it shook the literary world with its raw intensity and psychological depth. Dostoevsky plunges readers into the tormented mind of Rodion Raskolnikov, a young student in St. Petersburg who convinces himself that extraordinary individuals are permitted to transgress moral laws for the sake of higher purposes. His crime, however, sets into motion a relentless inner conflict that no rational theory can silence. More than a tale of murder and its consequences, this novel is a profound exploration of morality, guilt, and redemption. Dostoevsky dissects the human conscience with unparalleled insight, forcing readers to confront the eternal struggle between good and evil that lies within us all. Crime and Punishment remains as urgent today as when it was first published. Its themes of alienation, justice, and the possibility of grace transcend time and culture, ensuring its place as one of the greatest works of world literature. Part 1. Chapter 1. On an exceptionally hot evening early in July, a young man came out of the tiny room which he rented from tenants in S Place and walked slowly, as though in hesitation, towards K Bridge. He had successfully avoided meeting his landlady on the stairs. His closet of a room was under the roof of a high, 5-floor house and was more like a cupboard than a place in which to live. The landlady who provided him with the room and with dinner and service lived on the floor below, and every time he went out he was obliged to pass her kitchen, the door of which was always open. And each time he passed, the young man had a sick, frightened feeling, which made him grimace and feel ashamed. He was hopelessly in debt to his landlady and was afraid of meeting her. This was not because he was cowardly and browbeaten, quite the contrary, but for some time past he had been in an overstrained irritable condition, verging on hypochondria. He had become so completely absorbed in himself and isolated from everyone else that he dreaded meeting not only his landlady, but anyone at all. He was crushed by poverty, but even the anxieties of his position had recently ceased to weigh upon him. He had given up attending to matters of practical importance, he had lost all desire to do so. In fact, nothing that any landlady could do held any terror for him. But to be stopped on the stairs, to be forced to listen to her trivial, irrelevant gossip, to pestering demands for payment, threats and complaints, all the while racking his brains for excuses, avoiding the issue, lying, no, he would rather creep down the stairs like a cat and slip out unseen. However, when he emerged onto the street that evening, he became acutely aware of his fears. I want to attempt a thing like that and am frightened by these trifles, he thought, with an odd smile. Yes, everything is in someone's hands and they let it all slip out of cowardice, that's an axiom. It would be interesting to know what it is people are most afraid of. Taking a new step, uttering a new word is what they fear most. But I am talking too much. It's because I babble that I do nothing. Or perhaps it is that I babble because I do nothing. I've learned to babble this last month, lying for days on end in my corner thinking just nonsense. Why am I going there now? Am I capable of that? Is that seriously possible? I'm not serious about it at all. It's just a fantasy to amuse myself, a plaything. Yes, maybe it is a plaything. The heat in the street was terrible, and the airlessness, the bustle, the plaster, the scaffolding, the bricks, and the dust all around him, and that special Petersburg stench, so familiar to everyone who was unable to get out of town during the summer, all worked painfully upon the young man's already overwrought nerves. The unbearable stench from the taverns, which are particularly numerous in that part of the town, and the drunken men whom he met continually, although it was a weekday, completed the revolting misery of the picture. An expression of the deepest disgust gleamed for a moment in the young man's refined face. He was, by the way, exceptionally handsome, above average in height, slim, well-built, with beautiful dark eyes and dark brown hair. Soon, though, he sank into deep thought, or more accurately speaking into a complete blankness of mind. He walked along not observing what was around him and not caring to observe it. From time to time, because he used to talk to himself, he would mutter something, a habit to which he had just confessed. At these moments he would become conscious that his ideas were sometimes in a tangle and that he was very weak. For 2 days he had had almost nothing to eat. He was so badly dressed that even a man accustomed to shabbiness would have been ashamed to be seen in the street in such rags. In that part of town, however, scarcely any shortcoming in dress would have created surprise. Due to the proximity of the Haymarket, the number of establishments of a certain kind and the overwhelming numbers of craftsmen and workers crowded in these streets and alleys at the center of Petersburg, so many different types of people were to be seen in the streets that no figure, however strange, would have caused surprise. But there was such accumulated spite and contempt in the young man's heart, that, in spite of all the cares of youth, he minded his rags least of all. It was a different matter when he met with acquaintances or with former fellow students, whom, indeed, he disliked meeting at any time. And yet when a drunken man who, for some unknown reason, was being taken somewhere in a huge cart dragged by a heavy cart horse, suddenly shouted at him as he drove past, "Hey there, German hatter," bellowing at the top of his voice and pointing at him, the young man stopped suddenly and clutched trembling at his hat. It was a tall round one from Zimmermann's, but completely worn out, rusty with age, all torn and bespattered, brimless and bent on one side in a most hideous fashion. Not shame, however, but another feeling akin to terror had overtaken him. "I knew it," he muttered in confusion, "I thought so. That's the worst of all. A stupid thing like this, the most trivial detail might spoil the whole plan. Yes, my hat is too noticeable. It looks absurd and that makes it noticeable. With my rags I ought to wear a cap, any old pancake, but not this grotesque thing. Nobody wears hats like this, it would be noticed a mile off, it would be remembered. What matters is that people would remember it, and that would give them a clue. For this business I should be as unnoticeable as possible. Trifles are what matter. It's just such trifles that always ruin everything." He did not have far to go. He knew indeed how many steps it was from the gate of his house, exactly 730. He had counted them once when he had been lost in dreams. At the time he had put no faith in those dreams and was only tantalizing himself with their hideous insolence. Now, a month later, he had begun to look upon them differently, and, in spite of the monologues in which he jeered at his own impotence and indecision, he had even, involuntarily as it were, come to regard this hideous dream as an exploit to be attempted, although he still did not quite believe in this himself. He was now definitely going for a rehearsal of this undertaking of his, and at every step he grew more and more excited. With a sinking heart and a nervous tremor, he went up to a huge house which on one side looked onto the canal, and on the other into the street. This house was let out in tiny apartments and was inhabited by working people of all kinds, tailors, locksmiths, cooks, Germans of all sorts, girls picking up a living as best they could, petty clerks, etc. There was a continual coming and going through the 2 gates and in the 2 courtyards of the house. 3 or 4 doorkeepers were employed in the building. The young man was very glad not to meet any of them, and at once slipped unnoticed through the door on the right, and up the staircase. It was a back staircase, dark and narrow, but he was familiar with it already, and knew his way, and he liked all these surroundings. In such darkness even the most inquisitive eyes were not to be feared. If I am so scared now, what would it be if it somehow came to pass that I were really going to do it? He could not help asking himself as he reached the 4th floor. There his progress was barred by some porters who were moving furniture out of an apartment. He knew that the apartment had been occupied by a German clerk in the civil service and his family. This German was moving out then, and so the 4th floor on this staircase would be vacant except for the old woman. That's a good thing anyway, he thought to himself, as he rang the bell of the old woman's flat. The bell gave a faint tinkle as though it were made of tin and not of copper. The little apartments in such houses always have bells that ring like that. He had forgotten the note of that bell, and now its peculiar tinkle seemed to remind him of something and to bring it clearly before him. He gave a start, his nerves were terribly overstrained by now. In a little while, the door was opened a tiny crack. The old woman eyed her visitor with evident distrust through the crack, and nothing could be seen but her little eyes, glittering in the darkness. But, seeing a number of people on the landing, she grew bolder, and opened the door wide. The young man stepped into the dark entryway, which was partitioned off from the tiny kitchen. The old woman stood facing him in silence and looking inquiringly at him. She was a diminutive, withered old woman of 60, with sharp mean eyes and a sharp little nose. Her colorless, somewhat grizzled hair was thickly smeared with oil, and she wore no kerchief over it. Round her thin long neck, which looked like a hen's leg, was knotted some sort of flannel rag, and, in spite of the heat, there hung flapping on her shoulders a tattered fur cape, yellow with age. The old woman coughed and groaned at every instant. The young man must have looked at her with a rather peculiar expression, for a gleam of mistrust came into her eyes again. "Raskolnikov, a student, I came here a month ago," the young man made haste to mutter, with a half bow, remembering that he ought to be more polite. "I remember, sir, I remember quite well your coming here," the old woman said distinctly, still keeping her inquiring eyes on his face. "And here I am again on the same errand," Raskolnikov continued, a little disconcerted and surprised at the old woman's mistrust. "Perhaps she is always like that though, only I did not notice it the other time," he thought with an uneasy feeling. The old woman paused, as though hesitating, then stepped to the side, and pointing to the door of the room, she said, letting her visitor pass in front of her. "Step in, sir." The little room the young man walked into, with yellow paper on the walls, geraniums and muslin curtains in the windows, was brightly lit up at that moment by the setting sun. "So the sun will shine like this then too," flashed as it were by chance through Raskolnikov's mind, and with a rapid glance he scanned everything in the room, trying as far as possible to notice and remember its arrangement. But there was nothing special in the room. The furniture, all very old and made of yellow wood, consisted of a sofa with a huge bent wooden back, an oval table in front of the sofa, a dressing table with a mirror fixed on it between the windows, chairs along the walls and 2 or 3 cheap prints in yellow frames, representing German maidens with birds in their hands, that was all. In the corner a light was burning in front of a small icon. Everything was very clean, the floor and the furniture were brightly polished, everything shone. Lizaveta's work, thought the young man. There was not a speck of dust to be seen in the whole apartment. "It's in the houses of spiteful old widows that one finds such cleanliness," Raskolnikov thought again, and he stole a curious glance at the cotton curtain over the door leading into another tiny room, in which stood the old woman's bed and chest of drawers and into which he had never looked before. These 2 rooms made up the whole apartment. "What do you want?" the old woman said severely, coming into the room and, as before, standing in front of him so as to look him straight in the face. "I've brought something to pawn here," and he drew out of his pocket an old-fashioned flat silver watch, on the back of which was engraved a globe. The chain was of steel. "But the time is up for your last pledge. The month was up the day before yesterday. I will bring you the interest for another month, wait a little." "That's for me to do as I please, sir, to wait or to sell your pledge at once. How much will you give me for the watch, Alyona Ivanovna?" "You come with such trifles, sir, it's scarcely worth anything." I gave you 2 rubles last time for your ring and one could buy it quite new at a jeweler's for 1.5 rubles. Give me 4 rubles for it, I will redeem it, it was my father's. I will be getting some money soon. 1.5 rubles, and interest in advance, if you like. 1.5 rubles, cried the young man. As you wish, and the old woman handed him back the watch. The young man took it, and was so angry that he was on the point of going away, but checked himself at once, remembering that there was nowhere else he could go, and that he had had another reason for coming. Hand it over, he said roughly. The old woman fumbled in her pocket for her keys, and disappeared behind the curtain into the other room. The young man, left standing alone in the middle of the room, listened inquisitively, thinking. He could hear her unlocking the chest of drawers. It must be the top drawer, he reflected. So she carries the keys in a pocket on the right. All in one bunch on a steel ring. And there's one key there, 3 times as big as all the others, with deep notches. That can't be the key for the chest of drawers, then there must be some other chest or strongbox that's worth knowing. Strongboxes always have keys like that, but how degrading it all is. The old woman came back. Here, sir, as we say 10 kopecks the ruble a month, so I must take 15 kopecks from 1.5 rubles for the month in advance. But for the 2 rubles I lent you before, you owe me now 20 kopecks on the same reckoning in advance. That makes 35 kopecks altogether. So I must give you 1 ruble and 15 kopecks for the watch. Here it is. What? Only 1 ruble and 15 kopecks now. Exactly. The young man did not dispute it and took the money. He looked at the old woman, and was in no hurry to get away, as though there was still something he wanted to say or to do, but he did not himself quite know what. I may be bringing you something else in a day or 2, Alyona Ivanovna. A valuable thing, silver, a cigarette box, as soon as I get it back from a friend, he broke off in confusion. Well, we will talk about it then, sir. Goodbye, are you always at home alone? Your sister is not here with you, he asked her as casually as possible as he went out into the passage. What business is she of yours, sir? Oh, nothing particular, I simply asked. You are too quick. Good day, Alyona Ivanovna. Raskolnikov went out in complete confusion. This confusion became more and more intense. As he went down the stairs, he even stopped short 2 or 3 times, as though suddenly struck by some thought. When he was in the street he cried out, "Oh, God, how loathsome it all is! And can I possibly?" No, it's nonsense, it's absurd, he added resolutely. And how could such an atrocious thing come into my head? What filthy things my heart is capable of! Yes, filthy above all, disgusting, loathsome, and for a whole month I've been. But no words, no exclamations, could express his agitation. The feeling of intense repulsion, which had begun to oppress and torture his heart while he was on his way to the old woman, had by now reached such a pitch and had taken such a definite form that he did not know what to do with himself to escape from his wretchedness. He walked along the pavement like a drunken man, oblivious of the passers-by, and jostling against them, and only came to his senses when he was in the next street. Looking round, he noticed that he was standing close to a tavern which was entered by steps leading from the pavement to the basement. At that instant 2 drunken men came out of the door and, abusing and supporting one another, they mounted the steps. Without stopping to think, Raskolnikov went down the steps at once. Until that moment he had never been into a tavern, but now he felt dizzy and was tormented by a burning thirst. He longed for a drink of cold beer, and attributed his sudden weakness to hunger. He sat down at a sticky little table in a dark and dirty corner, ordered some beer, and eagerly drank off the first glassful. At once he felt relief, and his thoughts became clear. All that's nonsense, he said hopefully, and there is nothing in it all to worry about. It's simply physical weakness. Just a glass of beer, a piece of dry bread, and in one moment the brain is stronger, the mind is clearer, and the will is firm. Pah, how utterly petty it all is. But, though he spat this out so scornfully, he was by now looking cheerful, as though he were suddenly set free from a terrible burden, and he gazed round in a friendly way at the people in the room. But even at that moment he had a dim foreboding that this happier frame of mind was also not normal. There were few people at the time in the tavern. Besides the two drunken men he had met on the steps, a group consisting of about 5 men, with a girl and a concertina, had gone out at the same time. Their departure left the room quiet and rather empty. The persons remaining were a man who appeared to be an artisan, drunk, but not extremely so, sitting with a beer, and his companion, a huge, stout man with a grey beard, in a short full-skirted coat. He was very drunk and had dozed off on the bench. Every now and then, as if in his sleep, he began cracking his fingers, with his arms wide apart and the upper part of his body bouncing about on the bench, while he hummed some meaningless refrain, trying to recall some such lines as these. His wife a year he stroked and loved. His wife a year he stroked and loved. Or suddenly waking up again, walking along the crowded row, he met the one he used to know. But no one shared his enjoyment. His silent companion looked at all these outbursts with hostility and mistrust. There was another man in the room who looked somewhat like a retired government clerk. He was sitting apart, sipping now and then from his mug and looking round at the company. He, too, appeared to be somewhat excited. Chapter 2. Raskolnikov was not used to crowds, and, as was said previously, he avoided society of every sort, especially recently. But now all at once he felt a desire to be with other people. Something new seemed to be taking place within him, and with it he felt a sort of thirst for company. He was so weary after a whole month of concentrated wretchedness and gloomy excitement that he longed to rest, if only for a moment, in some other world, whatever it might be, and, in spite of the filthiness of the surroundings, he was glad now to stay in the tavern. The owner of the establishment was in another room, but he frequently came down some steps into the main room, his jaunty, polished boots with red turnover tops coming into view each time before the rest of him. He wore a full coat and a horribly greasy black satin waistcoat, with no cravat, and his whole face seemed smeared with oil like an iron lock. At the counter stood a boy of about 14, and there was another somewhat younger boy who served the customers. On the counter lay some sliced cucumber, some pieces of dried black bread, and some fish chopped up into little pieces, all smelling very bad. It was unbearably humid, and so heavy with the fumes of alcohol that 5 minutes in such an atmosphere could well cause drunkenness. We all have chance meetings with people, even with complete strangers, who interest us at first glance, suddenly, before a word is spoken. Such was the impression made on Raskolnikov by the person sitting a little distance from him, who looked like a retired clerk. The young man often recalled this impression afterwards, and even ascribed it to presentiment. He looked repeatedly at the clerk, partly no doubt because the latter was staring persistently at him, obviously anxious to enter into conversation. The clerk looked at the other persons in the room, including the tavern keeper, as though he were used to their company, and weary of it, showing at the same time a shade of patronizing contempt for them as members of a culture inferior to his own, with whom it would be useless for him to converse. He was over 50, bald and grizzled, of medium height, and stoutly built. His face, bloated from continual drinking, was of a yellow, even greenish, tinge, with swollen eyelids out of which keen reddish eyes gleamed like little slits. But there was something very strange in him. There was a light in his eyes as though of intense feeling, perhaps there was even a streak of thought and intelligence, but at the same time they gleamed with something like madness. He was wearing an old and hopelessly ragged black dress coat, with all its buttons missing except one, which he had buttoned, evidently wishing to preserve his respectability. A crumpled shirt front covered with spots and stains protruded from his canvas waistcoat. Like a clerk, he did not have a beard or a mustache, but had been so long unshaven that his chin looked like a stiff grayish brush. And there was also something respectable and official about his manner. But he was restless, he ruffled up his hair and from time to time let his head drop into his hands, dejectedly resting his ragged elbows on the stained and sticky table. At last he looked straight at Raskolnikov, and said loudly and resolutely, "May I venture, dear sir, to engage you in polite conversation? For although your exterior would not command respect, my experience distinguishes in you a man of education and not accustomed to drinking. I have always respected education united with genuine feelings, and I am besides a titular counselor in rank. Marmeladov, that is my name, titular counselor. May I inquire, have you been in the service?" "No, I am studying," answered the young man, somewhat surprised at the grand style of the speaker and also at being so directly addressed. In spite of the momentary desire he had just been feeling for company of any sort, when he was actually spoken to he felt his habitual irritable uneasiness at any stranger who approached or attempted to approach him. "A student then, or a former student?" cried the clerk. "Just what I thought. I'm a man of experience, immense experience, sir," and he tapped his forehead with his fingers in self-approval. "You've been a student or have attended some learned institution. But allow me." He got up, staggered, took up his jug and glass, and sat down beside the young man, facing him a little sideways. He was drunk, but spoke fluently and boldly, only occasionally losing the thread of his sentences and drawling his words. He pounced upon Raskolnikov as greedily as though he too had not spoken to a soul for a month. "Dear sir," he began almost with solemnity, "poverty is not a vice, that's a true saying. Yet I know too that drunkenness is not a virtue, and that that's even truer. But destitution, dear sir, destitution is a vice. In poverty you may still retain your innate nobility of soul, but in destitution never, no one. For destitution a man is not chased out of human society with a stick, he is swept out with a broom, so as to make it as humiliating as possible, and quite right, too, for in destitution I am the first to humiliate myself. Hence the tavern. Dear sir, a month ago Mr. Lebeziatnikov gave my wife a beating, and my wife is a very different matter from me. Do you understand? Allow me to ask you another question out of simple curiosity. Have you ever spent a night on a hay barge, on the Neva?" "No, I haven't," answered Raskolnikov. "What do you mean?" "Well, I've just come from one and it's the 5th night." He filled his glass, emptied it and paused. Bits of hay were in fact clinging to his clothes and sticking to his hair. It seemed quite probable that he had not undressed or washed for the last 5 days. His hands, particularly, were filthy. They were fat and red, with black nails. His conversation seemed to excite a general though languid interest. The boys at the counter began to snigger. The innkeeper came down from the upper room, apparently on purpose to listen to the clown, and sat down at a little distance, yawning lazily, but with dignity. Evidently Marmeladov was a familiar figure here, and he had most likely acquired his weakness for high-flown speeches from the habit of frequently entering into conversation with strangers of all sorts in the tavern. This habit develops into a necessity in some drunkards, and especially in those who are looked after strictly and kept in order at home. Hence in the company of other drinkers they try to justify themselves and even if possible obtain respect. "Clown," pronounced the innkeeper. "And why don't you work? Why aren't you at the office, if why are an official?" "Why am I not at the office, dear sir?" Marmeladov went on, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov, as though it had been he who put that question to him. "Why am I not at the office? Does not my heart ache to think what a useless worm I am? A month ago when Mr. Lebeziatnikov beat my wife with his own hands, and I lay drunk, didn't I suffer? Excuse me, young man, has it ever happened to you to ask hopelessly for a loan?" "Yes, it has." "But what do you mean by hopelessly?" "Hopelessly in the fullest sense, when you know beforehand that you will get nothing by it." You know, for instance, beforehand with positive certainty that this man, this most reputable and exemplary citizen, will on no consideration give you money, and indeed I ask you why should he? For he knows of course that I won't pay it back. From compassion? But Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who keeps up with modern ideas, explained the other day that compassion is forbidden nowadays by science itself, and that's how it is done now in England, where there is political economy. Why, I ask you, should he give it to me? And knowing beforehand that he won't, you set off to him and... Why do you go? Put in Raskolnikov. But what if there is no one, nowhere else one can go? For every man must have somewhere to go. Since there are times when one absolutely must go somewhere. When my own daughter first went out with a yellow ticket, for then I had to go. For my daughter has a yellow ticket, he added in parenthesis, looking with a certain uneasiness at the young man. No matter, sir, no matter, he went on hurriedly and with apparent composure when both the boys at the counter guffawed and even the innkeeper smiled. No matter, I am not embarrassed by the wagging of their heads, for everyone knows everything about it already, and all that is secret will be revealed. And I accept it all, not with contempt, but with humility. So be it. So be it. Behold the man. Excuse me, young man, can you? No, to put it more strongly and more distinctly, not can you but dare you, looking upon me, assert that I am not a pig? The young man did not answer a word. Well, the orator began again persistently and with even more dignity, after waiting for the laughter in the room to subside. Well, so be it, I am a pig, but she is a lady. I have the semblance of a beast, but Katerina Ivanovna, my spouse, is a person of education and an officer's daughter. Granted, I am a scoundrel, but she is a woman of a noble heart, full of sentiments, refined by education. And yet, oh, if only she pitied me. Dear sir, you know every man ought to have at least one place where people pity him. But Katerina Ivanovna, though she is generous, she is unjust. And yet, although I realize that when she pulls my hair she does it merely out of pity, for I repeat without being ashamed, she pulls my hair, young man, he declared with redoubled dignity, hearing the sniggering again, but, my God, if she would but once. But no. It's all in vain and it's no use talking. No use talking. For more than once, my wish did come true and more than once she has taken pity on me, but such is my trait and I am a beast by nature. Rather, assented the innkeeper yawning. Marmeladov struck his fist resolutely on the table. Such is my trait. Do you know, sir, I have sold her very stockings for drink? Not her shoes, that would be more or less in the order of things, but her stockings I have sold for drink. Her mohair shawl I sold for drink, a present to her long ago, her own property, not mine, and we live in a cold room and she caught cold this winter and has begun coughing and spitting blood too. We have 3 little children and Katerina Ivanovna is at work from morning till night, she is scrubbing and cleaning and washing the children, for she's been used to cleanliness from childhood. But her chest is weak and she has a tendency to consumption and I feel it. Do you suppose I don't feel it? And the more I drink the more I feel it. That's why I drink, to find sympathy in feeling in drink. I drink because I want to suffer profoundly. And as though in despair he laid his head down on the table. Young man, he went on, raising his head again, in your face I seem to read some kind of sorrow. When you came in I read it, and that was why I addressed you at once. For in unfolding to you the story of my life, I do not wish to make myself a laughingstock before these idle listeners, who indeed know all about it already, but I am looking for a man of feeling and education. Know then that my wife was educated in a high-class school for the daughters of noblemen, and on leaving she danced the shawl dance before the governor and other personages, for which she was presented with a gold medal and a certificate of merit. The medal, well, the medal of course was sold long ago, but the certificate of merit is in her trunk still and not long ago she showed it to our landlady. And although she quarrels with the landlady most continually, yet she wanted to boast to someone or other of her past honors and to tell of the happy days that are gone. I don't condemn her for it, I don't condemn her, for the one thing left her is her memories of the past, and all the rest is dust and ashes. Yes, she is a hot-tempered lady, proud and determined. She scrubs the floors herself and has nothing but black bread to eat, but won't allow herself to be treated with disrespect. That's why she would not overlook Mr. Lebeziatnikov's rudeness to her, and so when he gave her a beating for it, she took to her bed more from the hurt to her feelings than from the blows. She was a widow when I married her, with 3 children, one smaller than the other. She married her first husband, an infantry officer, for love, and ran away with him from her father's house. She loved her husband very much, but he gave way to cards, wound up in court, and with that he died. He used to beat her at the end, and although she didn't let him get away with it, of which I have authentic documentary evidence, to this day she speaks of him with tears and she throws him up to me, and I am glad that, though only in imagination, she should think of herself as having once been happy. And she was left at his death with 3 children in a beastly and remote district where I happened to be at the time, and she was left in such hopeless destitution that, although I have seen many ups and downs of all sorts, I am unable to describe it even. Her relations had all abandoned her. And she was proud, too, excessively proud. And then, dear sir, I, being at the time a widower, with a daughter of 14 left me by my first wife, offered her my hand, for I could not bear the sight of such suffering. You can judge the extremity of her calamities, that she, a woman of education and culture and distinguished family, should have consented to be my wife. But she did. Weeping and sobbing and wringing her hands, she married me. For she had nowhere to turn. Do you understand, dear sir, do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? No, that you don't understand yet. And for a whole year, I performed my duties conscientiously and faithfully, and did not touch this. He tapped the jug with his finger, for I have feelings. But even so, I could not please her, and that I lost my place too, and that through no fault of mine but through changes in the office, and then I did touch it. It will already be a year and a half ago since we found ourselves at last after many wanderings and numerous calamities in this magnificent capital, adorned with innumerable monuments. Here, too, I obtained a position. I obtained it and I lost it again. Do you understand? This time it was through my own fault I lost it, for my trait had come out. We have now a corner at Amalia Fyodorovna Lipwexel's, and what we live upon and what we pay our rent with, I could not say. There are a lot of people living there besides ourselves. A most abominable Sodom, H.M. Yes. And meanwhile my daughter by my first wife has grown up, and what my daughter has had to put up with from her stepmother whilst she was growing up, I won't speak of. For, though Katerina Ivanovna is full of generous feelings, she is a high-tempered lady, irritable, and will cut you off. Yes. But it's no use going over that. Sonia, as you may well imagine, has had no education. I did make an effort 4 years ago to give her a course of geography and world history, but as I was not very well up in those subjects myself and we had no suitable manuals, and what books we had anyway, we don't have them now, those books, so all our instruction came to an end. We stopped at Cyrus of Persia. 5 Since she has attained years of maturity, she has read other books of novelistic tendency, and recently she had read with great interest a book she got through Mr. Lebeziatnikov, Lewis Physiology 6, do you know it, and even recounted extracts from it to us, and that's the whole of her education. And now may I venture to address you, dear sir, on my own account with a private question. Do you suppose that a respectable poor girl can earn much by honest work? Not 15 kopecks a day can she earn, if she is respectable and has no special talent, and that without putting her work down for an instant. And what's more, Ivan Ivanich Klopstock, the state councillor, have you heard of him? Has not to this day paid her for the half-dozen Holland shirts she made him and drove her away insulted, stamping and calling her names, on the pretext that the shirt collars were not made the right size and were put in askew. And there are the little ones hungry. And Katerina Ivanovna walking up and down and wringing her hands, her cheeks flushed red, as they always are in that disease. You sponger, says she, living with us, eating and drinking and keeping warm. And much she gets to eat and drink when there is not a crust for the little ones for 3 days. I was lying at the time. Well, what of it? I was lying drunk and I heard my Sonia speaking. She is a meek creature with a gentle little voice, fair hair and such a pale, thin little face. She said, Katerina Ivanovna, am I really to do a thing like that? Darya Francevna, an evil-minded woman and very well known to the police, had 2 or 3 times already tried to get at her through the landlady. And why not, said Katerina Ivanovna with a jeer, what's there to save? Some treasure. But don't blame her, dear sir, don't blame her. She was not in her right mind when she spoke, but driven to distraction by her illness and the crying of the hungry children, and it was said more to wound her than in any precise sense. For that's Katerina Ivanovna's character, and when children cry, even from hunger, she starts beating them at once. At 6 o'clock or so I saw Sonechka get up, put on her kerchief, put on her cape, and go out of the room, and about 9 o'clock she came back. She walked straight up to Katerina Ivanovna and she laid 30 rubles on the table before her in silence. She did not utter a word, she did not even look at her, she simply picked up our big green woolen shawl, we all use it, this woolen shawl, put it over her head and face and lay down on the bed with her face to the wall, only her little shoulders and her body kept shuddering. And I went on lying there, just as before. And then I saw Katerina Ivanovna, in the same silence go up to Sonechka's little bed. She was on her knees all evening kissing Sonia's feet, and would not get up, and then they both fell asleep in each other's arms, together, yes, and I lay drunk. Marmeladov stopped short, as though his voice had failed him. Then he hurriedly filled his glass, drank, and cleared his throat. Since then, sir, he went on after a brief pause, since then, due to an unfortunate occurrence and through information given by evil-intentioned persons in all of which Darya Francevna took a leading part on the pretext that she had been treated with too little respect, since then my daughter Sofia Semyonovna has been forced to take a yellow ticket, and owing to that she is unable to go on living with us. For our landlady, Amalia Fyodorovna would not hear of it, though she had backed up Darya Francevna before, and Mr. Lebeziatnikov too hm. All the trouble between him and Katerina Ivanovna was on Sonia's account. At first he was after Sonechka himself and then all of a sudden he got into a huff. How, said he, can an enlightened man like me live in the same rooms with a girl like that? And Katerina Ivanovna would not let it pass, she stood up for her, and so that's how it happened. And Sonechka comes to us now, mostly after dark, she comforts Katerina Ivanovna and gives her all she can. She has a room at the tailor Kapernamov, she rents from them. Kapernamov is a lame man with a cleft palate and all of his numerous family have cleft palates too. And his wife, too, has a cleft palate. They all live in one room, but Sonia has her own, partitioned off. Yes, very poor people and all with cleft palates, yes. As soon as I got up in the morning, I put on my rags, lifted up my hands to heaven and set off to His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich. His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich, do you know him? No? Well, then, it's a man of God you don't know. He is wax before the face of the Lord, even as wax melteth. He even shed tears when he heard my story. Marmeladov, once already you have deceived my expectations. I'll take you once more on my own responsibility, that's what he said, remember, he said, and now you can go. I kissed the dust at his feet, in thought only, for in reality he would not have allowed me to do it, being a statesman and a man of modern political and enlightened ideas. I returned home, and when I announced that I'd been taken back into the service and should receive a salary, heavens, what a to-do there was. Marmeladov stopped again in violent excitement. At that moment a whole party of drunkards already drunk came in from the street, and the sounds of a hired concertina and the cracked piping voice of a child of 7 singing "The Little Farm" were heard in the entryway. The room was filled with noise. The tavern keeper and the servants were busy with the newcomers. Marmeladov, paying no attention to the new arrivals, continued his story. He appeared by now to be extremely weak, but as he became more and more drunk, he became more and more talkative. The recollection of his recent success in getting the position seemed to revive him, and was even reflected in a sort of radiance on his face. Raskolnikov listened attentively. "That was 5 weeks ago, sir." "Yes." "As soon as Katerina Ivanovna and Sonechka heard of it, Lord, it was as though I stepped into the kingdom of heaven. It used to be, you can lie like a beast, nothing but abuse. Now they were walking on tiptoe, hushing the children. Semyon Zakharovich is tired from his work at the office, he is resting, shoo. They made me coffee before I went to work and boiled cream for me. They began to get real cream for me, do you hear that? And how they managed to scrape together the money for a decent outfit, 11 rubles, 50 kopecks, I can't guess. Boots, cotton shirt fronts, most magnificent, a uniform, they got it all up in splendid style, for 11 rubles and a half. The first morning I came back from the office I found Katerina Ivanovna had cooked 2 courses for dinner, soup and salt meat with horseradish, which we had never dreamed of until then. She didn't have any dresses and none at all, but she got herself up as though she were going on a visit, and not that she had anything to do it with. They could make everything out of nothing, do the hair nicely, put on a clean collar of some sort, cuffs, and there she was, quite a different person, younger and better looking. Sonechka, my little darling, had only helped with money. For the time, she said, it won't do for me to come and see you too often. After dark, maybe, when no one can see. Do you hear? Do you hear? I lay down for a nap after dinner, and what do you think? Though Katerina Ivanovna had quarreled to the last degree with our landlady Amalia Fyodorovna only a week before, she could not resist then asking her in for a cup of coffee. For 2 hours they were sitting, whispering together. Semyon Zakharovich is in the service again, now, and receiving a salary, says she, and he went himself to His Excellency, and His Excellency himself came out to him, made all the others wait, and led Semyon Zakharovich by the hand before everybody into his study. Do you hear? Do you hear? To be sure, says he, Semyon Zakharovich, remembering your past services, says he, and in spite of your propensity to that foolish weakness, since you promised now, and since moreover we've got on badly without you, do you hear, do you hear? And so, says he, I rely now on your word as a gentleman. And all that, let me tell you, she has simply made up for herself, and not simply out of thoughtlessness, for the sake of bragging, no, she believes it all herself, she amuses herself with her own imaginings, upon my word she does. And I don't blame her for it, no, I don't blame her. 6 days ago, when I brought her my first earnings in full, 23 rubles 40 kopecks altogether, she called me her little one, said she, my little one. And when we were by ourselves, you understand? You would not think me a beauty, you would not think much of me as a husband, would you? Well, she pinched my cheek, my little one, she says. Marmeladov broke off, tried to smile, but suddenly his chin began to twitch. He controlled himself, however. The tavern, the degraded appearance of the man, the 5 nights in the hay barge, and the jug of alcohol, and yet this poignant love for his wife and children bewildered his listener. Raskolnikov listened intently, but with a sick sensation. He felt vexed that he had come here. Dear sir, exclaimed Marmeladov, recovering himself, oh, sir, perhaps all this seems a laughing matter to you, as it does to others, and perhaps I am only worrying you with the stupidity of all these miserable details of my home life, but it is not a laughing matter to me. For I can feel it all. And the whole of that heavenly day of my life, and the whole of that evening I passed in fleeting dreams of how I would arrange it all, and how I would dress all the children, and how I would give her rest, and how I would rescue my own daughter from dishonor and restore her to the bosom of her family. And a great deal more. Quite excusable, sir. Well, then, sir, Marmeladov suddenly gave a sort of start, raised his head and stared fixedly at his listener. Well, on the very next day after all those dreams, that is to say, exactly 5 days ago, in the evening, by a cunning trick, like a thief in the night, I stole from Katerina Ivanovna the key of her trunk, took out what was left of my earnings. How much it was I have forgotten, and now look at me, all of you. It's the 5th day since I left home, and they are looking for me there, and it's the end of my employment, and my uniform is lying in a tavern on the Egyptian bridge, exchanged for the garments I have on, and it's the end of everything. Marmeladov struck his forehead with his fist, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes and leaned heavily with his elbow on the table. But a minute later his face suddenly changed, and with a certain assumed slyness and affectation of bravado, he glanced at Raskolnikov, laughed and said, "This morning I went to see Sonia. I went to ask her for a hangover drink." He. "You don't say she gave it to you," cried one of the newcomers. He shouted the words and went off into a guffaw. "This very quart was bought with her money," Marmeladov declared, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov. 30 kopecks she gave me with her own hands, her last, all she had, as I saw. She said nothing, she only looked at me without a word. Not on earth, but up there they grieve so over men, they weep, but they don't blame them, they don't blame them. But it hurts more when they don't blame. 30 kopecks, yes. And maybe she needs them now, eh? What do you think, my dear sir? For now she's got to keep up a clean appearance. It costs money, that clean style, a special one, you know? Do you understand? And there's rouge, too, you see, she must have things, petticoats, starched ones, shoes, too, real Johnny ones to show off her foot when she has to step over a puddle. Do you understand, sir, do you understand what all that cleanliness means? And here I, her own father, here I took 30 kopecks of that money for a drink. And I am drinking it. And I have already drunk it. Come, who will have pity on a man like me, eh? Do you pity me, sir, or not? Tell me, sir, do you pity me or not? He. He would have filled his glass, but there was no drink left. The jug was empty. What are you to be pitied for? Shouted the tavern keeper, who was again near them. Shouts of laughter and even swearing followed. The laughter and the swearing came from those who were listening and also from those who had heard nothing but were simply looking at the figure of the discharged government clerk. To be pitied. Why am I to be pitied? Marmeladov suddenly cried out, standing up with his arm outstretched, positively inspired, as though he had been only waiting for that question. Why am I to be pitied, you say? Yes. There's nothing to pity me for. I ought to be crucified on a cross, not pitied. Crucify, O judge, crucify, but when you have crucified, take pity on him. And then I myself will go to be crucified, for it's not merrymaking I seek but tears and tribulation. Do you suppose, you that sell, that this half-bottle of yours has been sweet to me? It was tribulation I sought at the bottom of it, tears and tribulation, and have tasted it, and have found it, but he will pity us who has had pity on all men, who has understood all men and all things, he is the one. He too is the judge. He will come in that day and he will ask, where is the daughter who gave herself for her mean, consumptive stepmother and for the little children of another? Where is the daughter who had pity upon the filthy drunkard, her earthly father, undismayed by his beastliness? And he will say, come to me. I have already forgiven thee once. I have forgiven thee once. Thy sins which are many are forgiven thee, for thou hast loved much. And he will forgive my Sonia, he will forgive, I know it. I felt it in my heart when I was with her just now. And he will judge and will forgive all, the good and the evil, the wise and the meek. And when he has done with all of them, then he will summon us. You too come forth, he will say, come forth ye drunkards, come forth, ye weak ones, come forth, ye children of shame. And we shall all come forth, without shame, and shall stand before him. And he will say unto us, ye are swine, made in the image of the beast and with his mark, but come ye also. And the wise ones and those of understanding will say, O Lord, why dost thou receive these men? And he will say, This is why I receive them, O ye wise, this is why I receive them, O ye of understanding, that not one of them believed himself to be worthy of this. And he will hold out his hands to us, and we shall fall down before him, and we shall weep, and we shall understand all things. Then we shall understand everything, and all will understand, Katerina Ivanovna even. She will understand. Lord, thy kingdom come. And he sank down on the bench exhausted and weak, looking at no one, apparently oblivious of his surroundings and plunged in deep thought. His words had created a certain impression. There was a moment of silence, but soon laughter and swearing were heard again. Reasoned it all out. Talked himself silly. A fine clerk he is. And so on, and so on. Let us go, sir, said Marmeladov suddenly, raising his head and addressing Raskolnikov, come along with me. Kozel's house, looking into the yard. I'm going to Katerina Ivanovna, time I did. Raskolnikov had for some time been wanting to leave, and he himself had meant to help him. Marmeladov was much weaker on his legs than in his speech and leaned heavily on the young man. They had 200 or 300 paces to go. The drunken man was more and more overcome by dismay and confusion as they drew nearer the house. It's not Katerina Ivanovna I am afraid of now, he muttered in agitation. And that she will begin pulling my hair. What does my hair matter? Forget my hair. That's what I say. It will even be better if she does begin pulling it. That's not what I am afraid of, it's her eyes I am afraid of. Yes, her eyes, the red on her cheeks, too, frightens me, and her breathing too. Have you noticed how people with that disease breathe? When they are excited? I am afraid of the children's crying, too. Because if Sonia has not taken them food. I don't know then. I don't know. But blows I am not afraid of. No, sir, that such blows are not a pain to me, but even an enjoyment. For I myself can't manage without it. It's better that way. Let her strike me, it relieves her heart, it's better that way. There is the house. The house of Kozel, the cabinet maker, a German, well off. Lead the way. They went in from the yard and up to the 4th floor. The staircase got darker and darker as they went up. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and although in summer in Petersburg there is no real night, yet it was quite dark at the top of the stairs. A grimy little door at the very top of the stairs stood ajar. A very poor-looking room about 10 paces long was lit up by a candle end, the whole of it was visible from the entrance. It was all in disorder, littered up with rags of all sorts, especially children's clothes. Across the furthest corner was stretched a sheet with holes in it. Behind it probably was the bed. There was nothing in the room except 2 chairs and a very shabby sofa covered with oilcloth, before which stood an old pine kitchen table, unpainted and uncovered. At the edge of the table stood a smoldering tallow candle in an iron candlestick. It appeared that the family had a room to themselves, not a corner, but their room was practically a passage. The door leading to the other rooms, or rather cupboards, into which Amalia Lipwechsel's apartment was divided, stood half open, and there was shouting, uproar and laughter within. People seemed to be playing cards and drinking tea there. Words of the most unceremonious kind flew out from time to time. Raskolnikov recognized Katerina Ivanovna at once. She was terribly emaciated, a rather tall, slim and graceful woman, with magnificent dark blonde hair and indeed with a hectic flush in her cheeks. She was pacing up and down in her little room, pressing her hands against her chest, her lips were parched and her breathing came in irregular broken gasps. Her eyes glittered as in fever but looked about with a harsh immovable stare. And that consumptive and excited face with the last flickering light of the candle end playing upon it made a sickening impression. She seemed to Raskolnikov about 30 years old and was certainly a strange wife for Marmeladov. She had not heard them and did not notice them coming in. She seemed to be lost in thought, hearing and seeing nothing. The room was stuffy, but she had not opened the window. A stench rose from the staircase, but the door onto the stairs was not closed. From the inner rooms clouds of tobacco smoke floated in. She kept coughing, but did not close the door. The youngest child, a girl of 6, was asleep, sitting curled up on the floor with her head against the sofa. A boy a year older stood crying and shaking in the corner. Probably he had just had a beating. Beside him stood a girl of 9 years old, tall and thin as a matchstick, wearing a worn and ragged shirt with an ancient wool wrap flung over her bare shoulders, long outgrown and barely reaching her knees. She stood in the corner next to her little brother, her long arm, as dry as a matchstick, round her brother's neck. She seemed to be trying to comfort him, whispering something to him, and doing all she could to keep him from whimpering again, while at the same time her large dark eyes, which looked larger still from the thinness of her frightened face, were watching her mother with fear. Marmeladov did not enter the door, but dropped on his knees in the very doorway, pushing Raskolnikov in front of him. The woman, seeing a stranger, stopped absent-mindedly facing him, coming to herself for a moment and apparently wondering what he had come for. But evidently she decided that he was going into the next room, since he had to pass through hers to get there. Having figured this out and taking no further notice of him, she walked towards the outer door to close it and uttered a sudden scream on seeing her husband on his knees in the doorway. "Ah!" she cried out in a frenzy, "he has come back! The criminal! The monster! And where is the money? What's in your pocket? Show me! And your clothes are all different. Where are your clothes? Where is the money? Speak!" And she rushed to search him. Marmeladov submissively and obediently held up both arms to facilitate the search. Not a kopeck was there. "Where's the money?" she cried. "Oh Lord, can he have drunk it all?" But there were 12 silver rubles left in the chest, and suddenly, in a fury, she seized him by the hair and dragged him into the room. Marmeladov helped her efforts by meekly crawling along on his knees. "And this is enjoyment to me. This does not hurt me, but is actually enjoyment, dear sir," he called out, shaken to and fro by his hair and even once striking the ground with his forehead. The child asleep on the floor woke up and began to cry. The boy in the corner, losing all control, began trembling and screaming and rushed to his sister in violent terror, almost in a fit. The eldest girl was shaking like a leaf. "He's drunk it! He's drunk it all," the poor woman screamed in despair. "And his clothes are gone. And they are hungry, hungry." And wringing her hands she pointed to the children. "Oh, accursed life! And you, are you not ashamed?" She pounced suddenly upon Raskolnikov from the tavern. "Have you been drinking with him? You have been drinking with him, too. Get out!" The young man hastened to leave without uttering a word. The inner door, moreover, was thrown wide open and inquisitive faces were peering in. Shameless laughing faces with pipes and cigarettes and heads wearing caps thrust themselves in at the doorway. Further in, figures in dressing gowns flung open could be seen, in costumes of unseemly scantiness, some of them with cards in their hands. They were particularly diverted when Marmeladov, dragged about by his hair, shouted that it was enjoyment to him. They even began to come into the room. At last a sinister shrill outcry was heard. This came from Amalia Lipwechsel herself, pushing her way forward and trying to restore order in her own way, and for the 100th time to frighten the poor woman by ordering her with coarse abuse to clear out of the room next day. As he went out, Raskolnikov had time to put his hand into his pocket, to snatch up the coppers he had received in exchange for his ruble in the tavern and to lay them unnoticed on the window. Afterwards, on the stairs, he changed his mind and wanted to go back. "What a stupid thing I've done," he thought to himself. "They have Sonia and I need it myself." But reflecting that it would be impossible to take it back now and that in any case he would not have taken it, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand and went back to his room. Sonia wants rouge too, he said as he walked along the street, and he laughed malignantly. Such cleanliness costs money. HM. And maybe our Sonia herself will be bankrupt today, for there is always a risk, hunting big game, digging for gold. Then they would all be without a crust tomorrow except for my money. Bravo, Sonia. What a well they've dug. And they're making the most of it. Yes, they are making the most of it. Got used to it. They've wept a bit and grown used to it. Man grows used to everything, the scoundrel. He sank into thought. And what if I am wrong? He suddenly cried involuntarily. What if man is not really a scoundrel, man in general, I mean, the whole race of mankind? Then all the rest is prejudice, simply artificial terrors, and there are no barriers, and it's all as it should be. Chapter 3. He woke up late next day after a troubled sleep. But his sleep had not refreshed him. He woke up bilious, irritable, ill-tempered, and looked with hatred at his room. It was a tiny cupboard of a room about 6 paces in length. It had a poverty-stricken appearance with its dusty yellow paper peeling off the walls, and the ceiling was so low that a man of just a little more than average height was ill at ease in it and kept feeling every moment that he would knock his head against the ceiling. The furniture was in keeping with the room. There were 3 old chairs, rather rickety, a painted table in the corner on which lay a few books and notebooks. The dust alone that lay thick upon them showed that they had been long untouched. A big clumsy sofa occupied almost the whole of one wall and half the floor space of the room. It was once covered with chintz, but was now in rags and served Raskolnikov as a bed. Often he went to sleep on it, as he was, without undressing, without sheets, wrapped in his old, shabby student's overcoat, with his head on one little pillow, under which he heaped up all the linen he had, clean and dirty, by way of a bolster. A little table stood in front of the sofa. It would have been difficult to sink to a lower ebb of slovenliness, but to Raskolnikov in his present state of mind this was even agreeable. He had completely withdrawn from everyone, like a tortoise in its shell, and even the sight of the servant girl who had to wait upon him and look sometimes into his room made him writhe with nervous irritation. He was in the condition that overtakes some monomaniacs excessively concentrated upon one thing. His landlady had for the last fortnight given up sending him in meals, and he had still not yet thought of expostulating with her, though he went without his dinner. Nastasia, the cook and only servant, was rather pleased at the tenant's mood and had entirely given up sweeping and doing his room. Only once a week or so she would stray into his room with a broom. She woke him up now. "Get up, why are you asleep?" she called to him. "It's past 9, I've brought you some tea, want a cup?" "You must be starving?" The tenant opened his eyes, started and recognized Nastasia. "From the landlady, eh?" he asked, slowly and with a sickly face sitting up on the sofa. "From the landlady, indeed." She set before him her own cracked teapot full of weak and stale tea and laid 2 yellow lumps of sugar by the side of it. "Here, Nastasia, take it please," he said, fumbling in his pocket, for he had slept in his clothes, and taking out a handful of coppers. "Run and buy me a loaf. And get me a little sausage, the cheapest, at the pork butcher's. The loaf I'll fetch you this very minute, but don't you want some cabbage soup instead of sausage? It's great soup, yesterday's. I saved it for you yesterday, but you came in late. It's fine soup." When the soup had been brought, and he had started on it, Nastasia sat down beside him on the sofa and began chatting. She was a country peasant woman and a very talkative one. "Praskovia Pavlovna wants to complain to the police about you," she said. He winced. "To the police? What does she want?" "You don't pay her money and you won't move out of the room. It's clear what she wants." "The devil, that's the last straw," he muttered, grinding his teeth. "No, that would not suit me just now. She is a fool," he added aloud. "I'll go and talk to her today. Fool she is and no mistake, just as I am. But why, if you are so clever, do you lie here like a sack and have nothing to show for it? One time you used to go out, you say, to teach children. But why is it you do nothing now? I am doing. Raskolnikov began sullenly and reluctantly. What are you doing? Work. What sort of work? I am thinking, he answered seriously after a pause. Nastasia burst out laughing. She was given to laughter, and when anything amused her, she laughed inaudibly, quivering and shaking all over until she felt ill. And have you made much money by your thinking? She managed to articulate at last. One can't go out to give lessons without boots. And who cares? Don't spit in a well. They pay so little for lessons. What's the use of a few coppers? He answered, reluctantly, as though replying to his own thought. And you want to get a fortune all at once? He looked at her strangely. Yes, I want a fortune, he answered firmly, after a brief pause. Easy, easy, or you'll frighten me. Am I getting you the loaf or not? As you like. Ah, I forgot. A letter came for you yesterday when you were out. A letter? For me. From whom? I don't know. But I gave 3 kopecks of my own to the postman for it. Will you pay me back? Then bring it to me, for God's sake, bring it, cried Raskolnikov, greatly excited. Good God! A minute later the letter was brought him. Just as he thought, from his mother, from the province of R.7. He even turned pale when he took it. It was a long while since he had received a letter, but another feeling also suddenly stabbed his heart. Nastasia, leave me alone, for goodness sake. Here are your 3 kopecks, but for goodness sake, make haste and go. The letter was quivering in his hand. He did not want to open it in her presence. He wanted to be left alone with this letter. When Nastasia had gone out, he lifted it quickly to his lips and kissed it. Then he gazed intently at the address, the small, sloping handwriting, so dear and familiar, of the mother who had once taught him to read and write. He delayed. He even seemed almost afraid of something. At last he opened it. It was a thick, heavy letter, weighing over 2 ounces. 2 large sheets of note paper were covered with very small handwriting. My dear Radia, wrote his mother, it's over 2 months since I last had a talk with you by letter, which has distressed me and even kept me awake at night, thinking. But I am sure you will not blame me for my involuntary silence. You know how I love you. You are all we have to look to, Dunya and I. You are our all, our one hope, our one mainstay. What a grief it was to me when I heard that you had given up the university some months ago, for what it means to support yourself, and that you had lost your lessons and your other work. How could I help you out of my 120 rubles a year pension? The 15 rubles I sent you 4 months ago I borrowed, as you know, on security of my pension, from Vasily Ivanovich Vokrushin, our local merchant. He is a kind-hearted man and was a friend of your father's too. But having given him the right to receive the pension, I had to wait till the debt was paid off, and that is only just done, so that I've been unable to send you anything all this time. But now, thank God, I believe I will be able to send you something more, and in fact we may congratulate ourselves on our good fortune now, of which I hasten to inform you. In the first place, would you have guessed, dear Radia, that your sister has been living with me for the last 6 weeks, and we will not be separated again in the future? Thank God, her sufferings are over, but I will tell you everything in order, so that you may know just how everything has happened and all that we have until now concealed from you. When you wrote to me 2 months ago that you had heard that Dunya had a great deal of rudeness to put up with in the Svidrigailev's house, when you wrote that and asked me to tell you all the particulars, what could I write in answer to you? If I had written the whole truth to you, I dare say you would have dropped everything and have come to us, even if you had to walk all the way, for I know your character and your feelings, and you would not let your sister be insulted. I was in despair myself, but what could I do? And, besides, I did not know the whole truth myself then. What made it all so difficult was that Dunya received 100 rubles in advance when she took the place as governess in their family, on condition of part of her salary being deducted every month, and so it was impossible to quit the position without repaying the debt. This sum, now I can explain it all to you, my dearest Radia, she took chiefly in order to send you 60 rubles, which you needed so badly then and which you received from us last year. We deceived you then, writing that this money came from Dunechka's savings, but that was not so, and now I tell you all about it, because, thank God, things have suddenly changed for the better, and that you may know how Dunya loves you and what a priceless heart she has. At first indeed Mr. Svidrigailov treated her very rudely and used to make disrespectful and jeering remarks at table. But I don't want to go into all those painful details, so as not to worry you for nothing when it is now all over. In short, in spite of the kind and generous behavior of Marfa Petrovna, Mr. Svidrigailov's wife, and all the rest of the household, Dunechka had a very hard time, especially when Mr. Svidrigailov, relapsing into his old regimental habits, was under the influence of alcohol. And how do you think it was all explained later on? Would you believe that the madman had conceived a passion for Dunya from the beginning, but had concealed it under a show of rudeness and contempt? Possibly he was ashamed and horrified himself at his own flighty hopes, considering his years and his being the father of a family, and that made him angry with Dunya. And possibly, too, he simply hoped by his rude and sneering behavior to hide the truth from others. But at last he lost all control and dared to make Dunya an open and vile proposal, promising her all sorts of inducements and offering, besides, to drop everything and take her to another estate of his, or even abroad. You can imagine all she suffered. To leave her situation at once was impossible, not only on account of the money debt, but also to spare the feelings of Marfa Petrovna, whose suspicions would have been aroused, and then Dunya would have been the cause of a discord in the family. And it would have meant a terrible scandal for Dunechka too, that would have been inevitable. There were various other reasons owing to which Dunya could not hope to escape from that awful house for another 6 weeks. You know Dunya, of course, you know how clever she is and what a strong will she has. Dunechka can endure a great deal, and even in the most difficult cases her generous spirit helps her to retain her firmness. She did not even write to me about everything for fear of upsetting me, although we were constantly in communication. It all ended very unexpectedly. Marfa Petrovna accidentally overheard her husband imploring Dunya in the garden, and, putting quite a wrong interpretation on the situation, threw the blame upon her, believing her to be the cause of it all. An awful scene took place between them on the spot in the garden. Marfa Petrovna went so far as to strike Dunya, refused to hear anything and was shouting at her for a whole hour, and then gave orders that Dunya should be packed off at once to me in a plain peasant's cart, into which they flung all her things, her linen and her clothes, all pell-mell, without folding it up and packing it. And a heavy shower of rain came on, too, and Dunya, insulted and put to shame, had to drive with a peasant in an open cart all the 17 versts into town. Only think now, what answer could I have sent to the letter I received from you 2 months ago, and what could I have written? I was in despair. I dared not write to you the truth because you would have been very unhappy, chagrined and indignant, and yet what could you do? You could only perhaps ruin yourself, and, besides, Dunechka would not allow it, and I could not fill up my letter with trifles when my heart was so full of sorrow. For a whole month the town was full of gossip about this scandal, and it came to the point that Dunya and I dared not even go to church on account of the contemptuous looks, whispers, and even remarks made aloud about us. All our acquaintances avoided us, nobody even bowed to us in the street, and I learnt that some store assistants and clerks were intending to insult us in a shameful way, smearing the gates of our house with tar, so that the landlord began to tell us we must leave. The cause of all this was Marfa Petrovna, who managed to slander Dunya and throw dirt at her in every family. She knows everyone in the neighborhood, and that month she was continually coming into the town, and as she is rather talkative and fond of gossiping about her family affairs and particularly of complaining to all and each of her husband, which is not at all right, so in a short time she had spread her story not only in the town, but over the whole surrounding district. It made me ill, but Dunechka was firmer than I was, and if only you could have seen how she endured it all and tried to comfort me and cheer me up. She is an angel. But by God's mercy, our sufferings were cut short. Mr. Svidrigailov returned to his senses and repented, and, probably feeling sorry for Dunya, he laid before Marfa Petrovna a complete and unmistakable proof of Dunechka's innocence, in the form of a letter Dunya had been forced to write and give to him. Before Marfa Petrovna found them in the garden, this letter, which remained in Mr. Svidrigailov's hands after her departure, she had written to refuse personal explanations in secret meetings, on which he was insisting. In that letter she reproached him with great heat and indignation for the baseness of his behavior in regard to Marfa Petrovna, reminding him that he was the father and head of a family and telling him how vile it was of him to torment and make unhappy a defenseless girl, unhappy enough already. Indeed, dear Radia, the letter was so nobly and touchingly written that I sobbed when I read it, and to this day I cannot read it without tears. Moreover, the evidence of the servants, too, cleared Dunya's reputation. They had seen and known a great deal more than Mr. Svidrigailov had himself supposed, as indeed is always the case with servants. Marfa Petrovna was completely taken aback, and again crushed as she said herself to us, but she was completely convinced of Dunechka's innocence. The very next day, being Sunday, she went straight to the cathedral, knelt down and prayed with tears to Our Lady to give her strength to bear this new trial and to do her duty. Then she came straight from the cathedral to us, told us the whole story, wept bitterly and, fully penitent, she embraced Dunya and besought her to forgive her. The same morning, without any delay, she went round to all the houses in the town, and everywhere, shedding tears, she asserted in the most flattering terms Dunechka's innocence and the nobility of her feelings and her behavior. What was more, she showed and read to everyone the letter in Dunechka's own handwriting to Mr. Svidrigailov, and even allowed them to take copies of it, which I must say I think was superfluous. In this way she was busy for several days in a row and driving about the whole town, since some people had taken offense that precedence has been given to others, and thus they had to take turns, so that in every house she was expected before she arrived, and everyone knew that on such and such a day Marfa Petrovna would be reading the letter in such and such a place, and people assembled for every reading of it, even those who had heard it several times already, both in their own houses and in other people's, taking turns. In my opinion a very great deal of all this was unnecessary, but that's Marfa Petrovna's character. Anyway, she succeeded in completely re-establishing Dunechka's reputation, and the whole vileness of this affair rested as an indelible disgrace upon her husband, as the first person to blame, so that I really began to feel sorry for him. It was really treating the madcap too harshly. Dunya was at once asked to give lessons in several families, but she refused. In general, everyone suddenly began to treat her with marked respect. All this did much to bring about that unexpected event by which, one may say, all our fate is now transformed. You must know, dear Radia, that Dunya has a suitor and that she has already consented to marry him, of which I hasten to tell you as soon as possible. And though the matter has been arranged without asking your consent, I think you will not be aggrieved with me or with your sister on that account, for you will see that it would have been impossible for us to wait and put off our decision till we heard from you. And you could not have judged all the facts without being on the spot. This was how it happened. He is already of the rank of a court councillor, Peter Petrovich Luzin, and is distantly related to Marfa Petrovna, who has been very active in bringing the match about. He began by expressing through her his desire to make our acquaintance, was properly received, drank coffee with us, and the very next day he sent us a letter in which he very courteously explained his offer and begged for a speedy and decided answer. He is a very busy man and is in a great hurry to get to Petersburg, so that every moment is precious to him. At first, of course, we were greatly surprised, as it had all happened so quickly and unexpectedly. We thought and deliberated the whole day. He is a well-to-do man, to be depended upon. He has 2 posts in the government and has already made his fortune. It is true that he is 45 years old, but he is of a fairly pleasing appearance and might still be thought attractive by women, and he is altogether a very respectable and presentable man, only he seems a little morose and somewhat haughty. But possibly that may only be the impression he makes at first sight. And beware, dear Radia, when he comes to Petersburg, as he shortly will do, beware of judging him too rashly and heatedly, as your way is, if there is anything you do not like in him at first sight. I say this just in case, although I feel sure that he will make a favorable impression upon you. Moreover, in order to understand any man, one must approach gradually and carefully to avoid forming prejudices and mistaken ideas, which are very difficult to correct and remedy afterwards. And Peter Petrovitch, judging by many indications, is a thoroughly estimable man. At his first visit, indeed, he told us that he was a practical man, but still he shares, as he expressed it, many of the convictions of our most rising generation, and he is an opponent of all prejudices. He said a good deal more, for he seems a little conceited and likes to be listened to, but this is scarcely a vice. I, of course, understood very little of it, but Dunya explained to me that, though he is not a man of great education, he is clever and, it seems, kind. You know your sister's character, Radia. She is a resolute, sensible, patient and generous girl, but she has an ardent heart, as I know very well. Of course, there is no great love either on his side or on hers, but Dunya, while a clever girl, is also a noble creature, like an angel, and will make it her duty to make her husband happy, who on his side will make her happiness his care, of which we have no good reason to doubt, though it must be admitted the matter has been arranged in great haste. Besides, he is a man of great prudence, and he will see, to be sure, for himself that his own happiness will be the more secure, the happier Dunechka is with him. And as for some defects of character, for some habits and even certain differences of opinion, which indeed are inevitable even in the happiest marriages, Dunechka has said that, as regards all that, she relies on herself, that there is nothing to be uneasy about, and that she is ready to put up with a great deal, if only their future relationship can be an honest and honorable one. He struck me too, for instance, at first, as rather abrupt, but that may well come from his being an outspoken man, and that is no doubt how it is. For instance, at his second visit, after he had received Dunya's consent, in the course of conversation, he declared that before making Dunya's acquaintance, he had made up his mind to marry a girl of good reputation, but without dowry and, above all, one who had experienced poverty, because, as he explained, a man ought not to be indebted to his wife, but that it is better for a wife to look upon her husband as her benefactor. I must add that he expressed it more nicely and politely than I have done, for I have forgotten his actual phrases and only remember the meaning. And, besides, it was obviously not said of design, but slipped out in the heat of conversation, so that he tried afterwards to correct himself and smooth it over, but all the same it did strike me as somewhat rude, and I said so afterwards to Dunya. But Dunya was vexed, and answered that words are not deeds, and that, of course, is perfectly true. Dunechka did not sleep all night before she made up her mind, and, thinking that I was asleep, she got out of bed and was walking up and down the room all night. At last she knelt down before the icon and prayed long and fervently, and in the morning she told me that she had decided. I have mentioned already that Peter Petrovitch is just setting off for Petersburg, where he has a great deal of business, and he wants to open a legal bureau in Petersburg. He has been occupied for many years in conducting various lawsuits and cases, and only the other day he won an important case. He has to be in Petersburg because he has an important case before the Senate. So, Radia dear, he may be of the greatest use to you, in every way indeed, and Dunya and I have already agreed that from this very day you could definitely enter upon your career and might consider that your future is marked out and assured for you. Oh, if only this comes to pass! This would be such a benefit that we could only look upon it as a providential blessing. Dunya is dreaming of nothing else. We have even ventured already to drop a few words on the subject to Peter Petrovitch. He was cautious in his answer, and said that, of course, as he could not get on without a secretary, it would be better to be paying a salary to a relation than to a stranger, if only the former were fit for the duties, as though there could be doubt of your being fit. But then he expressed doubts whether your studies at the university would leave you time for work at his office. The matter was dropped for the time, but Dunya is thinking of nothing else now. She has been in a sort of fever for the last few days, and has already made a whole plan for your becoming in the future an associate and even a partner in Peter Petrovitch's law business, which might well be, seeing that you yourself are a student of law. I am in complete agreement with her, Radia, and share all her plans and hopes, and think there is every probability of realizing them. And in spite of Peter Petrovitch's evasiveness, very natural at present, since he does not know you, Dunya is firmly persuaded that she will gain everything by her good influence over her future husband, this she is sure of. Of course we are careful not to talk of any of these more distant dreams to Peter Petrovich, especially of your becoming his partner. He is a practical man and might take this very coldly, it might all seem to him simply a daydream. Nor has either Dunya or I breathed a word to him of the great hopes we have of his helping us to assist you with money while you are at the university. We have not spoken of it in the first place because it will come to pass of itself, later on, and he himself will no doubt without wasting words offer to do it, as though he could refuse Dunechka that, the more readily since you may by your own efforts become his right hand in the office, and receive this assistance not as a charity, but as a salary earned by your own work. Dunechka wants to arrange it all like this and I quite agree with her. And we have not spoken of our plans for another reason, that is, because I particularly wanted you to feel on an equal footing when you first meet him. When Dunya spoke to him with enthusiasm about you, he answered that one could never judge of a man without seeing him up close, for oneself, and that he would leave it to himself to form his own opinion when he makes your acquaintance. Do you know, my dearest Radia, I think that perhaps for some reasons, nothing to do with Peter Petrovich though, simply for my own personal, perhaps even old womanish, whims, I will do better to go on living by myself after the wedding, apart, than with them. I am convinced that he will be generous and delicate enough to invite me and to urge me not to part with my daughter for the future, and if he has said nothing about it until now, it is simply because it has been taken for granted, but I shall refuse. I have noticed more than once in my life that mothers-in-law aren't quite to husbands' liking, and I don't want to be the least bit in anyone's way, and for my own sake, too, would rather be quite independent, so long as I have a crust of bread of my own, and such children as you and Dunechka. If possible, I would settle somewhere near you both, for the most joyful piece of news, dear Radia, I have kept for the end of my letter. Know then, my dear boy, that we may, perhaps, be all together in a very short time and may embrace one another again after a separation of almost 3 years. It is settled for certain that Dunya and I are to set off for Petersburg, exactly when I don't know, but in any case very, very soon, even possibly in a week. It all depends on Peter Petrovich, who will let us know when he has had time to look round him in Petersburg. To suit his own arrangements, he is anxious to have the ceremony as soon as possible, even before the fast of Our Lady, if it could be managed, or if that is too soon to be ready, immediately after. Oh, with what happiness I shall press you to my heart! Dunya is all excitement at the joyful thought of seeing you. She said one day in jest that she would be ready to marry Peter Petrovich for that alone. She is an angel. She is not writing anything to you now, and has only told me to write that she has so much to tell you that she is not going to take up her pen now, for a few lines would tell you nothing, and it would only mean upsetting herself. She bids me to send you her love and innumerable kisses. But although we will perhaps be meeting so soon, I will all the same send you as much money as I can in a day or two. Now that everyone has heard that Dunechka is to marry Peter Petrovich, my credit has suddenly improved and I know that Afanasy Ivanovich will trust me now even to 75 rubles on the security of my pension, so that perhaps I will be able to send you 25 or even 30 rubles. I would send you more, but I am uneasy about our traveling expenses, for though Peter Petrovich has been so kind as to undertake part of the expenses of the journey, that is to say, he has taken upon himself the delivery of our bags and big trunk, through some acquaintances of his, somehow, we must take into account some expenses on our arrival in Petersburg, where we can't be left without any money, at least for the first few days. But we have calculated it all, Dunechka and I, to the last kopeck, and we see that the journey will not cost very much. It is only 90 versts from us to the railway and we have already come to an agreement with a driver we know, and from there Dunechka and I can travel quite comfortably third class. So that I may very likely be able to send to you not 25, but 30 rubles. But enough, I have covered 2 sheets already and there is no space left for more, our whole history, but so many events have happened. And now, my dearest Radia, I embrace you and send you a mother's blessing till we meet. Love Dunya your sister, Radia, love her as she loves you and understand that she loves you beyond everything, more than herself. She is an angel and you, Radia, you are everything to us, our one hope, our one consolation. If only you are happy, we shall be happy. Do you still say your prayers, Radia, and believe in the mercy of our Creator and our Redeemer? I am afraid in my heart that you may have been visited by the new fashionable spirit of unbelief. If it is so, I pray for you. Remember, dear boy, how in your childhood, when your father was living, you used to lisp your prayers at my knee, and how happy we all were in those days. Goodbye, or rather, till we meet, I embrace you warmly, warmly, with countless kisses. Yours till death. Pulcheria Raskolnikov. Almost from the first, while he read the letter, Raskolnikov's face was wet with tears, but when he finished it, his face was pale and distorted and a bitter, wrathful, and malignant smile was on his lips. He laid his head down on his threadbare dirty pillow and pondered a long time. His heart was beating violently, and his thoughts were in a turmoil. At last he felt cramped and stifled in the little yellow room that was like a cupboard or a box. His eyes and his mind craved for space. He took up his hat and went out, this time without dread of meeting anyone. He had forgotten all about that. He turned in the direction of the Vasilyevsky Island, walking along Via Prospect 8 as though hastening on some business, but he walked, as his habit was, without noticing his way, whispering and even speaking aloud to himself, to the astonishment of the passers-by. Many of them took him to be drunk. Chapter 4. His mother's letter had been a torture to him. But as regards the chief, the fundamental fact in it, he had felt not one moment's hesitation, even while he was reading the letter. The essential question was settled, and irrevocably settled, in his mind: never such a marriage while I am alive, and Mr. Luzin be damned. The thing is perfectly clear, he muttered to himself, with a malignant smile anticipating the triumph of his decision. No, mother, no, Dunya, you won't deceive me. And then they apologize for not asking my advice and for making the decision without me. I dare say. They imagine it is arranged now and can't be broken off, but we will see whether it can or not. A magnificent excuse. Peter Petrovitch is such a busy man that even his wedding has to be rushed, almost express. No, Dunechka, I see it all and I know what that much is that you want to say to me, and I know too what you were thinking about, when you walked up and down all night, and what your prayers were like before the Holy Mother of Kazan who stands in Mother's bedroom. Bitter is the ascent to Golgotha 9. H.M. So it is finally settled, you have determined to marry a rational businessman, Avdotia Romanovna, one who has a fortune, has already made his fortune, that is so much more solid and impressive, a man who holds 2 government posts and who shares the ideas of our most rising generation, as Mother writes, and who seems to be kind, as Dunechka herself observes. That seems beats everything. And that very Dunechka is marrying that very seems. Splendid. Splendid. But I wonder why Mother has written to me about our most rising generation. Simply as a descriptive touch, or with the idea of predisposing me in favor of Mr. Luzin? Oh, the cunning of them. I wonder about one other item: how far were they open with one another the day and night and all this time since? Was it all put into words, or did both understand that they had the same thing at heart and in their minds, so that there was no need to speak of it aloud, and better not to speak of it? Most likely it was partly like that. From Mother's letter it's evident, he struck her as rude, just a little, and Mother in her simplicity took her observations to Dunya. And she was sure to be vexed and answered her angrily. I should think so. Who would not be furious when it was quite clear without any naive questions and when it was understood that it was useless to discuss it? And why does she write to me, love Dunya, Radia, and she loves you more than herself? Has she a secret conscience prick at sacrificing her daughter to her son? You are our one comfort, you are everything to us. Oh, Mother! His bitterness grew more and more intense, and if he had happened to meet Mr. Luzin at the moment, he might have murdered him. Yes, that's true, he continued, pursuing the whirling ideas that chased each other in his brain. It is true that, to get to know a man, one must approach gradually and carefully, but there is no mistake about Mr. Luzin. The chief thing is he is a man of business and seems kind. That was something, wasn't it, to send the bags in big box for them at his own expense? A kind man, no doubt after that. But his bride and her mother are to ride in a peasant's cart covered with matting. I know, I have been driven in it. No matter. It is only 90 versts and then they can travel very comfortably, third class, for 1,000 versts. Quite sensible, too. One must cut one's coat according to one's cloth. But what about you, Mr. Luzin? She is your bride. And you couldn't fail to be aware that her mother has to borrow money on her pension for the journey. To be sure, it's a matter of transacting business together, a partnership for mutual benefit, with equal shares and, therefore, expenses, food and drink in common, but pay for your tobacco, as the proverb goes. But here too the businessman has got the better of them. The luggage will cost less than their fares and very likely go for nothing. How is it that they don't both see all that, or is it that they don't want to see? And they are pleased. And to think that this is only the first blossoming, and that the real fruits are to come. For what really matters is not the stinginess, not the tight-fistedness, but the tone of the whole thing. For that will be the tone after marriage, it's a foretaste of it. And mother too, why is she spending recklessly? What will she have by the time she gets to Petersburg? 3 silver rubles or 2 paper ones, as she says, that old woman H.M. What does she expect to live on in Petersburg afterwards? She has her reasons already for guessing that she could not live with Dunya after the marriage, even at first. The good man has no doubt let it slip on that subject also, made himself clear, though mother is waving the notion aside with both hands. I will refuse, says she. What is she hoping for then? Is she counting on what is left of her 120 rubles of pension when Afanasy Ivanovich's debt is paid? She knits woolen shawls and embroiders cuffs, ruining her old eyes. And all her shawls don't add more than 20 rubles a year to her 120, I know that. So she is building all her hopes on Mr. Luzin's generosity. He will offer it himself, he will press it on me. You'll have a long wait. That's how it always is with these Schilleresque 10 noble hearts. Till the last moment every goose is a swan with them, till the last moment they hope for good and not ill, and although they have an inkling of the other side of the picture, yet they won't face the truth till they are forced to. The very thought of it makes them shiver. They thrust the truth away with both hands, until the man they deck out in false colors puts a fool's cap on them with his own hands. I wonder whether Mr. Luzin has any orders of merit. I bet he has the Anna 11 in his buttonhole and that he puts it on when he goes to dine with contractors or merchants. He'll put it on for his wedding, too. Enough of him, devil take him. Well, mother, I don't wonder at, it's like her, God bless her, but how could Dunya? Dunechka, darling, as though I did not know you. You were nearly 20 when I saw you last, I understood you then. Mother writes that Dunya can put up with a great deal. I know that very well. I knew that 2 years and a half ago, and for the last 2.5 years I have been thinking about it, thinking of just that Dunya can put up with a great deal. If she could put up with Mr. Svidrigailov and all the rest of it, she certainly can put up with a great deal. And now mother and she have taken it into their heads that she can put up with Mr. Luzin, who propounds the theory of the superiority of wives raised from destitution and owing everything to their husband's bounty, who propounds it, too, almost at the first interview. Granted that he let it slip, though he is a rational man, so maybe it was not a slip at all, but he meant to make himself clear as soon as possible. But Dunya? She understands the man, of course, but she will have to live with the man. Why? She'd live on black bread and water, she would not sell her soul, she would not barter her moral freedom for comfort, she would not barter it for all Schleswig-Holstein, 12 much less. Mr. Luzin's money. No, Dunya was not that sort when I knew her and she is still the same, of course. Yes, there's no denying, the Svidrigailevs are a bitter pill. It's hard to spend one's life as a governess in the provinces for 200 rubles, but I know she would rather be a slave on a plantation or a Latvian with a German master, than degrade her soul, and her moral feeling, by binding herself forever to a man whom she does not respect and with whom she has nothing in common, for her own advantage. And if Mr. Luzin had been made of pure gold, or one huge diamond, she would never have consented to become his legal concubine. Why is she consenting then? What is this? What's the answer? It's clear enough: for herself, for her comfort, to save her life she would not sell herself, but for someone else she is doing it. For the one she loves, for the one she adores, she will sell herself. That's what it all amounts to: for her brother, for her mother, she will sell herself. She will sell everything. In such cases, we squash our moral feeling if necessary: freedom, peace, conscience, even, all are brought into the street market. Goodbye life. If only these our dear ones may be happy. More than that, we become casuists, we learn to be Jesuitical, and for a time maybe we can soothe ourselves, we can persuade ourselves that it really is one's duty for a good cause. That's just like us, it's as clear as daylight. It's clear that Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the central figure in the business, and no one else. Oh, yes, she can ensure his happiness, keep him in the university, make him a partner in the office, make his whole future secure. Perhaps he may even be a rich man later on, esteemed, respected, and may even end his life a famous man. But mother? Oh, but it's all Radia, dearest Radia, her firstborn. For such a son who would not sacrifice even such a daughter. Oh, loving, over-partial hearts. Why, for his sake we would not shrink even from Sonia's fate. Sonechka Marmeladov, the eternal Sonechka, so long as the world lasts. Have you taken the measure of your sacrifice, both of you, have you? Is it right? Can you bear it? Is it any use? Is there sense in it? And let me tell you, Dunechka, Sonechka's life is no worse than life with Mr. Luzin. There can be no question of love, mother writes. And what if there can be no respect either? If on the contrary there is aversion, contempt, repulsion, what then? Then you will have to keep up your appearance, too. Is that not so? Do you understand, do you, what that cleanliness means? Do you understand that the Luzin cleanliness is just the same thing as Sonechka's, and maybe worse, viler, baser, because in your case, Dunechka, it's a bargain for luxuries, after all, but there it's simply a question of starvation. It has to be paid for, Dunechka, this cleanliness. And what if it's more than you can bear afterwards, if you regret it? The grief, the misery, the curses, the tears hidden from all the world, for you are not a Marfa Petrovna. And how will your mother feel then? Even now she is uneasy, she is worried, but then, when she sees it all clearly? And I? Yes, indeed, what have you taken me for? I won't have your sacrifice, Dunechka, I won't have it, mother. It will not be, so long as I am alive, it will not. I won't accept it. He suddenly recollected himself and paused. It shall not be? But what are you going to do to prevent it? You'll forbid it? And what right have you? What can you promise them on your side to give you such a right? Your whole life, your whole future, you will devote to them when you have finished your studies and obtained a post? Yes, we have heard all that before, and that's all words, but now? Now something must be done, now, do you understand that? And what are you doing now? You are robbing them. They borrow on their 100 rubles pension. They borrow from the Svidrigailevs. How are you going to save them from the Svidrigailevs, from Afanasy Ivanovich Vokrushin, future millionaire, Zeus, who would arrange their lives for them? In another 10 years? In another 10 years, mother will be blind with knitting shawls, maybe with weeping too. She will be worn to a shadow with fasting, and my sister? Imagine for a moment what may become of your sister in 10 years. What may happen to her during those 10 years? Have you guessed? So he tortured himself, taunting himself with such questions, and finding a kind of enjoyment in it. And yet all these questions were not new ones suddenly confronting him, they were old familiar aches. It was long since they had first begun to grip and rend his heart. Long, long ago his present anguish had its first beginnings, it had waxed and gathered strength, it had matured and concentrated, until it had taken the form of a horrible, wild and fantastic question, which tortured his heart and mind, clamoring insistently for an answer. Now his mother's letter had burst on him like a thunderclap. It was clear that he must not now languish and suffer passively, in thought alone, over questions that appeared insoluble, but that he must do something, do it at once, and do it quickly. He must decide on something no matter what, on anything at all, or renounce life altogether, he cried suddenly, in a frenzy, accept one's lot humbly as it is, once for all and stifle everything in oneself, giving up every right to act, live, and love. Do you understand, dear sir, do you understand what it means when there is absolutely nowhere to go? Marmeladov's question of the previous day came suddenly into his mind, for every man must have somewhere to go. He gave a sudden start, another thought, that he had also had yesterday, flashed through his mind. But he did not start at the thought recurring to him, for he knew, he had felt beforehand, that it must flash, he was expecting it, besides it was not only yesterday's thought. The difference was that a month ago, yesterday even, the thought was a mere dream, but now it appeared not a dream at all, it had taken a new, menacing and completely unfamiliar shape, and he suddenly became aware of this himself. He felt a hammering in his head, and eyes were darkened. He looked round hurriedly, he was searching for something. He wanted to sit down and was looking for a bench. He was walking along K_Boulevard Point 13. There was a bench about 100 paces in front of him. He walked towards it as fast he could, but on the way he met with a little adventure which for several minutes absorbed all his attention. Looking for the seat, he had noticed a woman walking some 20 paces in front of him, but at first he took no more notice of her than of other objects that crossed his path. It had happened to him many times already, on the way home, for example, not to notice the road by which he was going, and he was accustomed to walk like that. But there was something so strange about the woman in front of him, so striking even at first sight, that gradually his attention was riveted on her, at first reluctantly and, as it were, resentfully, and then more and more intently. He felt a sudden desire to find out what it was that was so strange about the woman. In the first place, she appeared to be quite a young, and she was walking in the great heat bareheaded and with no parasol or gloves, waving her arms about in an absurd way. She had on a dress of some light silky material, but also put on strangely awry, scarcely fastened, and torn open at the top of the skirt, close to the waist at the back, a great piece was coming apart and hanging loose. A little kerchief was flung about her bare throat, but lay slanting on one side. On top of everything, the girl was walking unsteadily, stumbling and even staggering from side to side. The encounter drew Raskolnikov's whole attention at last. He overtook the girl at the bench, but, on reaching it, she dropped down on it, in the corner. She let her head sink on the back of the bench and closed her eyes, apparently in extreme exhaustion. Looking at her closely, he realized at once that she was completely drunk. It was a strange and shocking sight. He could hardly believe that he was not mistaken. He saw before him the face of an extremely young, fair-haired girl, 16, even perhaps only 15 years old, pretty little face, but flushed and, as it were, swollen. The girl seemed hardly to know what she was doing. She crossed one leg over the other, lifting it indecorously, and showed every sign of being unconscious that she was in the street. Raskolnikov did not sit down, but he felt unwilling to leave her, and stood facing her in perplexity. This boulevard is never much frequented, and now, at 2 o'clock, in the stifling heat, it was quite deserted. And yet on the further side of the boulevard, about 15 paces away, a gentleman was standing on the edge of the pavement. He, too, would apparently have liked very much to approach the girl with some purpose of his own. He, too, had probably seen her in the distance and had followed her, but found Raskolnikov in his way. He looked angrily at him, though he tried to escape his notice, and stood impatiently biding his time, till the unwelcome ragamuffin should have moved away. His intentions were unmistakable. The gentleman was a fat, thickly set man, about 30, full-blooded, with red lips and a little mustache, and very foppishly dressed. Raskolnikov felt furious. He had a sudden longing to insult this fat dandy in some way. He left the girl for a moment and walked towards the gentleman. "Hey! You Svidrigailov! What do you want here?" he shouted, clenching his fists and laughing, spluttering with rage. "What do you mean?" the gentleman asked sternly, frowning with haughty astonishment. "Get away, that's what I mean. How dare you, you rabble!" He raised his cane. Raskolnikov rushed at him with his fists, without reflecting even that the stout gentleman was a match for two men like himself. But at that instant someone seized him from behind, and a police constable stood between them. "That's enough, gentlemen, no fighting, please, in a public place. What do you want?" "Who are you?" he asked Raskolnikov sternly, noticing his rags. Raskolnikov looked at him intently. He had a straightforward, sensible, soldierly face, with a grey mustache and whiskers. "You are just the man I want," Raskolnikov cried, grabbing his arm. "I am a former student, Raskolnikov. You may as well know that too," he added, addressing the gentleman. "Come along, I have something to show you." And taking the policeman by the hand he dragged him towards the bench. "Look here, hopelessly drunk, and she has just come down the boulevard. There is no telling who and what she is, but she does not look like a professional. It's more likely she has been given drink and deceived somewhere for the first time, you understand? And they've put her out into the street like that. Look at the way her dress is torn, look at the way it has been put on. She's been dressed by somebody, she hasn't dressed herself, and dressed by unpracticed hands, by a man's hands, that's evident. And now look there, I don't know that dandy I was going to fight just now, I see him for the first time, but he, too, has seen her on the road, just now, drunk, not knowing what she is doing, and now he is extremely eager to get hold of her, to get her away somewhere while she is in this state. That's certain, believe me, I am not wrong. I saw him myself watching her and following her, but I prevented him, and he is just waiting for me to go away. Now he has walked away a little, and is standing still, pretending to roll a cigarette. Think, how can we keep her out of his hands, and how are we to get her home?" The policeman saw it all in a flash. The stout gentleman was easy to understand. He turned to consider the girl. The policeman bent over to examine her more closely, and his face worked with genuine compassion. "Ah, what a pity," he said, shaking his head. "Why, she is still a child. She has been deceived, that's right. Listen, lady," he began addressing her, "where do you live?" The girl opened her tired and bleary eyes, gazed blankly at the speaker and waved her hand. "Here," said Raskolnikov, feeling in his pocket and finding 20 kopecks, "here, call a cab and tell him to drive her to her address. The only thing is to find out her address." Young lady," the policeman began again, taking the money. "I'll fetch you a cab and take you home myself." "Where shall I take you, eh? Where do you live?" "Go away, won't leave me alone," the girl muttered, and once more waved her hand. Ah, how awful. "It's shameful, young lady, it's a shame." He shook his head again, shocked, sympathetic and indignant. "It's a difficult job," the policeman said to Raskolnikov, and as he did so, he again looked him up and down in a rapid glance. He, too, must have seemed a strange figure to him, dressed in rags and handing him money. "Did you find her far from here?" he asked him. "I tell you she was walking in front of me, staggering, just here, in the boulevard. She only just reached the bench and sank down on it. Ah, the shameful things that are done in the world nowadays, God have mercy on us. An innocent creature like that, drunk already. She has been deceived, that's a sure thing. See how her dress has been torn too. Ah, the vice one sees nowadays. And she probably belongs to gentlefolk too, poor ones maybe. There are many like that nowadays. She looks refined, too, as though she were a lady, and he bent over her once more. Perhaps he had daughters growing up like that, looking like ladies and refined with pretensions to gentility and fashion. The chief thing is, Raskolnikov persisted, to keep her out of this scoundrel's hands. Why should he too outrage her? It's as clear as day what he is after. Ah, the brute, he is not moving off. Raskolnikov spoke aloud and pointed to him. The gentleman heard him, and seemed about to fly into a rage again, but thought better of it, and confined himself to a contemptuous look. He then walked slowly another 10 paces away and again halted. "Keep her out of his hands we can," said the constable thoughtfully, "if only she'd tell us where to take her, but as it is, young lady, hey, young lady," he bent over her once more. She opened her eyes fully all of a sudden, looked at him intently, as though realizing something, got up from the bench and started walking away in the direction from which she had come. "Ugh! No shame, won't leave me alone," she said, waving her hand again. She walked quickly, though staggering as before. The dandy followed her, but along another avenue, keeping his eye on her. "Don't worry, I won't let him have her," the policeman said resolutely, and he set off after them. "Ah, the vice we see nowadays," he repeated aloud, sighing. At that moment something seemed to sting Raskolnikov. In an instant everything turned over inside of him. "Hey, here," he shouted after the policeman. The latter turned round. "Let it be. What's it to you? Let it go. Let him amuse himself." He pointed at the dandy. "What do you care?" The policeman was bewildered, and stared at him open-eyed. Raskolnikov laughed. Said the policeman, with a gesture of contempt, and he walked after the dandy and the girl, probably taking Raskolnikov for a madman or something even worse. "He has carried off my 20 kopecks," Raskolnikov murmured angrily when he was left alone. "Well, let him take as much from the other fellow and let him have the girl and so let it end. And why did I want to interfere? Is it for me to help? Have I any right to help? Let them devour each other alive, what is to me? How did I dare to give him 20 kopecks? Were they mine?" In spite of those strange words he felt very wretched. He sat down on the deserted bench. His thoughts strayed aimlessly. In fact, he found it hard to fix his mind on anything at that moment. He longed to forget himself altogether, to forget everything, and then to wake up and begin anew. "Poor girl," he said, looking at the empty corner where she had sat, "she will come to her senses and weep, and then her mother will find out. She will give her a beating, a horrible, shameful beating, and then maybe throw her out. And even if she does not, the Daria Francevnas will get wind of it, and the girl will soon be slipping out on the sly here and there. Then right away there will be the hospital. That's always the luck of those girls with respectable mothers, who go wrong on the sly, and then again the hospital, drink the taverns, and more hospital, in 2 or 3 years a wreck, and her life over at 18 or 19. Have not I seen cases like that? And how have they been brought to it? They've all come to it like that. Ugh! But what does it matter? That's as it should be, they tell us. A certain percentage, they tell us, must every year go that way to the devil, I suppose, so that the rest may remain fresh, and not be interfered with. A percentage! What splendid words they have, they are so scientific, so consolatory. Once you've said percentage, there's nothing more to worry about. If we had any other word, maybe we might feel more uneasy. But what if Dunechka were one of the percentage? Of another one if not that one? But where am I going? He thought suddenly. Strange, I came out for something. As soon as I had read the letter I came out. I was going to Vasilyevsky Island, to Razumikin. That's what it was, and now I remember. What for, though? And how is it that the idea of going to Razumikin flew into my head just now? That's curious. He wondered at himself. Razumikin was one of his former comrades at the university. It was remarkable that Raskolnikov had hardly any friends at the university. He kept aloof from everyone, went to see no one, and did not welcome anyone who came to see him, and indeed everyone soon turned away from him too. He took no part in the students' gatherings, amusements, or conversations. He worked with great intensity without sparing himself, and he was respected for this, but no one liked him. He was very poor, and there was a sort of haughty pride and reserve about him, as though he were keeping something to himself. He seemed to some of his comrades to look down upon them all as children, as though he were superior in development, knowledge, and convictions, as though their convictions and interests were beneath him. With Razumikin, though, he had for some reason become friends, or, rather, he was more open and communicative with him. Indeed, it was impossible to be on any other terms with Razumikin. He was an exceptionally good-humored and communicative youth, kind to the point of simplicity, though both depth and dignity lay concealed under that simplicity. The better of his comrades understood this, and all loved him. He was a man of no small intelligence, though he was certainly rather a simpleton at times. He was of striking appearance, tall, thin, black-haired, and always badly shaved. He was sometimes rowdy and was reputed to be of great physical strength. One night, when out in a festive company, he had with one blow laid a gigantic policeman on his back. There was no limit to his drinking powers, but he could abstain from drink altogether. He sometimes went too far in his pranks, but he could do without pranks altogether. Another thing striking about Razumikin, no failure ever distressed him, and it seemed as though no unfavorable circumstances could crush him. He could lodge anywhere, and bear the extremes of cold and hunger. He was very poor, and supported himself entirely on what he could earn by work of one sort or another. He knew of no end of resources by which to get money, through work of course. He spent one whole winter without lighting his stove, and used to declare that he liked it better, because one slept more soundly in the cold. For the present he, too, had been obliged to give up the university, but it was only for a time, and he was working with all his might to save enough to return to his studies again. Raskolnikov had not been to see him for the last 4 months, and Razumikin did not even know his address. About 2 months before, they had met in the street, but Raskolnikov had turned away and even crossed to the other side so that he might not be observed. And though Razumikin noticed him, he passed him by, as he did not want to disturb a friend. Chapter 5. Of course, I've been meaning lately to go to Razumikin's to ask for work, to ask him to get me lessons or something. Raskolnikov thought, but what help can he be to me now? Suppose he gets me lessons, suppose he shares his last kopeck with me, if he has any kopecks, so that I could get some boots and make myself tidy enough to give lessons Well, and what then? What will I do with the few coppers I earn? That's not what I want now. It's really absurd for me to go to Razumikin. The question why he was now going to Razumikin agitated him even more than he was himself aware. He kept uneasily seeking for some sinister significance in this apparently ordinary action. Could I have expected to set it all straight and to find a way out by means of Razumikin alone? He asked himself in perplexity. He pondered and rubbed his forehead, and, strange to say, after long musing, suddenly, as if it were spontaneously and by chance, a very strange thought came into his head. To Razumikin's, he said all at once, calmly, as though he had reached a final determination. I will go to Razumikin's, of course, but not now. I will go to him on the next day after it, when it will already be over and everything will begin afresh. And suddenly he realized what he was thinking. After it, he shouted, jumping up from the bench, "But is it really going to happen? Is it possible it really will happen?" He left the bench, and went off almost at a run. He meant to turn back, homewards, but the thought of going home suddenly filled him with intense loathing. It was in that hole, in that awful little cupboard of his, that all this had for more than a month now been growing up in him, and he walked on at random. His nervous shudder had passed into a fever that made him feel shivering. In spite of the heat, he felt cold. With a kind of effort he began almost unconsciously, from some inner necessity, to stare at all the objects before him, as though looking for something to distract his attention, but he did not succeed, and kept lapsing every moment into brooding. When with a start he lifted his head again and looked around, he forgot at once what he had just been thinking about and even where he was going. In this way he walked right across Vasilyevsky Island, came out onto the Lesser Neva, crossed the bridge and turned towards the islands. The greenness and freshness were at first restful to his weary eyes used to the dust and lime of the town and the huge houses that hemmed him in and weighed upon him. Here there were no taverns, no stuffiness, no stench. But soon these new pleasant sensations turned into morbid irritability. Sometimes he stood still before a brightly painted summer villa standing among green foliage. He gazed through the fence. He saw in the distance fashionably dressed women on the verandas and balconies, and children running in the gardens. The flowers especially caught his attention. He gazed at them longer than at anything. He was met, too, by luxurious carriages and by men and women on horseback. He watched them with curious eyes and forgot about them before they had vanished from his sight. Once he stopped and counted his money. He found he had 30 kopecks. 20 to the policeman, 3 to Nastasia for the letter, so I must have given 47 or 50 to the Marmeladovs yesterday, he thought, making calculations for some unknown reason, but he soon forgot why he had taken the money out of his pocket. He recalled it on passing an eating house or tavern, and felt that he was hungry. Going into the eatery he drank a glass of vodka and ate a pie of some sort. He finished eating it when he was on the road again. It was a long while since he had taken vodka and it had an effect upon him at once, though he only drank a wineglassful. His legs felt suddenly heavy and a great drowsiness came upon him. He turned homewards, but reaching Petrovsky Island he stopped completely exhausted, turned off the road into the bushes, sank down upon the grass and instantly fell asleep. In a morbid condition of the brain, dreams often have an extraordinary distinctiveness, vividness, an extraordinary semblance of reality. At times monstrous images are created, but the setting and the entire process of imagining are so truthlike and filled with details so delicate, so unexpected, but so artistically consistent with the picture as a whole, that the dreamer, were he an artist like Pushkin or Turgenev even, could never have invented them in the waking state. Such sick dreams always remain long in the memory and make a powerful impression on the overwrought and excited nervous system. Raskolnikov dreamed a frightening dream. He dreamt he was back in his childhood, in their little town. He is a child about 7 years old, walking in the countryside with his father on the evening of a holiday. It is a grey and stifling day. The country is exactly as he remembered it. Indeed, he recalled it far more vividly in his dream than he had done in memory. The little town stands on a level flat as bare as the hand, not a willow near it, only in the far distance, a wood lies, a dark blur on the very edge of the horizon. A few paces beyond the last market garden stands a tavern, a big tavern, which had always aroused in him a feeling of aversion, even of fear, when he walked by it with his father. There was always such a crowd there, such shouting, laughter and swearing, such hideous horse singing and often fighting. Drunken and scary mugs were always hanging about the tavern. He used to cling close to his father, trembling all over when he met them. Near the tavern the road becomes a track, always dusty, and the dust is always so black. It is a winding road, and about 100 paces further on, it turns to the right to the graveyard. In the middle of the graveyard is a stone church with a green cupola where he used to go to Mass 2 or 3 times a year with his father and mother, when a service was held in memory of his grandmother, who had long been dead, and whom he had never seen. On these occasions they used to take on a white dish tied up in a table napkin a special sort of rice pudding with raisins stuck in it in the shape of a cross. He loved that church, the old-fashioned icons with no setting and the old priest with the shaking head. Near his grandmother's grave, which was marked by a stone, was the little grave of his younger brother who had died at 6 months old. He did not remember him at all, but he had been told about his little brother, and whenever he visited the graveyard he used religiously and reverently to cross himself and to bow down and kiss the little grave. And now he is dreaming that he is walking with his father past the tavern on the way to the graveyard. He is holding his father's hand and looking with dread at the tavern. A peculiar circumstance attracts his attention. There seems to be some kind of festivity going on here. There are crowds of gaily dressed townspeople, peasant women, their husbands, and riffraff of all sorts. All are singing, all are drunk, and near the entrance of the tavern there is a cart, but a strange cart. It is one of those big carts usually drawn by heavy cart horses and laden with casks of wine or other heavy goods. He always liked looking at those great cart horses, with their long manes, thick legs, and slow even pace, drawing along a perfect mountain with no appearance of effort, as though it were easier going with a load than without it. But now, strange to say, in the shafts of such a cart he sees a thin little sorrel beast, one of those peasants' nags which he had often seen straining their utmost under a heavy load of wood or hay, especially when the wheels were stuck in the mud or in a rut. And the peasants would beat them with whips so cruelly, sometimes even about the nose and eyes, and he felt so sorry for them that he almost cried, and his mother always used to take him away from the window. All of a sudden there is a great uproar of shouting, singing and the balalaika, and from the tavern a number of big and very drunken peasants come out, wearing red and blue shirts and coats thrown over their shoulders. Get in, shouts one of them, a young thick-necked peasant with a fleshy face red as a carrot. I'll take you all, get in. But at once there is an outbreak of laughter and exclamations in the crowd. Take us all with a beast like that. Why, Mikolka, are you crazy to put a nag like that in such a cart? And this mare is 20 if she is a day, pals. Get in, I'll take you all, Mikolka shouts again, leaping first into the cart, seizing the reins and standing straight up in front. The bay has gone with Matvey, he shouts from the cart, and this brute, pals, is just breaking my heart. I could kill her. She's just eating her head off. Get in, I tell you. I'll make her gallop. She'll gallop, and he picks up the whip, preparing himself with relish to flog the little mare. Get in. Come along. The crowd is laughing. Do you hear? She'll gallop. Gallop indeed. She has not had a gallop in her for the last 10 years. She'll jog along. No being sorry for her, pals. Bring a whip each of you, get ready. That's right. Give it to her. They all clamber into Mikolka's cart, laughing and making jokes. 6 of them get in and there is still room for more. They haul in a fat, rosy-cheeked woman. She is dressed in red cotton, in a pointed, beaded headdress and warm boots. She is cracking nuts and laughing. The crowd round them is laughing too, and really, how could they help laughing? That wretched nag is to drag all the cartload of them at a gallop. 2 young lads in the cart get whips ready right away to help Mikolka. With the cry of go, the mare tugs with all her might, but far from galloping, can scarcely move forward. She is struggling with her legs, gasping and shrinking from the blows of the 3 whips showered upon her like hail. The laughter in the cart and in the crowd is redoubled, but Mikolka flies into a rage and thrashes the mare furiously, with quickened blows, as though he thinks she really can gallop. Let me get in, too, pals, shouts a young man in the crowd, his appetite aroused. Get in, all get in, cries Mikolka, she'll pull you all. I'll beat her to death. And he thrashes and thrashes at the mare, beside himself with fury. Father, father, he cries, father, what are they doing? Father, they are beating the poor horse. Come along, says his father. They are drunk and foolish, having fun, "Come away, don't look," and he tries to lead him away, but he tears himself away from his hand, and, beside himself with horror, runs to the horse. But the poor horse is already in a bad way. She is gasping, pausing, then tugging again and almost falling. "Beat her to death," cries Mikulka, "it's come to that. I'll do her in." "What are you about? Are you a Christian, you devil?" shouts an old man in the crowd. "Did anyone ever see anything like it? A wretched nag like that pulling such a cartload," adds another. "You'll kill her," shouts the third. "Stay out. It's my property. I do as I like. Get in, more of you. Everyone get in. She'll go at a gallop, I say." All of a sudden laughter breaks into a roar and covers everything. The mare, roused by the shower of blows, in her impotence had begun kicking. Even the old man could not help smiling. To think of a wretched little nag like that trying to kick. Two lads in the crowd snatch up whips and run to the mare to beat her about the ribs, one on each side. "Lash her in the face, in the eyes," cries Mikulka. "Give us a song, pals," shouts someone in the cart, and everyone in the cart joins in a riotous song, jingling a tambourine and whistling in the refrains. The woman goes on cracking nuts and laughing. He runs beside the mare, runs in front of her, sees her being whipped across the eyes, right in the eyes. He is crying, his heart is rising, his tears are streaming. One of the men gives him a cut with the whip across the face, he does not feel it. Wringing his hands and screaming, he rushes up to the gray-headed old man with the gray beard, who is shaking his head in disapproval. One woman seizes him by the hand and wants to take him away, but he tears himself from her and runs back to the horse. She is almost at the last gasp, but begins kicking once more. "I'll teach you to kick," Mikulka shouts ferociously. He throws down the whip, bends forward and picks up from the bottom of the cart a long, thick shaft, takes hold of one end with both hands and with an effort brandishes it over the mare. "He'll crush her," was shouted round him. "He'll kill her." "It's my property," shouts Mikulka and brings the shaft down with a swinging blow. There is a sound of a heavy thud. "Thrash her, thrash her." "What's the matter?" shout voices in the crowd. And Mikulka swings the shaft a second time and a blow falls a second time on the spine of the luckless mare. She sinks back on her haunches, but lurches forward and tugs with all her force, first on one side and then on the other, trying to move the cart. But the 6 whips are attacking her in all directions, and the shaft is raised again and falls a third time, then a fourth, with heavy measured blows. Mikulka is furious that he cannot kill her at one blow. "She's a tough one," they shout. "She'll fall in a minute, pals, you'll see, and that's the end of her," shouts an admiring spectator in the crowd. "Get an axe, hell! Finish her off," shouts a third. Eat the flies! Make way!" Mikulka screams frantically, throws down the shaft, stoops down in the cart and picks up an iron crowbar. "Look out," he shouts, and with all his might deals a stunning blow at his poor mare. The blow crashes down, the mare staggers, sinks back, tries to pull, but the bar falls again with a swinging blow on her back and she falls on the ground as if all 4 legs had been knocked out from her at once. "Finish her off," shouts Mikulka and, beside himself, leaps out of the cart. Several young men, also red and drunk, seize anything they come across, whips, sticks, poles, and run to the dying mare. Mikulka stands on one side and begins dealing random blows to her back with the crowbar. The mare stretches out her muzzle, draws a long breath and dies. "You butchered her," someone shouts in the crowd. "Should have galloped." "My property," shouts Mikulka, with bloodshot eyes, brandishing the bar in his hands. He stands as though regretting that he has nothing more to beat. "No mistake about it, you are not a Christian," many voices are shouting in the crowd. But the poor boy is already beside himself. He makes his way screaming through the crowd to the sorrel nag, puts his arms round her bleeding dead muzzle and kisses it, kisses the eyes and the lips. Then he suddenly jumps up and flies in a frenzy with his little fists out at Mikolka. At that instant his father, who had long been running after him, snatches him up and carries him out of the crowd. "Come along, come. Let's go home," he says to him. "Father! Why did they kill the poor horse?" he sobs, but his breath catches and the words come in shrieks from his panting chest. "They are drunk fooling around, it's not our business," says his father. He puts his arms round his father but he feels choked. He tries to draw a breath, to cry out, and wakes up. He woke up sweating, gasping for breath, his hair soaked with perspiration, and stood up in terror. "Thank God, that was only a dream," he said, sitting down under a tree and drawing deep breaths. "But what is it? Is it some fever coming on? Such a hideous dream." His whole body felt broken, darkness and confusion were in his soul. He rested his elbows on his knees and put his head in his hands. "Good God," he cried, can it be, that I will really take an axe, that I will strike her on the head, split her skull open, that I will tread in the sticky warm blood, break the lock, steal and tremble, hide, all spattered in the blood, with the axe? Good God, can it be?" He was shaking like a leaf as he said this. "But why am I going on like this?" he continued, sitting up again, as it were in profound amazement. "I knew that I could never bring myself to it, so what have I been torturing myself for till now? Yesterday, when I went to make that experiment, yesterday I realized completely that I could never bear to do it. Why am I going over it again, then? Why have I till now been hesitating? As I came down the stairs yesterday, I said myself that it was base, loathsome, vile, the very thought of it made me feel sick when I wasn't dreaming and filled me with horror. No, I couldn't stand it. Granted that there is no flaw in all that reasoning, that all that I have concluded this last month is clear as day, true as arithmetic. My God! Still I couldn't bring myself to it. I couldn't stand it. Why then am I still?" He rose to his feet, looked round in wonder as though surprised at finding himself in this place, and went towards T-Bridge Point 14. He was pale, his eyes glowed, he was exhausted in every limb, but he seemed suddenly to breathe more easily. He felt he had already cast off that fearful burden that had so long been weighing upon him, and all at once there was a sense of relief and peace in his soul. "Lord," he prayed, "show me my path, I renounce that accursed dream of mine." Crossing the bridge, he gazed quietly and calmly at the Neva, at the glowing red sun setting in the glowing sky. In spite of his weakness he was not even conscious of fatigue. It was as though an abscess that had been forming for a month past in his heart had suddenly broken. Freedom! He was free now from that spell, that sorcery, that enchantment, that obsession. Later on, when he recalled that time and all that happened to him during those days, minute by minute, point by point, step by step, he was superstitiously impressed by one circumstance, which though in itself not very exceptional, always seemed to him afterwards the predestined turning point of his fate. Namely, he could never understand and explain to himself why, when he was tired and worn out, when it would have been more convenient for him to go home by the shortest and most direct way, he had returned by the Haymarket where he had no need to go. It was obviously and quite unnecessarily out of his way, though not much so. It is true that it happened to him dozens of times to return home without noticing what streets he passed through. But why, he was always asking himself, why had such an important, such a decisive and at the same time such an absolutely chance meeting happened in the Haymarket, where he had moreover no reason to go, at the very hour, the very minute of his life when he was just in the very mood and in the very circumstances in which that meeting was able to exert the gravest and most decisive influence on his whole destiny? As though it had been lying in wait for him on purpose. It was about 9 o'clock when he crossed the Haymarket. At the tables and the barrows, at the booths and the stores, all the market people were closing their establishments or clearing away and packing up their wares and, like their customers, were going home. Rag pickers and scroungers of all kinds were crowding round the eateries and especially the taverns in the dirty and stinking courtyards of the Haymarket. Raskolnikov preferred this place and all the neighboring alleys when he wandered aimlessly in the streets. Here his rags did not attract contemptuous attention, and one could walk about in anything without scandalizing people. At the corner of K Alley 15 a huckster and his wife had 2 tables set out with ribbons, thread, cotton handkerchiefs, and They, too, had got up to go home, but were lingering in conversation with a friend, who had just come up to them. This friend was Lizaveta Ivanovna, or simply, as everyone called her, Lizaveta, the younger sister of the old pawnbroker, Alyona Ivanovna, whom Raskolnikov had visited the previous day to pawn his watch and make his experiment. He already knew all about Lizaveta and she knew him a little too. She was a single woman of about 35, tall, clumsy, timid, submissive and almost idiotic. She was a complete slave to her sister, worked for her day and night, went in fear and trembling of her, and even suffered beatings from her. She was standing with a bundle before the huckster and his wife, listening earnestly and doubtfully. They were explaining something to her especially heatedly. The moment Raskolnikov caught sight of her, he was overcome by a strange sensation as it were of intense astonishment, though there was nothing astonishing about this meeting. "You could make up your mind for yourself, Lizaveta Ivanovna," the huckster was saying aloud. "Come round tomorrow about 7. They will be here too." "Tomorrow," said Lizaveta slowly and thoughtfully, as though unable to make up her mind. "Upon my word, what a fright you are in of Alyona Ivanovna," gabbled the huckster's wife, a lively little woman. "I look at you, you are like some little babe. And she is not your own sister either, nothing but a half-sister, and what a hand she keeps over you." "Just this time don't say a word to Alyona Ivanovna," her husband interrupted, "that's my advice, but come round to us without asking. It will be worth your while. Your sister may see for herself later on." "Should I come?" "About 7 o'clock tomorrow. And they will be here too. You'll decide for yourself." "And we'll have tea," added his wife. "All right, I'll come," said Lizaveta, still pondering, and she began slowly moving away. Raskolnikov had just passed and heard no more. He passed softly, unnoticed, trying not to miss a word. His first amazement turned gradually to horror, like a shiver running down his spine. He had suddenly and quite unexpectedly learned, that the next day at 7 o'clock Lizaveta, the old woman's sister and only companion, would be away from home and that therefore at 7 o'clock precisely the old woman would be left alone. He was only a few steps from his apartment. He went in like a man condemned to death. He thought of nothing and was completely incapable of thinking, but he felt suddenly in his whole being that he had no more freedom of thought, no will, and that everything was suddenly and irrevocably decided. Certainly, even if he had to wait whole years for a suitable opportunity, his plan in mind, he could not count for sure on a more certain step towards the success of the plan than that which suddenly had just presented itself. In any case, it would have been difficult to find out beforehand and with certainty, with greater exactness and less risk, and without dangerous inquiries and investigations, that next day at such and such a time such and such an old woman, on whose life an attempt was contemplated, would be at home entirely alone. Chapter 6. Later on Raskolnikov happened to find out why the huckster and his wife had invited Lizaveta. It was a very ordinary matter and there was nothing exceptional about it. A family who had come to the town and been reduced to poverty were selling their household goods and clothes, all women's things. As the things would have fetched little in the market, they were looking for a dealer, and this was Lizaveta's business. She took up commissions, went around on business, and had many clients, as she was very honest and always fixed the best price and stuck to it. She spoke as a rule little and, as we have said already, she was so submissive and timid.
But Raskolnikov had become superstitious recently.
The traces of superstition remained in him long after, and were almost ineradicable. And in all this he was always afterwards disposed to see something strange and mysterious, as it were the presence of some peculiar influences and coincidences. In the previous winter a student he knew called Pokarev, who had left for Kharkov, had chanced in conversation to give him the address of Alyona Ivanovna, the old pawnbroker, in case he might want to pawn anything. For a long while he did not go to her, for he had lessons and managed to get by somehow. 6 weeks ago he had remembered the address. He had 2 articles that could be pawned, his father's old silver watch and a little gold ring with 3 red stones, a keepsake from his sister at parting. He decided to take the ring. When he found the old woman he had felt an insurmountable repulsion for her at the first glance, though he knew nothing special about her yet. He got 2 rubles from her and went into a miserable little tavern on his way home. He asked for tea, sat down and sank into deep thought. A strange idea was pecking at his brain like a chicken in the egg, and very, very much absorbed him. Almost beside him at the next table there was sitting a student, whom he did not know or remember at all, and with him a young officer. They had played a game of billiards and began drinking tea. Suddenly he heard the student mention to the officer the pawnbroker Alyona Ivanovna and give him her address. This of itself seemed strange to Raskolnikov. He had just come from there and here they were talking about her. By accident, of course, but there he is, unable to shake off a very extraordinary impression, and here someone seems to be speaking expressly for him. The student suddenly begins telling his friend various details about Alyona Ivanovna. "She is first-rate," he said. "You can always get money from her. She is as rich as a Jew. She can give you 5,000 at a time, but she is not above taking a pledge for a ruble. Lots of our fellows have had dealings with her. But she is an awful old harpy." And he began describing how spiteful and capricious she was, how if you were only a day late with your interest the pledge was lost, how she gave a quarter of the value of an article and took 5 and even 7% a month on it, and so on. The student chattered on, saying that she had a sister Lizaveta, whom the repulsive little creature was continually beating, and kept in complete bondage like a small child, though Lizaveta was at least 6 feet tall. "There's a phenomenon for you," cried the student, and he laughed. They began talking about Lizaveta. The student spoke about her with a peculiar relish and was continually laughing, and the officer listened with great interest and asked him to send Lizaveta to do some mending for him. Raskolnikov did not miss a word and learned everything about her right away. Lizaveta was younger than the old woman and was her half-sister, being the child of a different mother. She was already 35. She worked day and night for her sister, and besides doing the cooking and the washing, she did sewing and even hired herself out to wash floors and gave her sister all she earned. She did not dare to accept an order or job of any kind without the old woman's permission. The old woman had already made her will, and Lizaveta knew of it, and by this will she would not get a kopeck, nothing but the movables, shares and so on. All the money, meanwhile, was left to a monastery in the province of N16 that prayers might be said for her in perpetuity. Lizaveta was of lower rank than her sister, a collegiate assessor's wife, unmarried and awfully uncouth in appearance, remarkably tall with long feet that looked as if they were bent outwards. She always wore battered goatskin shoes, and kept herself clean. What the student expressed most surprise and amusement about was the fact that Lizaveta was constantly pregnant. "But you say she is ugly," observed the officer. "Yes, she is so dark-skinned and looks like a soldier dressed up, but you know she is not at all ugly. She has such a kind face and eyes." "Very much so. And the proof of it is that lots of people are attracted by her. She is such a meek, mild, gentle creature, always willing to do anything. And her smile is really very sweet." "You seem to find her attractive yourself," laughed the officer. "Because she's strange. No, I'll tell you what. I could kill the damned old woman and make off with her money, I assure you, without the faintest conscience prick, the student added hotly. The officer again burst out laughing while Raskolnikov shuddered. How strange it was. Listen, I want to ask you a serious question, the student said heatedly. I was joking, of course, but look here, on one side we have a stupid, senseless, worthless, spiteful, ailing old woman, not simply useless but doing actual harm, who herself has no idea what she is living for, and who will die in a day or two in any case. You understand? You understand? Yes, I understand, answered the officer, watching his excited companion attentively. Well, listen then. On the other hand, fresh young lives thrown away in vain for lack of support, and by thousands, on every side. 100, 1,000 good deeds and undertakings could be done and helped on that old woman's money, which will be buried in a monastery. Hundreds, thousands perhaps, might be set on the right path, dozens of families saved from destitution, from corruption, from ruin, from vice, from venereal wards, and all with her money. Kill her, take her money, and with the help of it devote yourself to the service of humanity and the common good. What do you think, would not one tiny crime be wiped out by thousands of good deeds? For one life thousands would be saved from corruption and decay. One death, and 100 lives in exchange, it's simple arithmetic. Besides, what value has the life of that sickly, stupid, ill-natured old woman in the balance of existence? No more than the life of a louse, of a cockroach, less in fact, because the old woman is doing harm. She is wearing out the lives of others. The other day she bit Lizaveta's finger out of spite, it almost had to be amputated. Of course she does not deserve to live, remarked the officer, but there it is, it's nature. Oh, well, brother, but we have to correct and direct nature, and, but for that, we'll drown in an ocean of prejudice. But for that, there would never have been a single great man. They talk of duty, conscience. I don't want to say anything against duty and conscience, but the point is, what do we mean by them? Wait, I have another question to ask you. Listen. No, you wait, I'll ask you a question. Listen. Well. You are talking and speechifying away, but tell me, would you kill the old woman yourself or not? Of course not. I was only arguing the justice of it. It's nothing to do with me. But I think, if you would not do it yourself, then there's no justice in it. Let's have another game. Raskolnikov was extremely agitated. Of course, it was all very ordinary and very frequent youthful talk and thought, such as he had often heard before, only in different forms and on different themes. But why had he happened to hear just such a discussion and such ideas at the very moment when his own brain was just conceiving the very same ideas? And why, just at the moment when he had brought away the embryo of his idea from the old woman, had he happened upon a conversation about her? This coincidence always seemed strange to him. This trivial talk in a tavern had an immense influence on him as the action developed further, as though there had really been in it something preordained, some guiding hint. When he returned from the Haymarket, he flung himself on the sofa and sat for a whole hour without stirring. Meanwhile it got dark, he had no candle and, indeed, it did not occur to him to light up. He could never recollect whether he had been thinking about anything at that time. At last he was conscious of his former fever and shivering, and he realized with relief that he could lie down on the sofa. Soon heavy, leaden sleep came over him, as though crushing him. He slept an extraordinarily long time and without dreaming. Nastasia, coming into his room at 10 o'clock the next morning, had a hard time waking him. She brought him tea and bread. The tea was again the second brew and again in her own teapot. My goodness, how he sleeps, she cried indignantly. Sleeping and sleeping. He got up with an effort. His head ached, he stood up, took a turn in his little room and sank back on the sofa again. Going to sleep again, cried Nastasia. Are you ill, eh? He made no reply. Do you want some tea? Later, he said with an effort, closing his eyes again and turning to the wall.
Nastasia stood over him.
Perhaps he really is ill, she said, turned, and went out.
She came in again at 2 o'clock with soup. He was lying as before.
The tea stood untouched.
Nastasia felt positively offended and began angrily rousing him.
"Why are you lying like a log?" she shouted, looking at him with repulsion. He got up, and sat down again, but said nothing and stared at the floor.
"Are you ill or not?" asked Nastasia and again received no answer.
"You'd better go out and get a breath of air," she said after a pause.
"Will you eat it or not?"
"Later," he said weakly.
"You can go."
And he motioned her out. She remained a little longer, looked at him with compassion and went out. A few minutes later, he raised his eyes and looked for a long while at the tea and the soup. Then he took the bread, took up a spoon and began to eat. He ate a little, 3 or 4 spoonfuls, without appetite, as it were, mechanically. His head ached less. After his meal he stretched himself on the sofa again, but now he could not sleep. He lay without stirring, with his face in the pillow. He was haunted by daydreams, and such strange daydreams. In one, that kept recurring, he imagined that he was in Africa, in Egypt, in some sort of oasis. The caravan is resting, the camels are peacefully lying down, the palms stand all around in a complete circle, everyone is eating dinner. But he is drinking water straight from a spring which flows gurgling close by. And it is so cool, and such wonderful, wonderful, blue, cold water is running among the colored stones and over the clean sand which glistens here and there like gold. Suddenly he heard a clock strike. He started, roused himself, raised his head, looked out of the window, and seeing how late it was, suddenly jumped up wide awake as though someone had pulled him off the sofa. He crept on tiptoe to the door, stealthily opened it and began listening on the staircase. His heart beat terribly. But all was quiet on the stairs, as if everyone was asleep. It seemed to him strange and monstrous that he could have slept in such forgetfulness from the previous day and had done nothing, had prepared nothing yet. And meanwhile perhaps it had struck 6. And his drowsiness and stupefaction were followed by an extraordinary, feverish, as it were, distracted, haste. But the preparations to be made were few. He concentrated all his energies on thinking of everything and forgetting nothing, and his heart kept beating and thumping so that he could hardly breathe. First he had to make a noose and sew it into his overcoat, a work of a moment. He rummaged under his pillow and picked out amongst the linen stuffed away under it, a completely worn-out old unwashed shirt. From its rags he tore a long strip, a couple of inches wide and about 16 inches long. He folded this strip in 2, took off his wide, sturdy summer overcoat of some thick cotton material, his only outer garment, and began sewing the 2 ends of the rag on the inside, under the left armhole. His hands shook as he sewed, but he prevailed, and so well that nothing showed on the outside when he put the coat on again. He had got the needle and thread ready long before, and they lay on his table in a piece of paper. As for the noose, it was a very ingenious device of his own. The noose was intended for the axe. He couldn't very well carry the axe through the street in his hands. And if hidden under his coat he would still have had to support it with his hand, which would have been noticeable. Now he had only to put the head of the axe in the noose, and it would hang quietly under his arm on the inside. Putting his hand in his coat pocket, he could hold the end of the handle all the way, so that it did not swing, and as the coat was very full, a regular sack in fact, it could not be seen from outside that he was holding something with the hand that was in the pocket. This noose, too, he had designed 2 weeks before. When he had finished with this, he thrust his hand into a little opening between his Turkish sofa and the floor, fumbled in the left corner and pulled out the pledge, which he had got ready long before and hidden there. This pledge was, however, not a pledge at all, but only a smoothly planed piece of wood the size and thickness of a silver cigarette case. He picked up this piece of wood in one of his wanderings in a courtyard where there was some sort of a workshop. Afterwards he had added to the wood a thin smooth piece of iron, some fragment, probably, which he had also picked up at the same time in the street. Putting the iron piece, which was a little smaller, on the piece of wood, he fastened them very firmly, crossing and recrossing the thread round them, then wrapped them carefully and daintily in clean white paper and tied up the parcel so that it would be very difficult to untie it. This was in order to divert the attention of the old woman for a time, while she was trying to undo the knot, and so to gain a moment. The iron strip was added to give weight, so that the woman might not immediately guess that the thing was made of wood. All this had been stored by him beforehand under the sofa. He had only just got the pledge out when suddenly he heard someone shouting in the yard. "It struck 6 long ago. Long ago. My God!" He rushed to the door, listened, grabbed his hat and began to descend his 13 steps cautiously, noiselessly, like a cat. He had still the most important thing to do, to steal the axe from the kitchen. That the deed must be done with an axe he had decided long ago. He had also a pocket pruning knife, but he could not rely on the knife and still less on his own strength, and so resolved finally on the axe. We may note in passing, one peculiarity in regard to all the final resolutions taken by him in the matter: they had one strange characteristic: the more final they were, the more hideous and the more absurd they at once became in his eyes. In spite of all his agonizing inward struggle, he never for a single instant all that time could believe in the carrying out of his plans. And, indeed, if it had ever happened that everything to the least point could have been considered and finally settled, and no uncertainty of any kind had remained, he would, it seems, have renounced it all as something absurd, monstrous, and impossible. But a whole heap of unsettled points and uncertainties remained. As for getting the axe, that trifling business cost him no anxiety, for nothing could be easier. Nastasia was continually out of the house, especially in the evenings. She would run into the neighbors' apartments or to a store, and always left the door ajar. It was the one thing the landlady was always scolding her about. And so when the time came, he would only have to go quietly into the kitchen and to take the axe, and an hour later, when everything was over, go in and put it back again. But there were doubtful points too. Supposing he returned an hour later to put it back, and Nastasia had come back and was on the spot. He would of course have to go by and wait till she went out again. But supposing she were in the meantime to miss the axe, start looking, make an outcry, that would mean suspicion or at least grounds for suspicion. But those were all trifles which he had not even begun to consider, and indeed he had no time. He was thinking of the chief point, and put off trifling details, until he could believe in it all. But that seemed utterly unattainable. So it seemed to him at least. He could not imagine, for instance, that he would sometime stop thinking, get up and simply go there. Even his recent experiment, i.e., his visit with the intention of conducting a final survey of the place, was simply an attempt at an experiment, far from being the real thing, as though one should say, "Come, let us go and try it, why dream about it?" And at once he had broken down and had run away cursing, furious with himself. Meanwhile it would seem, as regards the moral question, that his analysis was complete. His casuistry had become keen as a razor, and he could no longer find conscious objections in himself. But in the end he simply ceased to believe himself, and doggedly, slavishly sought arguments in all directions, fumbling for them, as though someone were forcing and drawing him to it. This last day, however, which had come so unexpectedly, deciding everything at once, had an almost completely mechanical effect on him, as though someone took him by the hand and started pulling with unnatural force, irresistibly, blindly, without his objections. It was as though a part of his clothing had gotten caught in the wheel of a machine, and he was being drawn into it. At first, long before, in fact, he had been extremely occupied by a single question: why are almost all crimes so badly concealed and so easily detected, and why do almost all criminals leave such obvious traces? He had come gradually to many different and curious conclusions, and in his opinion the chief reason lay not so much in the material impossibility of concealing the crime, as in the criminal himself. Almost every criminal is subject to a failure of will and reasoning power by a childish and phenomenal heedlessness, at the very instant when reason and caution are most essential. It was his conviction that this eclipse of reason and failure of willpower attacked a man like a disease, developed gradually and reached its highest point just before the perpetration of the crime, continued with equal violence at the moment of the crime and for longer or shorter time after, according to the individual case, and then passed off like any other disease. The question whether the disease gives rise to the crime, or whether the crime, due to its own peculiar nature, is always accompanied by something like a disease, he did not yet feel able to decide. When he reached these conclusions, he decided that in his own case there could not be such morbid reversals, that his reason and will would remain unimpaired at the time of carrying out his design, for the simple reason that his design was not a crime. We will omit all the process by means of which he arrived at this last conclusion. We have run too far ahead already. We may add only that the practical, purely material difficulties of the affair occupied an altogether secondary position in his mind. So long as one keeps all one's willpower and reason to deal with them, they will all be overcome at the time when once one has familiarized oneself with the minutest details of the business. But the business wouldn't begin. His final decisions were what he continued to trust least, and when the hour struck, it all turned out quite differently, as it were accidentally and even unexpectedly. One trifling circumstance upset his calculations, before he had even left the staircase. When he reached the landlady's kitchen, wide open as usual, he glanced cautiously in to see whether, in Nastasia's absence, the landlady herself was there, or if not, whether the door to her own room was closed, so that she might not peep out when he went in for the axe. To his amazement, however, he suddenly saw that Nastasia was not only at home in the kitchen this time, but was even occupied there, taking linen out of a basket and hanging it on a line. Seeing him, she stopped hanging the clothes, turned to him and stared at him all the time he was passing. He turned away his eyes, and walked past as though he noticed nothing. But it was the end of everything, there was no axe. He was overwhelmed. What made me think, he reflected, as he went under the gateway, what made me think that she would be sure not to be at home at that moment? Why did I assume this so certainly? He was crushed and even humiliated. He could have laughed at himself in his anger. A dull animal rage boiled within him. He stood hesitating in the gateway. To go into the street, to go for a walk for appearance sake was revolting, to go back to his room even more revolting. And what a chance I have lost forever, he muttered, standing aimlessly in the gateway, just opposite the porter's little dark room, which was also open. Suddenly he started. From the porter's room, 2 paces away from him, something shining under the bench to the right caught his eye. He looked about him, nobody. He approached the room on tiptoe, went down 2 steps into it and in a faint voice called the porter. Yes, not at home. Somewhere near though, in the yard, for the door is wide open. He dashed to the axe, it was an axe, and pulled it out from under the bench, where it lay between 2 chunks of wood. At once before going out, he secured it in the noose, thrust both hands into his pockets and went out of the room. No one had noticed him. When reason fails, the devil helps, he thought with a strange grin. This incident raised his spirits extraordinarily. He walked along quietly and sedately, without hurry, to avoid awakening suspicion. He scarcely looked at the passers-by, even tried to escape looking at their faces at all, and to be as little noticeable as possible. Suddenly he thought of his hat. Good heavens! I had the money the day before yesterday and did not get a cap to wear instead. A curse rose from the bottom of his soul. Glancing out of the corner of his eye into a store, he saw by a clock on the wall that it was 10 minutes past 7. He had to hurry up and at the same time to make a detour, so as to approach the house roundabout, from the other side. When he had happened to imagine all this beforehand, he had sometimes thought that he would be very much afraid. But he was not very much afraid now, not afraid at all, in fact. His mind was even occupied by irrelevant matters, but by nothing for long. As he passed the Yusupov garden, he was deeply absorbed in considering the building of great fountains,
and of their refreshing effect on the atmosphere in all the squares. Little by little he arrived at the conviction that if the summer garden were extended to all of the Mars field, and perhaps even joined to the garden of the Mikhailovsky Palace, it would be a splendid thing and a great benefit to the town. Then he suddenly became interested in the question why in all great towns men are not simply driven by necessity, but in some peculiar way inclined to live in those parts of the town where there are no gardens nor fountains, where there is filth and stench and all sorts of nastiness. Then his own walks through the Haymarket came back to his mind, and for a moment he woke up to reality. What nonsense, he thought, better think of nothing at all. So probably men led to execution clutch mentally at every object that meets them on the way, flashed through his mind, but simply flashed, like lightning. He himself quickly extinguished this thought. And by now he was near, here was the house, here was the gate. Suddenly a clock somewhere struck once. What? Can it be 7:30? Impossible, it must be fast. Luckily for him, everything went well again at the gates. What's more, at that very moment, as though on purpose, a huge cart of hay had just driven in at the gate, completely screening him as he passed under the gateway, and the cart had scarcely had time to drive through into the yard, before he had slipped in a flash to the right. On the other side of the cart he could hear several voices shouting and quarreling, but no one noticed him and no one passed him. Many windows looking into that huge quadrangular yard were open at that moment, but he did not raise his head, he did not have the strength. The staircase leading to the old woman's room was close by, just on the right of the gateway. He was already on the stairs. Catching his breath, pressing his hand against his throbbing heart, and once more feeling for the axe and setting it straight, he began softly and cautiously ascending the stairs, listening every minute. But the stairs, too, were quite deserted at that time, all the doors were shut, he met no one after all. It is true that one apartment on the first floor was wide open and painters were at work in it, but they did not glance at him. He stood still, thought a minute and went on. Of course it would be better if they had not been here, but it's 2 floors above them. And there was the 4th floor, here was the door, here was the apartment opposite, the empty one. On the 3rd floor, the apartment underneath the old woman's was apparently empty also, the visiting card nailed on the door had been torn off, they had moved out. He was out of breath. For one instant the thought flashed through his mind, should I leave? But he made no answer and began listening at the old woman's door, a dead silence. Then he listened again on the staircase, listened long and intently, then looked about him for the last time, pulled himself together, drew himself up, and once more tried the axe and the noose. Am I very pale, he wondered. Am I too agitated? She is mistrustful. Had I better wait a little longer till my heart stops thumping? But his heart would not stop thumping. On the contrary, as though on purpose, it throbbed more and more and more. He could stand it no longer, slowly put out his hand to the bell and rang. Half a minute later he rang again, more loudly. No answer. To go on ringing was useless and out of place. The old woman was, of course, at home, but she was suspicious and alone. He had some knowledge of her habits, and once more he put his ear to the door. Either his senses were peculiarly keen, which it is difficult to suppose, or the sound was really very distinct, but at any rate he suddenly heard something like the cautious touch of a hand on the lock and the rustle of a skirt at the very door. Someone was standing quietly close to the lock, and just as he was doing on the outside was stealthily listening within, and also, it seemed, had her ear to the door. He moved a little on purpose and muttered something aloud so as not to give the impression that he was hiding, then rang a 3rd time, but quietly, soberly and without impatience. Recalling it afterwards, that moment stood out in his mind vividly, distinctly, forever. He could not make out how he had had such cunning, especially since his mind was as it were clouded at moments and he was almost unconscious of his body. An instant later he heard the latch unfastened. Chapter 7. The door was as before opened a tiny crack, and again 2 sharp and suspicious eyes stared at him out of the darkness.
Then Raskolnikov lost his head and nearly made a great mistake. Fearing the old woman would be frightened by their being alone, and not hoping that the sight of him would disarm her suspicions, he took hold of the door and pulled it towards him to prevent the old woman from attempting to shut it again. Seeing this, she did not pull the door back, but she did not let go the handle, either, so that he almost dragged her out with it onto the stairs. Seeing that she was standing in the doorway not allowing him to pass, he advanced straight upon her. She stepped back in alarm, tried to say something, but seemed unable to speak and stared with open eyes at him. "Good evening, Alyona Ivanovna," he began, trying to speak as casually as possible, but his voice would not obey him, it broke and shook. "I have come. I have brought something, but we'd better go over here, to the light." And leaving her, he walked straight into the room uninvited. The old woman ran after him, her tongue was loosened. "Good heavens! What are you doing here? Who are you? What do you want?" "Why, Alyona Ivanovna, you know me. Raskolnikov, here, I brought you the pledge I promised the other day," and he held out the pledge. The old woman glanced for a moment at the pledge, but at once stared in the eyes of her uninvited visitor. She looked intently, maliciously, and mistrustfully. A minute passed, he even thought he saw something like a sneer in her eyes, as though she had already guessed everything. He felt that he was losing his head, that he was almost frightened, so frightened that if she were to look like that and not say a word for another half-minute, he would have run away from her. "Why do you look at me as though you didn't recognize me?" he said suddenly, also with malice. "Take it if you like, if not I'll go elsewhere, I am in a hurry." He had not even thought of saying this, it was just suddenly said of itself. The old woman recovered herself, and her visitor's resolute tone evidently set her at ease. "But why, sir, all of a sudden? What is it?" she asked, looking at the pledge. "The silver cigarette case, I spoke of it last time, you know." She held out her hand. "But why are you so pale somehow? And your hands are trembling too. Have you been bathing, or what?" "Fever," he answered abruptly. "You can't help getting pale if you've nothing to eat," he added, with difficulty articulating the words. His strength was failing him again. But his answer sounded like the truth. The old woman took the pledge. "What is it?" she asked once more, scanning Raskolnikov intently, and weighing the pledge in her hand. "A thing, cigarette case. Silver. Look at it. It does not seem somehow like silver. How he has wrapped it up." Trying to untie the string and turning to the window, to the light, all her windows were shut, in spite of the stifling heat, she left him altogether for several seconds and stood with her back to him. He unbuttoned his coat and freed the axe from the noose, but did not yet take it out altogether, simply holding it in his right hand under the coat. His hands were terribly weak, he himself felt them every moment growing more numb and more wooden. He was afraid he would let the axe slip and fall. Suddenly his head seemed to spin. "But what has he tied it up like this for?" the old woman cried with vexation and moved towards him. He had not an instant more to lose. He pulled the axe out completely, swung it with both arms, scarcely conscious of himself, and almost without effort, almost mechanically, brought the blunt side down on her head. He seemed not to use his own strength in this. But as soon as he had once brought the axe down, strength was born in him. The old woman was as always bareheaded. Her thin, light hair, streaked with gray, thickly smeared with grease, was plaited in a rat's tail and fastened by a broken horncomb which stood out on the nape of her neck. As she was so short, the blow fell on the very top of her skull. She cried out, but very faintly, and suddenly sank all of a heap on the floor, though still managing to raise her hands to her head. In one hand she still held the pledge. Then with all his strength he dealt her another and another blow with the blunt side, and on the same spot. The blood gushed as from an overturned glass, the body fell back.
He stepped back, let it fall, and at once bent over her face. She was already dead. Her eyes seemed to be starting out of their sockets, the forehead and the whole face were drawn and contorted convulsively. He laid the axe on the ground near the dead body and felt at once in her pocket, trying to not get smeared with the streaming blood, the same right-hand pocket from which she had taken the key on his last visit. He was in full possession of his faculties, free from confusion or giddiness, but his hands were still trembling. He remembered afterwards that he had been particularly cautious and careful, trying all the time not to get stained. He pulled out the keys at once. They were all, as before, in one bunch on a steel ring. He ran at once into the bedroom with them. It was a very small room with a whole shrine of holy images. Against the other wall stood a big bed, very clean, and covered with a silk patchwork wadded quilt. Against a third wall was a chest of drawers. Strange to say, as soon as he began to fit the keys into the chest, as soon as he heard their jingling, a convulsive shudder passed over him. He suddenly felt tempted again to give it all up and go away. But that was only for an instant. It was too late to go back. He even smiled at himself, when suddenly another alarming idea occurred to his mind. He suddenly fancied that the old woman might be still alive and might recover her senses. Leaving the keys in the chest, he ran back to the body, snatched up the axe and lifted it once more over the old woman, but did not bring it down. There was no doubt that she was dead. Bending down and examining her again more closely, he saw clearly that the skull was broken and even battered in on one side. He was about to feel it with his finger, but drew back his hand, and indeed it was evident without that. Meanwhile there was a whole pool of blood. All of a sudden he noticed a string on her neck. He tugged at it, but the string was strong and did not snap, and besides, it was soaked with blood. He tried to pull it out from the front of the dress, but something held it and prevented its coming. In his impatience he raised the axe again to hack at the string from above, right on the body, but did not dare, and with difficulty, smearing his hands and the axe in the blood, after 2 minutes' hurried effort, he cut the string and took it off without touching the body with the axe. He was not mistaken, it was a purse. On the string were 2 crosses, one of cypress wood and one of copper, and an enamel icon, and with them a small greasy suede purse with a steel rim and ring. The purse was stuffed very full. Raskolnikov thrust it in his pocket without looking at it, flung the crosses on the old woman's chest and rushed back into the bedroom, this time taking the axe with him. He was in a terrible hurry. He snatched the keys, and began trying them again. But he was unsuccessful. They would not fit in the locks. It was not so much that his hands were shaking, but that he kept making mistakes. Though he saw, for instance, that a key was not the right one and would not fit, still he tried to put it in. Suddenly he remembered and realized that the big key with the deep notches, which was hanging there with the small keys, could not possibly belong to the chest of drawers. On his last visit this had struck him, but to some strong box, and that everything perhaps was hidden in that box. He abandoned the chest of drawers, and at once felt under the bedstead, knowing that old women usually keep boxes under their beds. And so it was. There was a good-sized box under the bed, at least a yard in length, with an arched lid covered with red leather and studded with steel nails. The notched key fit at once and unlocked it. At the top, under a white sheet, was a coat of thick red silk cloth lined with hareskin. Under it was a silk dress, then a shawl, and it seemed as though there was nothing below but clothes. The first thing he did was to wipe his blood-stained hands on the thick red silk. "It's red, and on red blood will be less noticeable," the thought passed through his mind. Then he suddenly came to. "Good God, am I going out of my mind?" he thought with terror. But no sooner did he touch the clothes than a gold watch slipped from under the fur coat. He started turning everything over. And in fact there were various articles made of gold among the clothes, probably all pledges, unredeemed or waiting to be redeemed, bracelets, chains, earrings, pins, and such. Some were in cases, others simply wrapped in newspaper, carefully and exactly folded, in double sheets, and tied round with tape. Losing not a moment, he began stuffing the pockets of his trousers and overcoat without examining or opening the parcels and cases. but he didn't get to take many. He suddenly heard steps in the room where the old woman lay. He stopped short and was still as death. But all was quiet, so he must have been imagining things. All of a sudden he distinctly heard a faint cry, as though someone had uttered a low broken moan. Then again dead silence for a minute or two. He sat squatting on his heels by the box and waited holding his breath, then suddenly jumped up, seized the axe and ran out of the bedroom. In the middle of the room stood Lizaveta with a big bundle in her arms. She was gazing in stupefaction at her murdered sister, white as a sheet and seeming not to have the strength to cry out. Seeing him run out of the bedroom, she began faintly quivering all over, like a leaf. A shudder ran down her face. She lifted her hand, opened her mouth, but still did not scream. She began slowly backing away from him into the corner, staring intently, persistently at him, but still uttered no sound, as though she could not get breath to scream. He rushed at her with the axe. Her mouth twitched piteously, as one sees babies' mouths, when they begin to be frightened, stare intently at what frightens them and are on the point of screaming. And this hapless Lizaveta was so simple and had been so thoroughly scared and browbeaten that she did not even raise a hand to protect her face, though that was the most necessary and natural action at the moment, for the axe was raised over her face. She only lifted her empty left hand ever so slightly, still far from her face, slowly holding it out before her as though motioning him away. The axe fell with the sharp edge just on the skull and split at one blow all the top of the head. She collapsed at once. Raskolnikov completely lost control of himself, snatched up her bundle, dropped it again and ran into the entryway. Fear gained more and more mastery over him, especially after this second, quite unexpected murder. He longed to run away from the place as fast as possible. And if at that moment he had been capable of seeing and reasoning more correctly, if he had been able to realize all the difficulties of his position, the hopelessness, the hideousness, and the absurdity of it, if he could have understood how many obstacles and, perhaps, villainies he had still to overcome or to commit, to get out of that place and to make his way home, it is very possible that he would have abandoned everything, and would have gone to give himself up, and not from fear for himself, but from simple horror and loathing of what he had done. The feeling of loathing especially surged up within him and grew stronger every minute. Not for anything in the world would he now have gone to the strong-box or even into the room. But a sort of blankness, even dreaminess had begun by degrees to take possession of him. At moments he forgot himself, or rather, forgot what was of importance, and caught at trifles. Glancing, however, into the kitchen and seeing a bucket half full of water on a bench, he did realize that he needed to wash his hands and the axe. His hands were sticky with blood. He dropped the axe with the blade in the water, snatched a piece of soap that lay in a broken saucer on the window, and began washing his hands right there in the bucket. When they were clean, he took out the axe, washed the blade and spent a long time, about 3 minutes, washing the wood where there were spots of blood, even rubbing them with soap. Then he wiped it all with some linen that was hanging to dry on a line in the kitchen, and then he spent a long time attentively examining the axe at the window. There was no trace left on it, only the wood was still damp. He carefully hung the axe in the noose under his coat. Then, as far as was possible, in the dim light in the kitchen, he looked over his overcoat, his trousers and his boots. At the first glance there seemed to be nothing but stains on the boots. He wetted the rag and rubbed the boots. But he knew he was not looking thoroughly, that there might be something quite noticeable that he was overlooking. He stood in the middle of the room, lost in thought. A dark agonizing thought rose in his mind, the thought that he was going mad and that at that moment he was incapable of reasoning, of protecting himself, that he ought perhaps to be doing something utterly different from what he was now doing. Good God, he muttered, I must run, and he rushed into the entryway. But here a shock of terror awaited him such as he had never of course known before. He stood and gazed and could not believe his eyes. The door, the outer door from the stairs, the one at which he had not long before waited and rung, was standing unlocked and at least 6 inches open. No lock, no bolt, all that time.
The old woman had not shut it after him, perhaps as a precaution. But, good God! Why, he had seen Lizaveta afterwards. And how could he have failed to reflect that she must have come in somehow? She could not have come through the wall. He dashed to the door and fastened the latch. But no, the wrong thing again. I must get away, get away. He unfastened the latch, opened the door and began listening on the staircase. He listened a long time. Somewhere far away, probably in the gateway, two voices were loudly and shrilly shouting, quarreling and scolding. What are they yelling about? He waited patiently. At last everything was still, as though suddenly cut off. They had separated. He was meaning to go out, but suddenly, on the floor below, a door was noisily opened and someone began going downstairs humming a tune. How is it they all make such a noise? Flashed through his mind. Once more he closed the door and waited. At last everything was still, not a soul was stirring. He was just taking a step towards the stairs when he heard fresh footsteps. The steps sounded very far off, at the very bottom of the stairs, but he remembered quite clearly and distinctly that from the first sound he began for some reason to suspect that this was someone coming there, to the fourth floor, to the old woman. Why? Were the sounds somehow peculiar, significant? The steps were heavy, even and unhurried. Now he had passed the first floor, now he was mounting higher, it was growing more and more distinct. He could hear his heavy breathing. And now the third story had been reached. Coming here. And it seemed to him all at once that he was turned to stone, that it was like a dream in which one is being pursued, nearly caught and will be killed, and is rooted to the spot and cannot even move one's arms. At last, when the unknown was mounting to the fourth floor, he suddenly started, and succeeded in slipping neatly and quickly back into the flat and closing the door behind him. Then he took the hook and softly, noiselessly, fixed it in the catch. Instinct helped him. When he had done this, he crouched holding his breath, by the door. The unknown visitor was by now also at the door. They were now standing opposite one another, as he had just before been standing with the old woman, when the door divided them and he was listening. The visitor panted several times. He must be a big, fat man, thought Raskolnikov, squeezing the axe in his hand. It seemed like a dream. The visitor took hold of the bell and rang loudly. As soon as the tin bell tinkled, Raskolnikov seemed to be aware of something moving in the room. For some seconds he listened quite seriously. The unknown rang again, waited and suddenly tugged violently and impatiently at the handle of the door. Raskolnikov gazed in horror at the hook shaking in its fastening, and in blank terror expected every minute that the fastening would be pulled out. It certainly did seem possible, so violently was he shaking it. He was tempted to hold the fastening, but he might be aware of it. Dizziness came over him again. I shall fall down, flashed through his mind, but the unknown began to speak and he recovered himself at once. What's up? Are they asleep or murdered? Damn them, he bawled in a thick voice. Hey, Alyona Ivanovna, old witch. Lizaveta Ivanovna, hey, my beauty. Open the door. Damn them. Are they asleep or what? And again, enraged, he tugged with all his might a dozen times at the bell. He must certainly be a man of authority and an intimate acquaintance. At this moment light hurried steps were heard not far off, on the stairs. Someone else was approaching. Raskolnikov had not heard them at first. You don't say there's no one at home, the newcomer cried in a cheerful, ringing voice, addressing the first visitor, who still went on pulling the bell. Good evening, Coke. From his voice he must be quite young, thought Raskolnikov. Who the hell can tell? I've almost broken the lock, answered Coke. But how do you come to know me? Why?
The day before yesterday I beat you 3 times in a row at billiards at Gambrinus. Oh. So they are not at home? That's strange. It's pretty stupid though. Where could the old woman have gone? I've come on business. Yes, and I have business with her, too. Well, what can we do? Go back, I suppose. And I was hoping to get some money, cried the young man. We must give up, of course, but what did she fix this time for? The old witch fixed the time for me to come herself. It's out of my way. And where the devil she can have got to, I can't make out. She sits here from year's end to year's end, the old hag, her legs are bad and yet here all of a sudden she is out for a walk. Hadn't we better ask the porter? What? Where she's gone and when she'll be back. Damn it all. We might ask. But you know she never does go anywhere. And he once more tugged at the door handle. Damn it all. There's nothing to be done, we must go. Stay, cried the young man suddenly. Do you see how the door shakes if you pull it? Well, that shows it's not locked, but fastened with the hook. Do you hear how the hook clanks? Well, why, don't you see? That proves that one of them is at home. If they were all out, they would have locked the door from the outside with the key and not with the hook from inside. There, do you hear how the hook is clanking? To fasten the hook on the inside they must be at home, don't you see? So there they are sitting inside and aren't opening the door. Well. And so they must be, cried Coke, astonished. What are they doing in there? And he began furiously shaking the door. Stay, cried the young man again. Don't pull at it. There must be something wrong. Here, you've been ringing and pulling at the door and still they don't open. So either they've both fainted or... What? I tell you what. Let's go fetch the porter, let him wake them up. All right. Both of them went down. Stop. You stay here while I run down for the porter. What for? Well, you'd better. All right. I'm studying law, you see. It's evident, extent there's something wrong here, the young man cried hotly, and he ran downstairs. Coke remained. Once more he softly touched the bell which gave one tinkle, then gently, as though reflecting and looking about him, began touching the door handle, pulling it and letting it go to make sure once more that it was only fastened by the hook. Then puffing and panting he bent down and began looking at the keyhole, but the key was in the lock on the inside and so nothing could be seen. Raskolnikov stood keeping tight hold of the axe. He was in a sort of delirium. He was even getting ready to fight when they came in. While they were knocking and talking together, the idea several times occurred to him to end it all at once and shout to them through the door. Now and then he was tempted to swear at them, to jeer at them, while they could not open the door. Just hurry up, was the thought that flashed through his mind. But what the devil is he about? Time was passing, 1 minute, and another, no one came. Coke began to be restless. What the hell, he cried suddenly and in impatience deserting his sentry duty, he, too, went down, hurrying and thumping his heavy boots on the stairs. The steps died away. God! What should I do? Raskolnikov unfastened the hook, opened the door, there was no sound. Abruptly, without any thought at all, he went out, closing the door as thoroughly as he could, and went downstairs. He had gone down 3 flights when he suddenly heard a loud voice below. Where could he go? There was nowhere to hide. He was just going back to the flat. Hey there! Catch the brute! Somebody dashed out of a flat below, shouting, and rather fell than ran down the stairs, bawling at the top of his voice.
Mitka. 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 Mitka.
Damn him! The shout ended in a shriek. The last sounds came from the yard. All was still. But at the same instant several men talking loud and fast began noisily mounting the stairs. There were 3 or 4 of them. He distinguished the ringing voice of the young man. Them! Filled with despair, he went straight to meet them, feeling come what may. If they stopped him, all was lost. If they let him pass, all was lost too. They would remember him. They were approaching. They were only a flight away from him, and, suddenly, salvation. A few steps from him on the right there was an empty flat with the door wide open, the flat on the second floor where the painters had been at work, and which, as though for his benefit, they had just left. It was they, no doubt, who had just run down, shouting. The floor had only just been painted. In the middle of the room stood a pail and a broken pot with paint and brushes. In one instant he had whisked in at the open door and hidden behind the wall, and just in the nick of time, they had already reached the landing. Then they turned and went on up to the 4th floor, talking loudly. He waited, went out on tiptoe and ran down the stairs. No one was on the stairs or in the gateway. He passed quickly through the gateway and turned to the left into the street. He knew perfectly well that at that moment they were at the flat, that they were greatly astonished at finding it unlocked, as the door had just been fastened, that by now they were looking at the bodies, that before another minute had passed they would guess and eventually realize that the murderer had just been there, and had succeeded in hiding somewhere, slipping by them and escaping. They would guess most likely that he had been in the empty flat while they were going upstairs. And meanwhile he dared not speed up too much, though the next turning was still nearly 100 yards away. Should he slip through some gateway and wait somewhere in an unknown street? No, hopeless. Should he fling away the axe? Should he take a cab? Hopeless, hopeless. At last he reached the turning. He turned down it more dead than alive. Here he was halfway to safety, and here he understood it. It was less risky because there was a great crowd of people, and he was lost in it like a grain of sand. But everything he had suffered had so weakened him that he could scarcely move. Perspiration ran down him in drops, his neck was all wet. "My God, he's been at it," someone shouted at him when he came out on the canal bank. He was only dimly conscious of himself now, and the farther he went the worse it was. He remembered, however, that when he came out onto the canal bank, he was alarmed at finding few people there and it being more conspicuous, and he had thought of turning back. Though he was almost falling from fatigue, he went a long way round so as to get home from a different direction. He was not fully conscious when he passed through the gateway of his house. He was already on the staircase before he remembered the axe. And yet he had a very grave problem before him, to put it back and to escape observation as far as possible in doing so. He was of course incapable of reflecting that it might perhaps be far better not to put the axe back at all, but to drop it later on in somebody's yard. But it all turned out beautifully. The door of the porter's room was closed but not locked, so it seemed most likely that the porter was at home. But he had lost his powers of reflection so completely that he walked straight to the door and opened it. If the porter had asked him, "What do you want?" he would perhaps have simply handed him the axe. But again the porter was not at home, and he succeeded in putting the axe back under the bench, and even covering it with the chunk of wood just as before. He met no one, not a soul, on the way to his room. The landlady's door was shut. When he was in his room, he flung himself on the sofa just as he did not sleep, but sank into blank forgetfulness. If anyone had come into his room then, he would have jumped up at once and screamed. Scraps and shreds of thoughts were simply swarming in his brain, but he could not catch at one, he could not rest on one, in spite of all his efforts. Part 2. Chapter 1. He lay like that for a very long time. Now and then he seemed to wake up, and at such moments he became conscious that it was far into the night, but it did not occur to him to get up. At last he noticed that it was already dawn. He was lying on his back, still dazed from his recent oblivion. Fearful, despairing cries rose shrilly from the street, sounds which he heard every night under his window after 2 o'clock. Now they woke him up. Ah! The drunkards are coming out of the taverns, he thought. It's past 2 o'clock, and at once he leaped up, as though someone had pulled him from the sofa. What? Past 2 o'clock. He sat down on the sofa and instantly remembered everything. All at once, in a flash, he remembered everything. At first he thought he was going mad. A dreadful chill came over him, but the chill was from the fever that had begun long before in his sleep. Now he suddenly started shivering violently, so that his teeth chattered and all his limbs were shaking. He opened the door and began listening. Everyone in the house was asleep. With amazement he gazed at himself and everything in the room around him, wondering how he could have come in the night before without fastening the door and have flung himself on the sofa without undressing, without even taking his hat off. It had fallen off and was lying on the floor near his pillow. If someone had come in, what would they have thought? That I'm drunk, but... He rushed to the window. There was enough light for him to begin hurriedly checking himself all over from head to foot. All his clothes, were there no traces? But there was no use doing it like that. Shivering with cold, he began taking off everything and looking himself over again. He turned everything over to the last threads and rags and, mistrusting himself, went through his search 3 times. But there seemed to be nothing, no trace, except in one place, where some thick drops of congealed blood were clinging to the frayed edge of his trousers. He picked up a big pocket knife and cut off the frayed threads. There seemed to be nothing more. Suddenly he remembered that the purse and the things he had taken out of the old woman's box were still in his pockets. He had not thought until then of taking them out and hiding them. He had not even thought of them while he was examining his clothes. What next? Instantly he rushed to take them out and fling them on the table. When he had pulled out everything and turned the pocket inside out to be sure there was nothing left, he carried the whole heap to the corner. The paper had come off the bottom of the wall and hung there in tatters. He began stuffing all the things into the hole under the paper. They're in. All out of sight, and the purse too, he thought gleefully, getting up and gazing blankly at the hole which bulged out more than ever. Suddenly he shuddered all over with horror. My God, he whispered in despair. What's the matter with me? Are they hidden? Is that the way to hide things? He had not counted on having trinkets to hide. He had only thought of money, and so he had not prepared a hiding place. But now, what am I pleased about, he thought, is that hiding things? My reason's deserting me, it's as simple as that. He sat down on the sofa in exhaustion and was at once shaken by another unbearable fit of shivering. Mechanically he drew from a chair beside him his old student's winter coat, which was still warm though almost in rags, covered himself up with it and once more sank into drowsiness and delirium. He lost consciousness. Not more than 5 minutes had passed when he jumped up a second time, and at once pounced in a frenzy on his clothes again. How could I go to sleep again with nothing done? Yes, I haven't taken the noose off the armhole. I forgot a thing like that. Such a piece of evidence. He pulled off the noose, hurriedly cut it to pieces and threw the bits among his linen under the pillow. Pieces of torn linen couldn't arouse suspicion. Whatever happened, I think not anyway, he repeated, standing in the middle of the room, and with painful concentration he started gazing about him again, at the floor and everywhere, trying to make sure he had not forgotten anything. The conviction that all his faculties were failing him, even his memory and his most basic powers of reflection, began to be an insufferable torture. Surely it isn't beginning already? Surely it isn't my punishment coming upon me? It is. The frayed rags he had cut off his trousers were actually lying on the floor in the middle of the room, where anyone coming in would see them. "What is the matter with me?" he cried again, distraught. Then a strange idea entered his head, that, perhaps, all his clothes were covered with blood, that, perhaps, there were many stains, but that he did not see them, did not notice them because his perceptions were failing, were going to pieces, his reason was clouded. Suddenly he remembered that there had been blood on the purse too. Ah! Then there must be blood on the pocket too, because I put the wet purse in my pocket. In a flash he had turned the pocket inside out and, yes, there were traces, stains on the lining of the pocket. So my reason has not quite deserted me, so I still have some kind of memory and common sense, since I guessed it myself, he thought triumphantly, with a deep sigh of relief. It's simply the weakness of fever, a moment's delirium, and he tore the whole lining out of the left pocket of his trousers. At that instant the sunlight fell on his left boot, on the sock which poked out from the boot he thought there were traces. He flung off his boots, traces. The tip of the sock was soaked with blood, he must have unwarily stepped into that pool. But what am I to do with this now? Where am I to put the sock and rags and pocket? He gathered them all up in his hands and stood in the middle of the room. In the stove? But they would search the stove first. Burn them? But what can I burn them with? There aren't even any matches. No, better go out and throw it all away somewhere. Yes, better throw it away, he repeated, sitting down on the sofa again, and straightaway, immediately, without delay. But his head sank on the pillow instead. Again the unbearable icy shivering came over him, again he drew his coat over him. And for a long while, for some hours, he was haunted by the impulse to go off somewhere at once, this minute, and fling it all away, just so it's out of sight and done with, at once, at once. Several times he tried to rise from the sofa but could not. He was properly woken at last by a violent knocking on his door. "Open the door, are you dead or alive?" "He keeps sleeping here," shouted Nastasia, banging with her fist on the door. "4 days on end he's been snoring here like a dog. A dog he is too. Open it, come on. It's past 10. "Maybe he's not at home," said a man's voice. "Ah! That's the porter's voice. What does he want?" He jumped up and sat on the sofa. Even the beating of his heart was painful. "Then who can have latched the door?" retorted Nastasia. "He's taken to bolting himself in. As if he were worth stealing. Open it, you idiot, wake up." "What do they want?" "Why, the porter. They've found me out. Resist or open. Come what may." He half rose, stooped forward and unlatched the door. His room was so small that he could undo the latch without leaving the bed. Yes, the porter and Nastasia were standing there. Nastasia stared at him in a strange way. He glanced with a defiant and desperate air at the porter, who without a word held out a gray folded paper sealed with wax. "A notice from the office," he announced, as he gave him the paper. "From what office?" "A summons to the police office, of course." "You know which office?" "To the police? What for?" "How can I tell?" "You're sent for, so you go." The man looked at him attentively, looked round the room and turned to go away. "He's seriously ill," observed Nastasia, not taking her eyes off him. The porter turned his head for a moment. "He's been in a fever since yesterday," she added. Raskolnikov made no response and held the paper in his hands, without opening it. "Don't get up then," Nastasia went on compassionately, seeing that he was letting his feet down from the sofa. "You're ill, so don't go, there's no hurry. What have you got there?" He looked, In his right hand he held the shreds he had cut from his trousers, the sock, and the rags of the pocket. So he had been asleep with them in his hand. When he reflected on it afterwards, he remembered that, half waking up in his fever, he had grasped all this tightly in his hand and fallen asleep again. Look at the rags he's collected and sleeps with, as though he's got treasure in his hands. And Nastasia went off into her hysterical giggle. Instantly he thrust them all under his overcoat and fixed his eyes intently upon her. Far as he was from being capable of rational reflection at that moment, he felt that no one would behave like that with a person who was going to be arrested. But the police? You'd better have some tea. Yes? I'll bring it, there's some left. No. I'm going, I'll go at once, he muttered, getting onto his feet. Why, you'll never get downstairs. Yes, I'll go. As you wish. She followed the porter out. At once he rushed to the light to examine the sock and the rags. There are stains, but not very noticeable, all covered with dirt, and rubbed and discolored. No one who wasn't suspicious could distinguish anything. Nastasia couldn't have noticed from a distance, thank God. Then with a tremor he broke the seal of the notice and began reading. He spent a long time reading it before he understood. It was an ordinary summons from the district police station to appear that day at 9:30 at the office of the district superintendent. But when has such a thing happened? I never have anything to do with the police. And why just today, he thought in agonizing bewilderment. Good God, just get it over with as soon as possible. He was flinging himself on his knees to pray, but broke into laughter, not at the idea of prayer, but at himself. He began to dress himself hurriedly. If I'm lost, I don't care. Shall I put the sock on, he suddenly wondered. It will get even dustier and the traces will be gone. But no sooner had he put it on than he pulled it off again in loathing and horror. He pulled it off, but reflecting that he had no other socks, he picked it up and put it on again, and again he laughed. That's all conventional, that's all relative, just a way of looking at it, he thought in a flash, but only on the surface of his mind, while he was shuddering all over. There, I've got it on. I've actually managed to get it on. But his laughter was quickly followed by despair. No, it's too much for me, he thought. His legs shook. Fear, he muttered. His head swam and ached with fever. It's a trick. They want to decoy me and confuse me about everything, he mused, as he went out onto the stairs. The worst of it is I'm almost lightheaded. I may blurt out something stupid. On the stairs he remembered that he was leaving all the things just as they were in the hole in the wall, and, very likely, it's on purpose to search when I'm out, he thought, and stopped short. But he was possessed by such despair, such cynicism of misery, if that is what it could be called, that with a wave of his hand he went on. Just to get it over with. In the street the heat was unbearable again, not a drop of rain had fallen. Again, dust, bricks and mortar, again, the stench from the stores and taverns, again the drunken men, the finished street sellers and half-broken down cabs. The sun shone straight in his eyes, so that it hurt him to look out of them, and he felt his head spinning, as a person in a fever is apt to feel when they come out into the street on a bright sunny day. When he reached the turning into the street, in agonizing terror he looked down at the house, and at once turned his eyes away. If they question me, perhaps I'll just tell them everything, he thought, as he neared the police station. The police station was about 1/4 mile off. It had recently been moved to new rooms on the 4th floor of a new house. He had been once for a moment in the old office, but long ago. Turning in at the gateway, he saw on the right a flight of stairs which a peasant was mounting with a book in his hand. A house porter, no doubt, so then, the office is here, and he began climbing the stairs in case. He did not want to ask anyone any questions. I'll go in, fall on my knees, and confess everything, he thought as he reached the 4th floor. The staircase was steep, narrow, and all sloppy with dirty water. The kitchens of the apartments opened onto the stairs and stood open almost the whole day. There was a terrible smell and heat. The staircase was crowded with porters going up and down with their books under their arms, policemen, and people of all sorts and both sexes. The door of the office, too, stood wide open. Peasants stood waiting inside. There, too, the heat was stifling and there was a sickening smell of fresh paint and stale oil from the newly decorated rooms. After waiting a little, he decided to move forward into the next room. All the rooms were small and low-ceilinged. A terrible impatience drew him on and on. No one paid attention to him. In the second room some clerk sat writing, dressed hardly better than he was, a rather strange-looking set. He went up to one of them. "What is it?" He showed him the notice he had received. "You're a student?" the man asked, glancing at the notice. "Yes, a former student." The clerk looked at him, but without any interest. He was a particularly untidy person with a fixed expression in his eye. There would be no use trying to get anything out of him because he has no interest in anything, thought Raskolnikov. "Go in there to the head clerk," said the clerk, pointing towards the furthest room. He went into the room, the 4th in order. It was a small room and packed full of people, who were rather better dressed than in the outer rooms. Among them were 2 ladies. One, dressed in cheap morning clothes, sat at the table opposite the chief clerk, writing something at his dictation. The other, a very stout, buxom woman with a purplish-red, blotchy face, excessively smartly dressed with a brooch on her bosom as big as a saucer, was standing on one side, apparently waiting for something. Raskolnikov thrust his notice at the head clerk. The latter glanced at it, said, "Wait a minute," and went on attending to the lady in mourning. He breathed more freely. It can't be that. By degrees he began to regain confidence. He kept urging himself to have courage and be calm. Some foolishness, some insignificant carelessness, and I may betray myself. It's a pity there's no air here," he added, "it's stifling. It makes your head dizzier than ever, and your mind too." He was conscious of a terrible inner turmoil. He was afraid of losing his self-control. He tried to catch at something and fix his mind on it, something entirely irrelevant, but he could not succeed at all. Yet the head clerk greatly interested him. He kept hoping to see through him and guess something from his face. He was a very young man, about 22, with a dark mobile face that looked older than its years. He was fashionably dressed and effeminate, with his hair parted in the middle, well combed and greased, and wore a number of rings on his well-scrubbed fingers and a gold chain on his waistcoat. He said a couple of words in French to a foreigner who was in the room and said them fairly correctly. "Louise Ivanovna, you can sit down," he said casually to the cheerfully dressed, purple-faced lady, who was still standing as if she were not venturing to sit down, though there was a chair beside her. "Ich danke, 17," said the latter, and softly, with a rustle of silk she sank into the chair. Her light blue dress trimmed with white lace floated about the table like an air balloon and filled almost half the room. She smelt of scent. But she was obviously embarrassed at filling half the room and smelling so strongly of scent, and though her smile was impudent as well as cringing, it betrayed evident uneasiness. The lady in mourning had done at last and got up. All at once, with some noise, an officer walked in very jauntily, with a peculiar swing of his shoulders at each step. He tossed his cockaded cap on the table and sat down in an easy chair. The small lady really skipped from her seat when she saw him, and started curtsying in a sort of ecstasy, but the officer did not take the slightest notice of her, and she did not venture to sit down again in his presence. He was the assistant superintendent. He had a reddish mustache that stood out horizontally on each side of his face, with extremely small features that expressed nothing much except insolence. He looked sideways and rather indignantly at Raskolnikov, he was so badly dressed, and in spite of his humiliating position, his bearing was by no means in keeping with his clothes. Raskolnikov had unwarily fixed a very long and direct look at him, and he felt offended.
"What do you want?" he shouted, apparently astonished that such a ragged person was not annihilated by the majesty of his gaze.
"I was summoned to buy a notice," Raskolnikov faltered.
"For the recovery of money due, from the student," the head clerk interfered hurriedly, tearing himself from his papers. "Here," and he flung Raskolnikov a document and pointed out the place.
"Read that." "Money? What money?" thought Raskolnikov, but then it's definitely not that.
And he trembled with joy.
He felt sudden intense indescribable relief.
A load was lifted from his back. "And what time were you asked to appear, sir?" shouted the assistant superintendent, seeming for some unknown reason to be more and more aggrieved.
"You were told to come at 9, and now it's 12.
"The notice was only brought to me a quarter of an hour ago," Raskolnikov answered loudly over his shoulder. To his own surprise, he too grew suddenly angry and found a certain pleasure in it.
"And it's enough that I've come here ill with fever."
"Please stop shouting." "I'm not shouting, I'm speaking very quietly, it's you who are shouting at me."
"I'm a student, I don't let anyone shout at me."
The assistant superintendent was so furious that for the first minute he could only splutter inarticulately.
He leaped up from his seat. "Be silent. You are in a government office. Don't be impudent, sir."
"You're in a government office, too," cried Raskolnikov, "and you're smoking a cigarette as well as shouting, so you are showing disrespect to all of us."
He felt an indescribable satisfaction at having said this.
The head clerk looked at him with a smile.
The angry assistant superintendent was obviously confused.
"That's not your business," he shouted at last with unnatural loudness.
"Kindly make the declaration demanded of you. Show him, Alexander Grigorievich. There is a complaint against you. You don't pay your debts.
Who's the disrespectful one around here?" But Raskolnikov was not listening now. He had eagerly clutched at the paper in order to find an explanation. He read it once, and a second time, and still did not understand. "What is this?" he asked the head clerk. "It is for the recovery of money on an IOU, a writ. You must either pay it, with all expenses, costs, and so on, or give a written declaration as to when you can pay it and at the same time an undertaking not to leave the capital without payment, nor to sell or conceal your property. The creditor is at liberty to sell your property, and proceed against you according to the law."
"But I am not in debt to anyone."
"That's not our business. Here, an IOU for 115 rubles, legally attested, and due for payment, has been brought us for recovery, given by you to the widow of the assessor Zarnitsyn 9 months ago, and paid by the widow Zarnitsyn to a Mr. Shebarov.
That is why we have summoned you."
"But she is my landlady."
"And what if she is your landlady?"
The head clerk looked at him with a patronizing smile of compassion, and at the same time with a certain triumph, like he would at a novice under fire for the first time, as though he was about to say, "Well, how do you feel now?" But what did he care now for an IOU, for a writ of recovery? Was that worth worrying about now? Was it even worth his attention? He stood, he read, he listened, he answered, he even asked questions himself, but he did it all mechanically. The triumphant sense of security, of deliverance from overwhelming danger, that was what filled his whole soul that moment, without thought for the future, without analysis, without suppositions or surmises, without doubts and without questioning. It was an instant of full, direct, purely instinctive joy. But at that very moment something like a thunderstorm took place in the office. The assistant superintendent, still shaken by Raskolnikov's disrespect, still fuming and obviously anxious to keep up his wounded dignity, pounced on the unfortunate lady, who had been gazing at him ever since he came in with an exceedingly silly smile. "And you," he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. The lady in mourning had left the office. "What was going on at your house last night?" "Eh? Yet another scandal. You're a disgrace to the whole street. Fighting and drinking again. Do you want to end up in jail? I have warned you 10 times over that I would not let you off the 11th. And here you are again, you. The paper fell out of Raskolnikov's hands, and he looked wildly at the smart lady who was being so unceremoniously treated. But he soon saw what it meant, and at once began to find some real amusement in the scandal. He listened with such pleasure that he longed to laugh and laugh. All his nerves were on edge. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk, began anxiously, but stopped short, for he knew from experience that the enraged assistant could not be stopped except by force. As for the smart lady, at first she trembled before the storm. But strange to say, the more numerous and violent the terms of abuse became, the more likable she looked, and the more seductive the smiles she lavished on the terrible assistant. She moved uneasily, and curtsied incessantly, waiting impatiently for a chance of putting in her word, and at last she found it. "There was no noise or fighting in my house, Mr. Captain," she pattered all at once, like peas dropping, speaking Russian confidently, though with a strong German accent, "and no scandal, and His Honor came drunk, and it's the whole truth I am telling, Mr. Captain, and I am not to blame. Mine is an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and honorable behavior, Mr. Captain, and I always dislike any scandal myself." But he came so tipsy, and asked for 3 bottles again, and then he lifted up one leg, and began playing the piano with one foot, and that is not at all right in an honorable house, and he Gans 18 broke the piano, and it was very bad manners indeed, and I said so. And he picked up a bottle and began hitting everyone with it. And then I called the porter, and Karl came, and he took Karl and hit him in the eye, and he hit Henriette in the eye, too, and gave me 5 slaps on the cheek. And it was so ungentlemanly in an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and I screamed. And he opened the window over the canal, and stood in the window, squealing like a little pig. It was a disgrace. The idea of squealing like a little pig at the window into the street! And Karl pulled him away from the window by his coat, and it is true, Mr. Captain, he tore Saint Roch .19, and then he shouted that man must pay him 15 rubles damages. And I did pay him, Mr. Captain, 5 rubles for Saint Roch. And he is an ungentlemanly visitor and caused all the scandal. I will show you up, he said, because I can write to all the papers about you. So he was an author? Yes, Mr. Captain, and what an ungentlemanly visitor in an honorable house. Now then. Enough. I have told you already. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk, repeated significantly. The assistant glanced rapidly at him. The head clerk shook his head slightly. So I'm telling you again, Mrs. Louise Ivanovna, and I'm telling you for the last time, the assistant went on. If there is one more scandal in your honorable house, I will put you in the lockup, as it is called in polite society. Do you hear? So a literary man, an author, took 5 rubles for his coat tail in an honorable house? A nice lot, these authors. And he cast a contemptuous glance at Raskolnikov. There was a scandal the other day in a restaurant, too. An author had eaten his dinner and would not pay. I'll write a satire about you, he says. And there was another of them on a steamer last week who used the most disgraceful language to the respectable family of a civil counselor, his wife and daughter. And there was one of them turned out of a confectioner's store the other day. They are like that, authors, literary men, students, town criers. Pah! You get along. I shall look in on you myself one day. Then you had better be careful. Do you hear? With hasty submissiveness, Louise Ivanovna started curtsying to everyone, and then curtsied herself to the door. But at the door, she stumbled backwards against a good-looking officer with a fresh, open face and splendid thick fair whiskers. This was the superintendent of the district himself, Nikodym Fomitch. Louise Ivanovna made haste to curtsy almost to the ground, and with dainty little steps, she fluttered out of the office. "Again thunder and lightning, a hurricane," said Nikodym Fomitch to Ilya Petrovitch in a civil and friendly tone. "You are aroused again, you are fuming again. I heard it on the stairs." "Well, what's it matter?" Ilya Petrovitch drawled with gentlemanly indifference, and he walked with some papers to another table, with a jaunty swing of his shoulders at each step. "Here, if you will glance over this, an author, or a student, has been one at least, does not pay his debts, has given an IOU, won't clear out of his room, and complaints are constantly being lodged against him, and here he has made a protest against my smoking in his presence. He behaves like a hooligan himself, just take a look. That's him over there, attractive, isn't he? Poverty is not a vice, my friend, but we know you go off like powder, you can't bear any disagreements. You probably took offense at something and went too far yourself," continued Nikodym Fomitch, turning affably to Raskolnikov. "But you were wrong there, he is a wonderful person, I assure you, but explosive. He gets hot, fires up, boils over, and no stopping him. And then it's all over. And at the bottom he's a heart of gold. His nickname in the regiment was the Explosive Lieutenant." "And what a regiment it was, too," cried Ilya Petrovitch, happy with all this friendly chat, although he was still sulking. All at once, Raskolnikov had a desire to say something exceptionally pleasant to them all. "Excuse me, Captain," he began easily, suddenly addressing Nikodym Fomitch, "look at it from my point of view. I apologize if I have been badly behaved. I am a poor student, sick and shattered was the word he used, by poverty. I am not studying, because I cannot keep myself now, but I shall get money. I have a mother and sister in the province of X. They will send it to me, and I will pay. My landlady is a good-hearted woman, but she is so angry at my having lost my lessons, and not paying her for the last 4 months, that she does not even send up my dinner, and I don't understand this IOU at all. She is asking me to pay her what is on this IOU. How can I pay her? Judge for yourselves." "But that is not our business, you know," the head clerk was observing. Yes. I entirely agree with you. But let me explain." Raskolnikov put in again, still addressing Nikodym Fomitch, but trying his best to address Ilya Petrovitch as well, though the latter persistently appeared to be rummaging among his papers and to be contemptuously oblivious of him. "Allow me to explain that I have been living with her for nearly 3 years, and at first, why should I not confess it, at the very beginning I promised to marry her daughter. It was a verbal promise, freely given. She was a girl indeed, I liked her, though I was not in love with her, a youthful affair, in fact, that is, I mean to say, that my landlady gave me credit freely in those days, and I led a life of. I paid very little attention." "Nobody asks you for these personal details, sir, we can't waste our time on this," Ilya Petrovitch interrupted roughly and with a note of triumph, but Raskolnikov stopped him hotly, though he suddenly found it extremely difficult to speak. "But excuse me. It is for me to explain how it all happened. In my turn, though I agree with you, it is unnecessary. But a year ago, the girl died of typhus. I remained lodging there as before, and when my landlady moved into her present quarters, she said to me, and in a friendly way, that she had complete trust in me, but still, would I not give her an IOU for 115 rubles, all the debt I owed her? She said if only I gave her that, she would trust me again, as much as I liked, and that she would never, those were her own words, make use of that IOU until I could pay it myself, and now, when I have lost my lessons and have nothing to eat, she takes action against me. What am I to say to that?" "All these affecting details are no business of ours," Ilya Petrovitch interrupted rudely. "You must give a written undertaking, but as for your love affairs and all these tragic events, we have nothing to do with that."
"Come now, you are harsh," muttered Nicodim Fomitch, sitting down at the table and also beginning to write. He looked a little ashamed. "Write," said the head clerk to Raskolnikov. "Write what?" the latter asked, gruffly. "I will dictate to you." Raskolnikov thought that the head clerk treated him more casually and contemptuously after his speech, but strangely enough he suddenly felt completely indifferent to anyone's opinion, and this revulsion took place in a flash, in an instant. If he had cared to think a little, he would have been amazed, in fact, that he could have talked to them like that a minute before, forcing his feelings on them. And where had those feelings come from? Now if the whole room had been filled, not with police officers, but with those nearest and dearest to him, he would not have found one human word for them, so empty was his heart. A gloomy sensation of agonizing, eternal solitude and remoteness took conscious form in his soul. It was not the meanness of his sentimental outburst before Ilya Petrovitch nor the meanness of the latter's triumph over him that had caused this sudden revulsion in his heart. What should he do now with his own baseness, with all these petty vanities, officers, German women, debts, police offices? If he had been sentenced to be burnt at that moment, he would not have stirred, would hardly have heard the sentence to the end. Something was happening to him, something entirely new, sudden, and unknown. It was not that he understood, but he felt clearly with all the intensity of sensation that he could no longer appeal to these people in the police office with sentimental outbursts, or with anything whatsoever, and that if they had been his own brothers and sisters and not police officers, it would have been utterly out of the question to appeal to them in any circumstance of life. He had never experienced such a strange and awful sensation. And what was most agonizing was that it was more a sensation than a conception or idea, a direct sensation, the most agonizing of all the sensations he had known in his life. The head clerk began dictating to him the usual form of declaration, that he could not pay, that he undertook to do so at a future date, that he would not leave the town or sell his property, and so on. "But you can't write, you can hardly hold the pen," observed the head clerk, looking with curiosity at Raskolnikov. "Are you ill?" "Yes, I am dizzy." "Go on." "That's all." "Sign it." The head clerk took the paper, and turned to attend to the others. Raskolnikov gave back the pen, but instead of getting up and going away, he put his elbows on the table and pressed his head in his hands. He felt as if a nail were being driven into his skull. A strange idea suddenly occurred to him, to get up at once, to go up to Nicodim Fomitch, and tell him everything that had happened yesterday, and then to go with him to his lodgings and to show him the things in the hole in the corner. The impulse was so strong that he got up from his seat to carry it out. "Hadn't I better think a minute?" flashed through his mind. No, better cast off the burden without thinking. But all at once he stood still, rooted to the spot. Nicodim Fomitch was talking eagerly to Ilya Petrovitch, and the words reached him. "It's impossible, they'll both be released. To begin with, the whole story contradicts itself. Why should they have called the porter, if it had been their doing? To inform against themselves? Or as a blind? No, that would be too cunning. Besides, Pastryakov, the student, was seen at the gate by both the porters and a woman as he went in. He was walking with 3 friends, who left him only at the gate, and he asked the porters to direct him, in the presence of his friends. Now, would he have asked his way if he had been going with a purpose like that? As for Coke, he spent half an hour at the silversmith's below, before he went up to the old woman, and he left him at exactly 7:15. Now just consider. But, excuse me, how do you explain this contradiction? They state themselves that they knocked and the door was locked, yet 3 minutes later when they went up with the porter, it turned out the door was unfastened. That's just it, the murderer must have been there and bolted himself in, and they'd have caught him for certain if Coke had not been an ass and gone to look for the porter too. He must have seized the interval to get downstairs and slip by them somehow. Coke keeps crossing himself and saying, if I had been there, he would have jumped out and killed me with his axe. He is going to have a Thanksgiving service, ha, ha. And no one saw the murderer?
They might well have not seen him. A house is a real Noah's Ark, said the head clerk, who was listening.
It's clear, Nikodym Fomitch repeated hotly.
No, it is anything but clear, Ilya Petrovich maintained.
Raskolnikov picked up his hat and walked towards the door, but he did not reach it.
When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in a chair, supported by someone on the right, while someone else was standing on the left, holding a yellowish glass filled with yellow water, and Nikodym Fomitch standing before him, looking intently at him. He got up from the chair.
"What's this? Are you ill?" Nikodym Fomitch asked, rather sharply.
He could hardly hold his pen when he was signing, said the head clerk, settling back in his place and taking up his work again.
"Have you been ill long?" cried Ilya Petrovich from his place, where he, too, was looking through papers. He had, of course, come to look at the sick man when he fainted, but retired at once when he recovered. "Since yesterday," muttered Raskolnikov in reply. "Did you go out yesterday?"
"Yes."
"Though you were ill?"
"Yes."
"At what time?"
"About 7.
"And where did you go, may I ask?"
"Along the street."
Short and clear. Raskolnikov, white as a handkerchief, had answered sharply, jerkily, without dropping his black feverish eyes before Ilya Petrovich's stare. "He can scarcely stand upright." "And you?" Nikodym Fomitch was beginning.
"No matter," Ilya Petrovich pronounced in a strange voice. Nikodym Fomitch would have made some further protest, but glancing at the head clerk who was looking very hard at him, he did not speak. There was a strange silence suddenly.
"Very well, then," concluded Ilya Petrovich, "we will not keep you." Raskolnikov went out.
He caught the sound of eager conversation on his departure, and above the rest rose the questioning voice of Nikodym
Fomitch.
In the street, his faintness passed completely. "A search, there will be a search at once," he repeated to himself, hurrying home.
"The brutes! They suspect me."
His former terror completely mastered him once more.
Chapter 2. And what if there has been a search already? What if I find them in my room?
But here was his room.
Nothing and no one in it. No one had peeped in. Even Nastasia had not touched it. But, Lord! How could he have left all those things in the hole?
He rushed to the corner, slipped his hand under the paper, pulled the things out and lined his pockets with them. There were 8 articles in all, 2 little boxes with earrings or something of the sort, he hardly looked to see, then 4 small leather cases. There was a chain, too, just wrapped in newspaper and something else in newspaper that looked like a decoration. He put them all in the different pockets of his overcoat and the remaining pocket of his trousers, trying to conceal them as much as possible. He took the purse too. Then he went out of his room, leaving the door open. He walked quickly and resolutely, and though he felt shattered, he had his senses about him. He was afraid they would pursue him. He was afraid that in another half hour, another quarter of an hour perhaps, instructions would be issued for them to pursue him, and so at all costs, he must hide every trace before then. He must clear everything up while he still had some strength, some reasoning power left. Where was he to go? That had long been settled. Fling them into the canal, and all traces hidden in the water, the whole thing would be over. That was what he had decided during the night of his delirium, when several times he had had the impulse to get up and go away, to hurry up and get rid of it all. But getting rid of it turned out to be a very difficult task. He wandered along the bank of the Ekaterinsky Canal for half an hour or more and looked several times at the steps running down to the water, but he could not think of carrying out his plan. Either rafts stood at the steps' edge, and women were washing clothes on them, or boats were moored there, and people were swarming everywhere. Moreover, he could be seen and noticed from the banks on all sides. It would look suspicious for someone to go down on purpose, stop, and throw something into the water. And what if the boxes were to float instead of sinking? And, of course, they would. Even as it was, everyone he met seemed to stare and look round, as if they had nothing to do but to watch him. Why is it, or is it my imagination, he thought. At last the thought struck him that it might be better to go to the Neva. There were not so many people there, he would be less well observed, and it would be more convenient in every way. Above all, it was further off. He wondered how he could have been wandering for a good half hour, worried and anxious in this dangerous part of town without thinking of it before. And that half hour he had lost over an irrational plan, simply because he had thought of it in delirium. He had become extremely absent and forgetful, and he was aware of it. He must finish it quickly. He walked towards the Neva along V Prospect, but on the way another idea struck him. Why to the Neva? Would it not be better to go somewhere far off, to the islands again, and hide the things there in some solitary place, in a wood or under a bush, and mark the spot, perhaps? And though he felt incapable of clear judgment, the idea seemed to him a good one. But he was not destined to go there. For coming out of V Prospect towards the square, he saw on the left a passage leading between two blank walls to a courtyard. On the right-hand side, the blank unwhitewashed wall of a four-storied house stretched far into the court. On the left, a wooden hoarding ran parallel to it for 20 paces into the courtyard and then turned sharply to the left. Here was a deserted fenced-off place where rubbish of various sorts was lying. At the end of the courtyard, the corner of a low, seedy stone shed, apparently part of some workshop, peeped from behind the hoarding. It was probably a carriage builder's or carpenter's shed. The whole place from the entrance was black with coal dust. Here would be the place to throw it, he thought. Not seeing anyone in the yard, he slipped in and at once saw a sink near the gate, such as is often put in yards where there are many workmen or cab drivers, and on the hoarding above had been scribbled in chalk the age-old joke, "Standing here strictly forbidden." This was all for the better, because there would be nothing suspicious about him going in. Here I could throw it all in a heap and get away. Looking round once more, with his hand already in his pocket, he noticed against the outer wall, between the entrance and the sink, a big uncut stone, weighing perhaps 60 pounds. The other side of the wall was a street. He could hear passers-by, always numerous in that part, but he could not be seen from the entrance, unless someone came in from the street, which might well happen, in fact, so he needed to hurry. He bent down over the stone, seized the top of it firmly in both hands and, using all his strength, turned it over. Under the stone was a small hollow in the ground, and he immediately emptied his pocket into it. The purse lay at the top, and yet the hollow was not filled up. Then he seized the stone again and with one twist turned it back, so that it was in the same position again, though it stood a touch higher. But he scraped the earth around it and pressed it at the edges with his foot. Nothing could be noticed. Then he went out, and turned into the square. Again an intense, almost unbearable joy overwhelmed him for an instant, as it had in the police office. I have buried my tracks. And who can think of looking under that stone? It has been lying there most likely ever since the house was built, and will lie as many years more. And if it were found, who would think of me? It is all over. No clue. And he laughed. Yes, he remembered that he began laughing a thin, nervous, noiseless laugh, and went on laughing all the time he was crossing the square. But when he reached the Quai Boulevard where 2 days before he had come upon that girl, his laughter suddenly ceased. Other ideas crept into his mind. He felt all at once that it would be loathsome to pass that seat on which he had sat and pondered after the girl had gone, and that it would be hateful, too, to meet that whiskered policeman to whom he had given the 20 kopecks, damn him. He walked, looking around him angrily and distractedly. All his ideas now seemed to be circling round some single point, and he felt that there really was such a point, and that now,
he was left facing that point, and for the first time, in fact, during the last 2 months. Curse it all, he thought suddenly, in a fit of uncontrollable fury. If it's begun, then it's begun. Damn the new life. Lord, how stupid it is. And what lies I told today. How despicably I fawned on that wretched Ilya Petrovitch. But that is all stupidity. What do I care for them all, and the fact that I fawned on them? It's not that at all. It's not that at all. Suddenly he stopped, an utterly unexpected and extremely simple new question perplexed and bitterly confounded him. If all this has really been done deliberately and not idiotically, if I really had a certain indefinite object, how is it that I didn't even glance into the purse and don't know what I had there, that purse for which I have undergone these agonies and have deliberately undertaken this base, filthy, degrading business? And here I wanted to throw into the water the purse together with all the things which I had not seen either. How's that? Yes, that was true, that was all true. Yet he had known it all before, and it was not a new question for him, even when it was decided in the night without hesitation and consideration, as though that was how it must be, as though it could not possibly be otherwise. Yes, he had known it all, and understood it all. Surely it had all been settled even yesterday at the moment when he was bending over the box and pulling the jewel cases out of it. Yes, that's the way it was. It's because I'm very ill, he decided grimly at last. I've been worrying and irritating myself, and I don't know what I'm doing. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, and all this time I've been worrying myself. I'll get well and I shan't worry. But what if I don't get well at all? Good God, how sick I am of it all. He walked on without resting. He had a terrible longing for some distraction, but he did not know what to do, what to attempt. A new overwhelming sensation was gaining more and more mastery over him every moment. It was an immeasurable, almost physical repulsion for everything surrounding him, a stubborn, malignant feeling of hatred. All who met him were loathsome to him. He loathed their faces, their movements, their gestures. If anyone had addressed him, he felt that he might have spat at them or bitten them. He stopped suddenly on coming out onto the bank of the little Neva, near the bridge to Vasilyevsky Island. But he lives here, in that house, he thought, but it's not as if I've not come to Razumikin of my own accord. Here it is, the same thing over again. I wonder, though, have I come on purpose or have I simply got here by chance? Never mind, I said the day before yesterday that I would go and see him the day after, so I will. Besides, I really cannot go any further now. He went up to Razumikin's room on the 5th floor. The latter was at home in his little room, busily writing at the time, and he opened the door himself. It was 4 months since they had seen each other. Razumikin was sitting in a ragged dressing gown, with slippers on his bare feet, untidy, unshaven and unwashed. His face showed surprise. "Is it you?" he cried. He looked his comrade up and down, then after a brief pause, he whistled. "As hard up as all that? My friend, you've cut me out," he added, looking at Raskolnikov's rags. "Come and sit down, you look tired." And when he had sunk down on the American leather sofa, which was in an even worse condition than his own, Razumikin saw at once that his visitor was ill. "Hey, you're seriously ill, do you know that?" He began feeling his pulse. Raskolnikov pulled his hand away. "Never mind," he said, "I have come for this, I have no lessons." "I wanted, but I don't want lessons." "My God! You're delirious," Razumikin remarked, watching him carefully. "No, I am not." Raskolnikov got up from the sofa. As he had mounted the stairs to Razumikin's, he had not realized that he would be meeting his friend face to face. Now, in a flash, he knew that what he was least of all disposed for at that moment was to be face to face with anyone in the world. He almost choked with rage at himself as soon as he crossed Razumikin's threshold. "Goodbye," he said abruptly, and walked to the door. "Stop, stop. You're behaving very strangely." "I don't want to," said the other, again pulling away his hand. "Then why in God's name have you come? Are you mad, or what? This is almost insulting. I won't let you go like that." "Well, then, I came to you because I know no one but you who could help. To begin with, because you are kinder than anyone clever, and can judge, and now I see that I want nothing. Do you hear? Nothing at all, no one's services, no one's sympathy. I am by myself or alone. Come on, that's enough. Leave me alone. Stay a minute, you idiot. You are a total madman. Do what you like for all I care. I have no lessons, do you see, and I don't care about that, but there's a bookseller, Karuvimov, and he's what I've replaced my lessons with. I wouldn't exchange him for 5 of them. He's doing some kind of publishing, and issuing natural science manuals, and what a circulation they have. Even the titles are worth the money. You always told me I was a fool, but, my God, there are greater fools than I am. Now he is setting up for being advanced, not that he has any understanding of anything, but, of course, I encourage him. Here are 2 signatures of the German text, in my opinion, the crudest charlatanism. It discusses the question, is woman a human being, and, of course, triumphantly proves that she is. Karuvimov is going to bring out this work as a contribution to the question of women. I am translating it. He will expand these 2.5 signatures into 6. We shall make up a gorgeous title half a page long and bring it out at half a ruble. It will do. He pays me 6 rubles per signature. It works out to 15 rubles for the job, and I've had 6 already in advance. When we have finished this, we are going to begin a translation about whales, and then some of the dullest scandals out of the second part of the Confessions we have marked for translation. Somebody has told Karuvimov that Rousseau was a kind of Radishchev. 21. You can be sure I don't contradict him, damn him. Well, would you like to do the second signature of Is Woman a Human Being? If you would, take the German and pens and paper, all those are provided, and take 3 rubles, for as I have had 6 rubles in advance on the whole thing, 3 rubles come to you for your share. And when you have finished the signature there will be another 3 rubles for you. And please don't think I am doing you a service, quite the contrary. As soon as you came in, I saw how you could help me. To start with, I am bad at spelling, and secondly, I am sometimes totally lost when I read German, so I make it up as I go along for the most part. The only comfort is that it's bound to be a change for the better. Though who can tell, maybe it's sometimes for the worse. Will you take it? Raskolnikov took the German sheets in silence, took the 3 rubles and, without a word, went out. Razumikin gazed after him in astonishment. But when Raskolnikov was in the next street, he turned back, mounted the stairs to Razumikin's again and laying on the table the German article and the 3 rubles, went out again, still without uttering a word. Are you raving, or what? Razumikin shouted, roused to fury at last. What farce is this? You'll drive me crazy too. What did you come to see me for, damn you? I don't want a translation, muttered Raskolnikov from the stairs. Then what on earth do you want? Shouted Razumikin from above. Raskolnikov continued descending the staircase in silence. Hey! Where are you living? No answer. Well, then, go to hell. But Raskolnikov was already stepping out into the street. On the Nikolaevsky Bridge he was roused to full consciousness again by an unpleasant incident. A coachman, after shouting at him 2 or 3 times, gave him a violent lash on the back with his whip, for having almost fallen under his horse's hoofs. The lash so infuriated him that he dashed away to the railing. For some unknown reason he had been walking right in the middle of the bridge in the traffic. He angrily clenched and ground his teeth. He heard laughter, of course. Serves him right. A pickpocket, I'd say.
pretending to be drunk, and getting under the wheels on purpose, and you have to answer for him. It's a regular profession, that's what it is. But while he stood at the railing, still looking angry and bewildered at the retreating carriage and rubbing his back, he suddenly felt someone thrust money into his hand. He looked. It was an elderly woman in a shawl and goatskin shoes, with a girl, probably her daughter, wearing a hat and carrying a green parasol.
"Take it, my good man, in Christ's name."
He took it, and they passed by. It was a 20-kopeck piece. From his dress and appearance they might well have taken him for a beggar asking for donations in the streets, and the gift of the 20 kopecks he doubtless owed to the blow, which made them feel sorry for him. He closed his hand on the 20 kopecks, walked on for 10 paces, and turned facing the Neva, looking towards the palace. The sky was cloudless and the water was almost bright blue, which is so rare in the Neva. The dome of the cathedral, which is seen at its best from the bridge about 20 paces from the chapel, glittered in the sunlight, and in the pure air every ornament on it could be clearly distinguished. The pain from the lash eased off, and Raskolnikov forgot about it. One uneasy and not quite definite idea now occupied him completely. He stood still, and gazed long and intently into the distance. This spot was especially familiar to him. When he was attending the university, he had hundreds of times, generally on his way home, stood still on this spot, gazed at this truly magnificent spectacle and almost always marveled at a vague and mysterious emotion it aroused in him. It left him strangely cold. For him, this gorgeous picture was blank and lifeless. He wondered every time at his somber and enigmatic impression and, mistrusting himself, put off finding an explanation for it. He vividly recalled those old doubts and perplexities, and it seemed to him that it was no mere chance that he recalled them now. It struck him as strange and grotesque that he should have stopped at the same spot as before, as though he actually imagined he could think the same thoughts, be interested in the same theories and pictures that had interested him so short a time ago. He felt it almost amusing, and yet it wrung his heart. Deep down, hidden far away out of sight, all that seemed to him now, all his old past, his old thoughts, his old problems and theories, his old impressions and that picture and himself and all. He felt as though he were flying upwards, and everything were vanishing from his sight. Making an unconscious movement with his hand, he suddenly became aware of the piece of money in his fist. He opened his hand, stared at the coin, and with a sweep his arm flung it into the water. Then he turned and went home. It seemed to him, he had cut himself off from everyone and from everything at that moment. Evening was coming on when he reached home, so he must have been walking for about 6 hours. How and where he came back he did not remember. Undressing, and quivering like an overdriven horse, he lay down on the sofa, drew his overcoat over him, and at once sank into oblivion. It was dusk when he was woken by a fearful scream. God, what a scream! He had never heard such unnatural sounds, such howling, wailing, grinding, tears, blows and curses. He could never have imagined such brutality, such frenzy. In terror he sat up in bed, almost swooning with agony. But the fighting, wailing and cursing grew louder and louder. And then to his intense amazement he caught the voice of his landlady. She was howling, shrieking and wailing, rapidly, hurriedly, incoherently, so that he could not make out what she was talking about. She was pleading, no doubt, not to be beaten, as she was being mercilessly beaten on the stairs. The voice of her assailant was so horrible with spite and rage that it was almost a croak, but he, too, was saying something, and just as quickly and indistinctly, hurrying and spluttering. All at once Raskolnikov trembled. He recognized the voice. It was the voice of Ilya Petrovich. Ilya Petrovich here and beating the landlady. He is kicking her, banging her head against the steps, that's clear. He could tell that from the sounds, from the cries and the thuds. What's happening? Has the world turned upside down? He could hear people running in crowds from all the floors and staircases. He heard voices, exclamations, knocking, doors banging. But why, and how could it be, he repeated, thinking seriously that he had gone mad. But no, he heard it too distinctly.
And then they would come to him next, for no doubt, it's all about yesterday. My God! He would have fastened his door with the latch, but he could not lift his hand, besides, it would be useless. Terror gripped his heart like ice, tortured him and numbed him. But at last all this uproar, after continuing for about 10 minutes, gradually began to subside. The landlady was moaning and groaning, Ilya Petrovitch was still uttering threats and curses. But at last he, too, seemed to be silent, and now he could not be heard. Can he have gone away? Good Lord! Yes, and now the landlady is going too, still weeping and moaning. And then her door slammed. Now the crowd was going from the stairs to their rooms, exclaiming, disputing, calling to one another, raising their voices to a shout, dropping them to a whisper. There must have been huge numbers of them, almost all the inmates of the block. But, good God, how could it be? And why had he come here? Raskolnikov sank worn out on the sofa, but could not close his eyes. He lay for half an hour in such anguish, such intolerably infinite terror as he had never experienced before. Suddenly a bright light flashed into his room. Nastasia came in with a candle and a plate of soup. Looking at him carefully and making sure that he was not asleep, she set the candle on the table and began to lay out what she had brought: bread, salt, a plate, a spoon. You've eaten nothing since yesterday, I bet. You've been trudging about all day, and you're shaking with fever. Nastasia, what were they beating the landlady for? She looked intently at him. Who beat the landlady? Just now, half an hour ago, Ilya Petrovitch, the assistant superintendent, on the stairs. Why was he maltreating her like that, and why was he here? Nastasia scrutinized him, silent and frowning, and her scrutiny lasted a long time. He felt uneasy, even frightened at her searching eyes. Nastasia, why aren't you saying anything? He said timidly at last in a weak voice. It's the blood, she answered at last softly, as though speaking to herself. Blood? What blood? He muttered, growing white and turning towards the wall. Nastasia still looked at him without speaking. Nobody has been beating the landlady, she declared at last in a firm, resolute voice. He gazed at her, hardly able to breathe. I heard it myself. I was not asleep. I was sitting up, he said still more timidly. I listened for a long while. The assistant superintendent came. Everyone ran out onto the stairs from all the apartments. No one has been here. That's the blood crying in your ears. When there's no outlet for it and it gets clotted, you start imagining things. Will you eat something? He made no answer. Nastasia still stood over him, watching him. Give me something to drink.
Nastasia.
She went downstairs and returned with a white earthenware jug of water. He remembered only swallowing one sip of the cold water and spilling some on his neck. Then he sank into oblivion. Chapter 3. He was not completely unconscious, however. All the time he was ill, he was in a feverish state, sometimes delirious, sometimes half-conscious. He remembered a great deal afterwards. Sometimes it seemed as though there were a number of people around him, they wanted to take him away somewhere, there was a great deal of squabbling and discussing about him. Then he would be alone in the room, they had all gone away afraid of him, and only now and then opened the door a crack to look at him. They threatened him, plotted something together, laughed, and mocked him. He remembered Nastasia often at his bedside. He distinguished another person, too, whom he seemed to know very well, though he could not remember who they were, and this upset him, even made him cry. Sometimes he imagined he had been lying there a month, at other times it all seemed part of the same day. But of that he had no recollection, and yet every minute he felt that he had forgotten something he ought to remember. He worried and tormented himself trying to remember, moaned,
flew into a rage, or sank into awful, intolerable terror. Then he struggled to get up, would have run away, but someone always prevented him by force, and he sank back into impotence and forgetfulness. At last he returned to complete consciousness. It happened at 10 o'clock in the morning. On fine days the sun shone into the room at that hour, throwing a streak of light on the right wall in the corner near the door. Nastasia was standing beside him with another person, a complete stranger, who was looking at him very inquisitively. He was a young man with a beard, wearing a full, short-waisted coat, and looked like a messenger. The landlady was peeping in at the half-open door. Raskolnikov sat up. "Who is this, Nastasia?" he asked, pointing to the young man. "He's himself again," she said. "He's himself," echoed the man. Concluding that he had returned to his senses, the landlady closed the door and disappeared. She was always shy and dreaded conversations or discussions. She was a woman of 40, not at all bad-looking, fat and buxom, with black eyes and eyebrows, good-natured from fatness and laziness, and absurdly bashful. "Who are you?" he went on, addressing the man. But at that moment the door was flung open, and, stooping a little, as he was so tall, Razumikin came in. "What a cabin it is!" he cried. "I am always knocking my head. You call this an apartment? So you are conscious, my friend? I've just heard the news from Pashenka." "He has just come to," said Nastasia. "Just come to," echoed the man again, with a smile. "And who are you?" Razumikin asked, suddenly addressing him. "My name is Razumikin, at your service, not Razumikin, as I am always called, but Razumikin, a student and gentleman, and he is my friend." "And who are you?" "I am the messenger from our office, from the merchant Shelepiv, and I've come on business." "Please sit down." Razumikin seated himself on the other side of the table. "It's a good thing you've come to, my friend," he went on to Raskolnikov. "For the last 4 days you have scarcely eaten or drunk anything. We had to give you tea in spoonfuls. I brought Zosimov to see you twice. You remember Zosimov? He examined you carefully and said at once it was nothing serious, something seemed to have gone to your head. Some nervous nonsense, the result of bad feeding. He says you have not had enough beer and radish, but it's nothing much, it will pass and you will be all right. Zosimov is first-rate. He is making a real name for himself. Come, then, I won't keep you," he said, addressing the man again. "Will you explain what you want? You must know, Radia, this is the second time they have sent from the office, but it was another man last time, and I talked to him." "Who was it who came before?" "That was the day before yesterday, I would venture, if you please, sir." "That was Alexei Semyonovitch, he is in our office, too." "He was more intelligent than you, don't you think so?" "Yes, indeed, sir, he's weightier than I am." "Fine, go on." "At your mother's request, through Afanasy Ivanovitch Vokrushin, of whom I presume you have heard more than once, a gift has been sent to you from our office," the man began, addressing Raskolnikov. "If you are in an intelligible condition, I've 35 rubles to give to you, as Semyon Semyonovitch has received from Afanasy Ivanovitch at your mother's request instructions to that effect, as on previous occasions." "Do you know him, sir?" "Yes, I remember." "Vokrushin," Raskolnikov said dreamily. "You hear that, he knows Vokrushin," cried Razumikin. "He is in an intelligible condition. And I see you are an intelligent man too. Well, it's always pleasant to hear words of wisdom." "That's the gentleman, Vokrushin, Afanasy Ivanovitch. And at your mother's request she has sent you a gift once before in the same manner. Through him, he did not refuse this time either, and sent instructions to Semyon Semyonovitch some days since to hand you 35 rubles in the hope of better things to come."
That hoping for better things to come is the best thing you've said, though your mother isn't bad either. Come on then, what do you think? Is he fully conscious? That's all right. If he can just sign this little paper. He can scrawl his name. Have you got the book? Yes, here's the book. Give it to me. Here, Radia, sit up. I'll hold you. Take the pen and scribble Raskolnikov for him. At the moment, my friend, money is sweeter to us than treacle. I don't want it, said Raskolnikov, pushing away the pen. Not want it? I won't sign it. How the devil can you do without signing it? I don't want the money. Don't want the money. Come on, that's nonsense, I'll be a witness to that. Don't worry, he's just on his travels again. But that's pretty common with him anyway. You are a man of judgment and we will take him in hand, that is, more simply, take his hand and he will sign it. Here. But I can come another time. No, no. Why should we trouble you? You are a man of judgment. Now, Radia, don't keep your visitor, you can see that he's waiting, and he made ready to hold Raskolnikov's hand in earnest. Stop, I'll do it alone, said the latter, taking the pen and signing his name. The messenger took out the money and went away. Bravo! And now, brother, are you hungry? Yes, answered Raskolnikov. Is there any soup? Some of yesterday's, answered Nastasia, who was still standing there. With potatoes and rice in it? Yes. I know it by heart. Bring us soup and tea. I will. Raskolnikov observed all this with profound astonishment and a dull, unreasoning terror. He made up his mind to keep quiet and see what would happen. I don't think I'm feverish, I think it's all real, he pondered. In a couple of minutes Nastasia returned with the soup, and announced that the tea would soon be ready. With the soup she brought 2 spoons, 2 plates, salt, pepper, mustard for the beef, and so on. The table was set as it had not been for a long time. The cloth was clean. It would not be amiss, Nastasia, if Praskovia Pavlovna were to send us up a couple of bottles of beer. We could empty them. You don't stop, do you? Muttered Nastasia, and she left to carry out his orders. Raskolnikov still gazed wildly with strained attention. Meanwhile Razumikin sat down on the sofa beside him, as clumsily as a bear put his left arm round Raskolnikov's head, although he was able to sit up, and with his right hand gave him a spoonful of soup, blowing on it so it would not burn him. But the soup was only just warm. Raskolnikov swallowed 1 spoonful greedily, then a second, then a third. But after giving him a few more spoonfuls of soup, Razumikin suddenly stopped, and said that he must ask Zosimov whether he ought to have more. Nastasia came in with 2 bottles of beer. And will you have tea? Yes. Come on, Nastasia, bring some tea we can attempt without the faculty. But here is the beer. He moved back to his chair, pulled the soup and meat in front of him, and began eating as though he had not touched food for 3 days. I must tell you, Radia, I dine like this here every day now, he mumbled with his mouth full of beef, and it's all Pashenka, your dear little landlady, who sees to that. She loves to do anything for me. I don't ask for it, but, of course, I don't object. And here's Nastasia with the tea. She's a quick girl. Nastasia, my dear, won't you have some beer? No way. A cup of tea, then? A cup of tea, maybe. Pour it out. Stop, I'll pour it out myself. Sit down. He poured out 2 cups, left his dinner, and sat on the sofa again. As before, he put his left arm round the sick man's head, raised him up and gave him tea in spoonfuls, again blowing each spoonful steadily and earnestly,
as though this process was the principal and most effective means towards his friend's recovery. Raskolnikov said nothing and made no resistance, though he felt strong enough to sit up on the sofa without support and could not only have held a cup or a spoon, but maybe even walked about. But in a moment of some strange, almost animal cunning, he dreamed up the idea of hiding his strength and lying low for a time, pretending if necessary that he was not yet in full possession of his faculties, and meanwhile listening to find out what was going on. Yet he could not overcome his sense of repugnance. After sipping a dozen spoonfuls of tea, he suddenly released his head, pushed the spoon away capriciously, and sank back on the pillow. There were actually real pillows under his head now, down pillows in clean cases. He observed that, too, and took note of it. "Pashenka must give us some raspberry jam today to make him some raspberry tea," said Razumikin, going back to his chair and attacking his soup and beer again. "And where is she going to get raspberries for you?" asked Nastasia, balancing a saucer on her 5 outspread fingers and sipping tea through a lump of sugar. "She'll get it at the store, my dear. You see, Radia, all sorts of things have been happening while you have been laid up. When you went off in that terrible way without leaving your address, I felt so angry that I resolved to find you and punish you. I set to work that very day. How I ran about making inquiries for you. This apartment of yours I had forgotten, though I never remembered it, indeed, because I did not know it, and as for your old lodgings, I could only remember it was at the 5 Corners, Kharlamov's house. I kept trying to find that Kharlamov's house, and afterwards it turned out that it was not Kharlamov's, but Buck's. How confusing sounds get sometimes. So I lost my temper, and I went on the off chance to the address bureau the next day, and just imagine, in 2 minutes they looked you up. Your name is down there." "My name?" "I should think so, and yet they couldn't find a General Kobylev while I was there. Well, it's a long story. But as soon as I did land on this place, I soon got to learn about all your affairs, all of them, my friend. I know everything, Nastasia here will tell you. I made the acquaintance of Nikodim Fomich and Ilya Petrovich, and the house porter and Mr. Zaimtov, Alexander Grigorievich, the head clerk in the police office, and, last, but not least, of Pashenka. Nastasia here knows." "He's got round her," Nastasia murmured, smiling slyly. "Why don't you put sugar in your tea, Nastasia Nikiforovna? You are a one." Nastasia cried suddenly, going off into a giggle. "I'm not Nikiforovna, I'm Petrovna," she added suddenly, recovering from her mirth. "I'll make a note of it. Well, my friend, to cut a long story short, I was going in for a real explosion here to uproot all the bad influences in the neighborhood, but Pashenka won the day. I had not expected to find her so headstrong. So, what do you think?" Raskolnikov did not speak, but he still kept his eyes fixed upon him, full of anxiety. "And all that could be wished, indeed, in every respect," Razumikin went on, not at all embarrassed by his silence. "You're so cunning!" Nastasia shrieked again. This conversation gave her unspeakable delight. "It's a pity, my friend, that you did not set to work in the right way at first. You ought to have approached her differently. She is, so to speak, a pretty inexplicable character. But we will talk about her character later. How could you let things come to such a pass that she gave up sending you your dinner? And that IOU? You must have been mad to sign an IOU. And that promise of marriage when her daughter, Natalia Yegorovna, was alive? I know all about it. But I see that's a delicate matter and I am an idiot, sorry. But, talking of idiocy, do you know Praskovia Pavlovna is not nearly as idiotic as you would think at first sight?" "No," mumbled Raskolnikov, looking away, but feeling that it was better to keep up the conversation. "She isn't, is she?" cried Razumikin, delighted to get an answer out of him. "But she's not very clever either, eh? She's essentially an inexplicable character."
I'm sometimes entirely at a loss, I assure you. She must be 40, she says she's 36, and of course she has every right to say so. But I swear I think highly of her intellectually, simply from the metaphysical point of view. There is a sort of symbolism between us, a sort of algebra or what not. I don't understand it. Well, that's all nonsense. Only, seeing as you are not a student now and have lost your lessons and your clothes, and that because of the young lady's death she has no need to treat you as a relation, she suddenly took fright, and as you hid in your den and dropped all your old relations with her, she planned to get rid of you. And she's been cherishing that design for a long time, but she was sorry to lose the IOU because you assured her yourself that your mother would pay. It was base of me to say that. My mother herself is almost a beggar. And I told a lie to keep my room and be fed, Raskolnikov said loudly and distinctly. Yes, you did very sensibly. But the worst of it is that at that point Mr. Shebarov turns up, a businessman. Pashenka would never have thought of doing anything on her own account, she is too retiring, but the businessman is by no means retiring, and first thing he puts the question, is there any hope of realizing the IOU? Answer, there is, because he has a mother who would save her Radia with her 125 rubles pension, if she has to starve herself, and a sister, too, who would go into slavery for his sake. That's what he was counting on. Why do you start? I know all the ins and outs of your affairs now, my friend. It's not for nothing that you were so open with Pashenka when you were her prospective son-in-law, and I say all this as a friend. But I tell you what it is, an honest and sensitive man is open, and a businessman listens and goes on eating you up. Well, then she gave the IOU as payment to this Shebarov, and without hesitation he made a formal demand for payment. When I heard of all this I wanted to blow him up, too, to clear my conscience, but by that time Pashenka and I were getting along beautifully, and I insisted on stopping the whole affair, telling him that you would pay. I went security for you, brother. Do you understand? We called Shebarov, flung him 10 rubles and got the IOU back from him, and here I have the honor of presenting it to you. She trusts your word now. Here, take it, you see I have torn it. Razumikin put the note on the table. Raskolnikov looked at him and turned to the wall without uttering a word. Even Razumikin felt a twinge. I see, my friend, he said a moment later, that I've been playing the fool again. I thought my chatter would keep you amused, and I think all I've done is made you angry. Was it you I didn't recognize when I was delirious? Raskolnikov asked, after a moment's pause without turning his head. Yes, and you flew into a rage about it, especially when I brought Zaintov one day.
Заметил.
The head clerk? What for? Raskolnikov turned round quickly and fixed his eyes on Razumikin. What's the matter with you? What are you upset about? He wanted to meet you because I talked to him a lot about you. How could I have found out so much except from him? He's wonderful, my friend, he's great. In his own way, of course. Now we are friends, see each other almost every day. I have just moved into this part of town. I've been with him to Louise Ivanovna once or twice. Do you remember Louise Ivanovna? Did I say anything when I was delirious? I'd say you did. You were beside yourself. What did I rave about? What next? What did you rave about? What people do rave about? Well, my friend, I can't waste time. I must do some work. He got up from the table and took up his cap. What did I rave about? How he keeps on. Are you afraid of having let out some secret? Don't worry yourself, you said nothing about a countess. But you said a lot about a bulldog, and about earrings and chains, and about Krestovsky Island, and some porter, and Nikodim Fomitch and Ilya Petrovitch, the assistant superintendent. And another thing that was of special interest to you was your own sock. You whined, give me my sock. Zametov hunted all about your room for your socks, and with his own scented, ring-bedecked fingers he gave you the rag. And only then were you comforted, and for the next 24 hours you held the wretched thing in your hand. We could not get it from you. It is most likely somewhere under your quilt at this moment. And then you asked so piteously for some fringe for your trousers. We tried to find out what sort of fringe, but we couldn't make it out. Now, business. Here are 35 rubles, I'll take 10 of them, and I shall give you an account of them in an hour or two. I will let Zosimov know at the same time, though he ought to have been here long ago. It's nearly 12. And you, Nastasia, look in pretty often while I am away, to see whether he wants a drink or anything else. And I will tell Pashenka what she needs to do myself. Goodbye. He calls her Pashenka. Ah, he's a clever one, said Nastasia as he went out. Then she opened the door and stood listening, but could not resist running downstairs after him. She was very eager to hear what he would say to the landlady. She was evidently quite fascinated by Razumikin. No sooner had she left the room than the sick man flung off the bedclothes and leapt out of bed like a madman. With burning, twitching impatience he had waited for them to be gone so that he might set to work. But to what work? Now, as though to spite him, it eluded him. Good God, just tell me one thing, do they know about it or not? What if they know and they're just pretending, mocking me while I'm laid up, and then they'll come in and tell me that they found out long ago and that they have only. What should I do now? That's what I forgot. It's as if I did it on purpose, forgot it all at once. I remembered a minute ago. He stood in the middle of the room and gazed in miserable bewilderment around him. He walked to the door, opened it, listened, but that was not what he wanted. Suddenly, as though recalling something, he rushed to the corner where there was a hole under the paper, began examining it, put his hand into the hole, fumbled, but that was not it. He went to the stove, opened it and began rummaging in the ashes. The frayed edges of his trousers and the rags cut off his pocket were lying there just as he had thrown them. No one had looked, then. Then he remembered the sock which Razumikin had just been telling him about. Yes, there it lay on the sofa under the quilt, but it was so covered with dust and grime that Zametov could not have seen anything on it. Bah, Zametov. The police office. And why did they send for me? Where's the notice? Bah! I'm mixing it up, that was then. I looked at my sock then, too, but now I've been ill. But what did Zametov come for? Why did Razumikin bring him? He muttered, helplessly sitting on the sofa again. What does it mean? Am I still delirious, or is it real? I believe it is real. Ah, I remember, I must escape. Escape fast. Yes, I must escape. Yes, but where? And where are my clothes? I haven't got any boots. They've taken them away. They've hidden them. I understand. Ah, here's my coat, they didn't take that. And here's money on the table, thank God. And here's the IOU. I'll take the money and go and rent another place to stay. They won't find me. Yes, but the address bureau? They'll find me, Razumikin will find me. Better escape altogether, far away to America, and let them do their worst. And take the IOU, it'd be of use to me there. What else shall I take? They think I am ill. They don't know that I can walk, ha ha ha. I could see by their eyes that they know all about it. If only I could get downstairs. And what if they have put someone on guard there, policeman? What's this tea? Ah, and here is some beer left, half a bottle, cold. He snatched up the bottle, which still contained a glassful of beer, and gulped it down with relish, as though quenching a flame in his chest. But in a minute the beer had gone to his head, and a faint and even pleasant shiver ran down his spine. He lay down and pulled the quilt over him. His sick and incoherent thoughts grew more and more disconnected, and soon a light, pleasant drowsiness came upon him. With a sense of comfort he nestled his head in the pillow, wrapped more closely about him the soft, wadded quilt which had replaced the old, ragged overcoat, sighed softly and sank into a deep, sound, refreshing sleep. He woke up, hearing someone come in. He opened his eyes and saw Razumikin standing in the doorway, uncertain whether to come in or not. Raskolnikov sat up quickly on the sofa and gazed at him, as though trying to recall something. "Ah, you are not asleep. Here I am. Nastasia, bring in the parcel." Razumikin shouted down the stairs. "You shall have the account immediately." "What time is it?" asked Raskolnikov, looking round uneasily. "Yes, you had a fine sleep, my friend, it's almost evening, it will be 6 o'clock soon. You've slept more than 6 hours. My God! Have I? And why not? It'll do you good. What's the hurry? Do you have a date? We've got all eternity before us. I've been waiting for the last 3 hours for you. I've been up twice and found you asleep. I called on Zosimov twice, he wasn't in. It doesn't matter, he'll turn up. And I've been out on my own business, too. You know I've been moving today, moving with my uncle. I have an uncle living with me now. But that's unimportant, let's get down to business. Give me the parcel, Nastasia. We'll open it immediately. And how do you feel now, my friend? I am quite well, I am not ill. Razumikin, have you been here long? I tell you I've been waiting for the last 3 hours. No, before. How do you mean? How long have you been coming here? I told you all about it this morning. Don't you remember? Raskolnikov pondered. The morning seemed like a dream to him. He could not remember alone, and looked inquiringly at Razumikin. Said the latter, he has forgotten. I suspected then that you were not quite yourself. Now you are better for your sleep. You really look much better. First rate. Well, to business. Look here. He began untying the bundle, which evidently interested him. Believe me, my friend, this is something especially close to my heart. We've got to make a man of you. Let's start from the top. Do you see this cap, he said, taking out of the bundle a fairly good, though cheap, and ordinary cap. Let me try it on. In a moment afterwards, said Raskolnikov, waving it off. Come on, Radia, don't oppose it, afterwards will be too late, and I shan't sleep all night, because I guessed your size without measuring it. Just right, he cried triumphantly, fitting it on, just your size. A proper head covering is the most important item of clothing and a recommendation in its own way. Tolstyakov, a friend of mine, is always obliged to take off his pudding basin when he goes into any public place where other people wear their hats or caps. People think he does it out of slavish politeness, but it's simply because he's ashamed of his bird's nest, he gets embarrassed so easily. Look, Nastasia, here are 2 specimens of headgear. This Palmerston 22 he took from the corner Raskolnikov's old, battered hat, which for some unknown reason, he called a Palmerston, or this jewel. Guess the price, Radia. Nastasia, what do you suppose I paid for it, he said, turning to her, seeing that Raskolnikov did not speak. 20 kopecks, no more, I'd say, answered Nastasia. 20 kopecks, silly, he cried, offended. Why, nowadays it would cost you more than that, 80 kopecks. And even then only if it's been worn. And it's bought on condition that when it's worn out, they will give you another next year. I swear. Well, now let us pass to the United States of America, as they called them at school. I'm proud of these trousers, I can tell you, and he exhibited to Raskolnikov a pair of light, summer trousers made of a grey woolen material. No holes, no spots, and quite respectable, although a little worn, and a waistcoat to match, pretty fashionable at the moment. And when it's worn it really improves, it gets softer, smoother. You see, Radia, the way I see it, the great thing for getting on in the world is always to keep to the seasons. If you don't insist on having asparagus in January, you keep your money in your purse. And it's the same with this purchase. It's summer now, so I've been buying summer things. Warmer materials will be wanted for autumn, so you will have to throw these away in any case, especially as they will be done for by then due to their own lack of sturdiness if not your higher standard of luxury. Come on, give them a price. What do you say? 2 rubles 25 kopecks. And remember the conditions, if you wear these out, you will have another suit for nothing. They only do business on that system at Fyodor's. If you've bought a thing once, you're satisfied for life, and you'll never go there again of your own free will. Now for the boots. What do you say? You can see that they're a bit worn, but they'll last a couple of months because it's foreign work and foreign leather. The secretary of the English embassy sold them last week. He had only worn them 6 days, but he was very short of cash. Price 1.5 rubles. A bargain? But maybe they won't fit, observed Nastasia. Won't fit? Just look, and he pulled out of his pocket Raskolnikov's old, broken boot, stiffly coated with dry mud. I didn't go empty-handed, they took the size from this monster. We all did our best. And as for your linen, your landlady has seen to that. Here, to begin with, are 3 shirts made of hemp, but they've got a fashionable front. So, 80 kopecks for the cap, 2 rubles 25 kopecks for the suit, together that's 3 rubles 5 kopecks, 1.5 rubles for the boots. You see they're pretty good, and that makes 4 rubles 55 kopecks, 5 rubles for the underclothes. They were bought in the lot, which makes exactly 9 rubles 55 kopecks. 45 kopecks change in coppers. Will you take it? Come on, Radia, you've got a new set of clothes, because your overcoat will do, and it's even got a style of its own. That comes from getting your clothes from Sharmer's. 23 as for your socks and other things, I'll leave them to you, we've got 25 rubles left. And as for Pashenka and paying for your lodging, don't you worry. I tell you, she'll trust you for anything. And now, my friend, let me change your clothes. I'm sure you'll throw off your illness with your shirt. Let me be. I don't want to. Raskolnikov waved him off. He had listened with disgust to Razumikin's efforts to be playful about his purchases. Come, brother, don't tell me I've been trudging around for nothing, Razumikin insisted. Nastasia, don't be shy, help me, that's it, and in spite of Raskolnikov's resistance he dressed him. The latter sank back on the pillows and for a minute or two said nothing. It will be a long time before I get rid of them, he thought. What money was all that bought with? He asked at last, gazing at the wall. Money? Your own, what the messenger brought from Vakrushin, your mother sent it. Have you forgotten that, too? I remember now, said Raskolnikov after a long, sullen silence. Razumikin looked at him, frowning and uneasy. The door opened and a tall, stout man whose appearance seemed familiar to Raskolnikov came in. Zosimov! At last, cried Razumikin, delighted. Chapter 4. Zosimov was a tall, fat man with a puffy, colorless, clean-shaven face and straight flaxen hair. He wore glasses and a big gold ring on his fat finger. He was 27. He was wearing a fashionable light gray loose coat and light summer trousers, and everything about him was loose, fashionable and tidy and able. His clothes were faultless and his watch chain was massive. In behavior he was slow and almost indifferent, and at the same time studiously free and easy. He made efforts to conceal his self-importance, but it was always too obvious. All his acquaintances found him tedious, but said he was clever at his work. I've been to your apartment twice today, my friend. You see, he's come to, cried Razumikin. I see,
And how do we feel now? Said Zossimov to Raskolnikov, watching him carefully and, sitting down at the foot of the sofa, he settled himself as comfortably as he could.
He's still down, Razumikin went on. We've just changed his linen and he almost cried.
That's very natural, you might have put it off if he didn't want you to.
His pulse is excellent. Is your head still aching, eh? I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Raskolnikov declared positively and irritably.
He raised himself on the sofa and looked at them with glittering eyes, but sank back onto the pillow at once and turned to the wall.
Zossimov watched him intently.
Very good. He's doing all right, he said lazily.
Has he eaten anything?
They told him, and asked what he could have. He can have anything, soup, tea. You mustn't give him mushrooms and cucumbers, of course. He'd better not have meat either, but no need to tell you that.
Razumikin and he looked at each other. No more medicine or anything. I'll look at him again tomorrow. Maybe even today. But never mind. Tomorrow evening I shall take him for a walk, said Razumikin.
We are going to the Yusupov Garden 24 and then to the Crystal Palace 25. I wouldn't disturb him tomorrow at all, but I don't know all little, maybe, but we'll see.
Ah, what a nuisance.
I've got a housewarming party tonight, it's just round the corner.
Couldn't he come? He could lie on the sofa. Are you coming? Razumikin said to Zossimov. Don't forget, you promised. All right, only a lot later. What are you going to do?
Oh, nothing, tea, vodka, herrings. There'll be a pie, just our friends.
And who?
All neighbors here, almost all new friends, except my old uncle, and he is new too. He only arrived in Petersburg yesterday to see to some business of his.
We meet once every 5 years. What does he do?
He's been stagnating all his life as a district postmaster. He gets a little pension.
He is 65, not worth talking about. But I am fond of him.
Porfiry Petrovich, the head of the investigation department here.
But you know him. Is he a relation of yours, too?
A very distant one.
But why are you scowling? Because you quarreled once, won't you come then?
I don't care a damn for him.
So much the better. Well, there'll be some students, a teacher, a government clerk, a musician, an officer, and Zametov.
Do tell me, please, what you or he. Zossimov nodded at Raskolnikov.
Can have in common with this Zametov? Oh, you particular gentleman. Principles.
You work by principles like you work by springs. You won't bother turning round on your own account.
If a person is nice, that's the only principle I go on. Zametov is a wonderful person.
Though he does take bribes.
Well, he does. And what of it?
I don't care if he does take bribes, Razumikin cried with unnatural irritability.
I don't praise him for taking bribes. I only say he is a nice man in his own way. But if you look at men in all ways, are there many good ones left?
I'm sure I wouldn't be worth a baked onion myself, perhaps with you thrown in.
That's too little, I give 2 for you. And I wouldn't give more than 1 for you. No more of your jokes. Zametov's no more than a boy.
I can pull his hair and draw him, not repel him. You'll never improve a man by repelling him, especially a boy. You have to be twice as careful with a boy.
Oh, you tedious progressives. You don't understand.
You harm yourselves running another person down.
But if you want to know, we really have something in common. I'd like to know what. It's all about a house painter. We are getting him out of a mess. Though indeed there's nothing to fear now. The matter is absolutely self-evident. We only put on steam. A painter? Why, haven't I told you about it? I only told you the beginning then about the murder of the old pawnbroker woman. Well, the painter is mixed up in it. Oh, I heard about that murder before and was rather interested in it, partly for one reason. I read about it in the papers, too. Lizaveta was also murdered, Nastasia blurted out, suddenly addressing Raskolnikov. She remained in the room all the time, standing by the door listening. Lizaveta, murmured Raskolnikov hardly audibly. Lizaveta, the one who sold old clothes. Didn't you know her? She used to come here. She mended a shirt for you, too. Raskolnikov turned to the wall where in the dirty, yellow paper he picked out one clumsy, white flower with brown lines on it and began examining how many petals there were in it, how many scallops in the petals and how many lines on them. He felt his arms and legs as lifeless as though they had been cut off. He did not attempt to move, but stared obstinately at the flower. But what about the painter? Zosimov interrupted Nastasia's chatter with marked displeasure. She sighed and was silent. He was accused of the murder, Razumikin went on hotly. Was there evidence against him then? Evidence against him. Evidence that was no evidence, and that's what we have to prove. It was just as they pinned it on those other two, Koch and Pastryakov, at first. Pah! How stupidly it's all done, it makes me sick, though it's not my business. Pastryakov may be coming tonight. By the way, Radia, you've heard about all of this already. It happened before you were ill, the day before you fainted at the police office while they were talking about it. Zosimov looked curiously at Raskolnikov. He did not stir. But I say, Razumikin, I wonder at you. What a busybody you are. Zosimov observed. Maybe I am, but we will get him off anyway, shouted Razumikin, bringing his fist down on the table. What's the most offensive is not their lying, one can always forgive lying. Lying is a wonderful thing, it gets you closer to the truth. What is offensive is that they lie and worship their own lying. I respect Porfiry, but what threw them out at first? The door was locked, and when they came back with the porter it was open. So it followed that Koch and Pastryakov were the murderers, that was their logic. But don't excite yourself, they just detained them, they couldn't help it. And, by the way, I've met that man Koch. Didn't he buy unredeemed pledges from the old woman? Yes, he is a swindler. He buys up bad debts, too. He makes a profession out of it. But enough of him. Do you know what makes me angry? It's their sickening, rotten, petrified routine. And this case might be a means of introducing a new method. You can show from the psychological data alone how to track down the real man. We have facts, they say. But facts aren't everything, at least half the business lies in how you interpret them. Can you interpret them, then? Anyway, you can't hold your tongue when you have a feeling, a tangible feeling that you might be able to help if only. Do you know the details of the case? I am waiting to hear about the painter. Oh, yes. Well, here's the story. Early on the third day after the murder, when they were still dangling Koch and Pastryakov, though they accounted for every step they took and it was absolutely obvious, an unexpected fact turned up. A peasant called Dushkin, who keeps a liquor store facing the house, brought a jeweler's case containing some gold earrings to the police office, and told them a long story. The day before yesterday, just after 8 o'clock, remember the day and the time, a traveling house painter, Nikolai, who had been in to see me already that day, brought me this box of gold earrings and stones, and asked me to give him 2 rubles for them. When I asked him where he got them, he said that he picked them up in the street. I did not ask him anything more. I am telling you Dushkin's story. I gave him a note, a ruble, he meant, for I thought if he did not pawn it with me he would with someone else. It would all come to the same thing, he'd spend it on drink, so it had better be with me. The further you hide it the quicker you will find it, and if anything turns up, if I hear any rumors, I'll take it to the police. Of course, that's all nonsense. I know this Dushkin, he lies like a horse, he's a pawnbroker and a receiver of stolen goods, and he did not cheat Nikolai out of a 30-ruble trinket in order to give it to the police. He was just afraid. But anyway, back to Dushkin's story. I've known this peasant, Nikolai Dementiv, since he was a child. He comes from the same province and district of Zarysk. We are both Ryazan men. And though Nikolai isn't a drunkard, he drinks, and I knew he had a job in that house, painting work with Dmitri, who comes from the same village too. As soon as he got the ruble he spent it, had a couple of glasses, took his change and went out. But I did not see Dmitri with him then. And the next day I heard that someone had murdered Alyona Ivanovna and her sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna, with an axe. I knew them, and I felt suspicious about the earrings at once, because I knew the murdered woman lent money on pledges. I went to the house, and began to make careful inquiries without saying a word to anyone. First of all I asked, "Is Nikolai here?" Dmitri told me that Nikolai had gone off on a binge. He had come home at dawn drunk, stayed in the house about 10 minutes and went out again. Dmitri didn't see him again and is still finishing the job alone. And their job is on the same staircase as the murder, on the second floor. When I heard all that I didn't say a word to anyone. That's Dushkin's tale, but I found out what I could about the murder, and went home feeling as suspicious as ever. And at 8 o'clock this morning, that was the third day, you understand, I saw Nikolai coming in, not sober, though not that drunk he could understand what was said to him. He sat down on the bench and didn't speak. There was only one stranger in the bar and a man I knew asleep on a bench and our 2 boys. "Have you seen Dmitri?" I said. "No, I haven't," he said. "And you've not been here either?" "Not since the day before yesterday," he said. "And where did you sleep last night?" "In Pesky, with the Kolomensky men." "And where did you get those earrings?" I asked. "I found them in the street," and the way he said it was a little strange. He didn't look at me. "Did you hear what happened that very evening, that very hour, on that same staircase?" I said. "No," he said, "I didn't," and all the while he was listening, his eyes were staring out of his head and he turned as white as chalk. I told him all about it and he took his hat and began getting up. I wanted to keep him. "Wait a bit, Nikolai," said I, "won't you have a drink?" And I signed to the boy to hold the door, and I came out from behind the bar, but he darted out and down the street to the turning at a run. I haven't seen him since. Then my doubts were over. He did it, as clear as could be. "I should think so," said Zosimov. "Wait. Hear the end." Of course they sought high and low for Nikolai. They detained Dushkin and searched his house. Dmitri, too, was arrested. The Kolomensky men also were turned inside out. And the day before yesterday they arrested Nikolai in a tavern at the end of the town. He had gone there, taken the silver cross off his neck and asked for a drink for it. They gave it to him. A few minutes afterwards the woman went to the cowshed, and through a crack in the wall she saw in the stable adjoining he had made a noose of his sash from the beam, stood on a block of wood, and was trying to put his neck in the noose. The woman screeched her hardest. People ran in. "So that's what you are up to?" "Take me," he says, "to such and such a police officer, I'll confess everything." Well, they took him to that police station that is here, with a suitable escort. So they asked him this and that, how old he is, 22, and so on. To the question, "When you were working with Dmitri, didn't you see anyone on the staircase at such and such a time?" His reply was, "Sure, folks may have gone up and down, but I didn't notice them." "And didn't you hear anything, any noise, and so on?" "We heard nothing special." "And did you hear, Nikolai, that on the same day widow so-and-so and her sister were murdered and robbed?" I never knew a thing about it. The first I heard of it was from Afanasy Pavlovich the day before yesterday. And where did you find the earrings? I found them on the pavement. Why didn't you go to work with Dmitri the other day? Because I was drinking. And where were you drinking? Oh, in such and such a place. Why did you run away from Dushkin's? Because I was very frightened. What were you frightened of? That I'd be accused. How could you be frightened, if you felt free from guilt? Now, Zosimov, you may not believe me, that question was put literally in those words. I know it for a fact, it was repeated to me exactly. What do you say to that? Well, anyway, there's the evidence. I'm not talking about the evidence now, I am talking about that question, about their own idea of themselves. Well, so they squeezed him and he confessed, I didn't find it in the street, I found it in the apartment where I was painting with Dmitri. And how was that? Dmitri and I were painting there all day, and we were just getting ready to go, and Dmitri took a brush and painted my face, and he ran off and I after him. I ran after him, shouting my hardest, and at the bottom of the stairs I ran straight into the porter and some gentlemen, and how many gentlemen were there I don't remember. And the porter swore at me, and the other porter swore, too, and the porter's wife came out, and swore at us, too, and a gentleman came into the entry with a lady, and he swore at us, too, because Dmitri and I were lying right in the way. I got hold of Dmitri's hair and knocked him down and began punching him. And Dmitri, too, caught me by the hair and began punching me. But we didn't do any of it because we were angry, but in a friendly way, for fun. And then Dmitri escaped and ran into the street, and I ran after him, but I didn't catch him, so I went back to the apartment alone. I had to clear up my things. I began putting them together, expecting Dmitri to come, and there in the passage, in the corner by the door, I stepped on the box. I saw it lying there wrapped up in paper. I took off the paper, saw some little hooks, undid them, and in the box were the earrings. Behind the door? Lying behind the door? Behind the door? Raskolnikov cried suddenly, staring with a blank look of terror at Razumikin, and he slowly sat up on the sofa, leaning on his hand. Yes, why? What's the matter? What's wrong? Razumikin, too, got up from his seat. Nothing, Raskolnikov answered faintly, turning to the wall. Everyone was silent for a while. He must have woken up from a dream, Razumikin said at last, looking inquiringly at Zosimov. The latter shook his head slightly. Well, go on, said Zosimov. What next? What next? As soon as he saw the earrings, forgetting Dmitri and everything, he took up his cap and ran to Dushkin and, as we know, got a ruble from him. He told a lie saying he found them in the street, and went off drinking. He keeps repeating his old story about the murder. I knew nothing about it, never heard of it until the day before yesterday. And why didn't you come to the police until now? I was frightened. And why did you try to hang yourself? Because I was anxious. Why were you anxious? In case I was accused of it. Well, that's the whole story. And now what do you suppose they deduced from that? But there's no supposing. There's a clue, such as it is, a fact. You wouldn't have your painter set free? Now they've just taken him for the murderer. They haven't a shadow of a doubt. That's nonsense. You're overexcited. But what about the earrings? You must admit that, if on the very same day our earrings from the old woman's box have come into Nikolai's hands, they must have got there somehow. It means a lot in a case like that. How did they get there? How did they get there? Cried Razumikin. How can you, a doctor, whose duty it is to study man and who has more opportunity than anyone else for studying human nature, how can you fail to see the character of the man in the whole story? Don't you see at once that the answers he gave in the cross-examination are the holy truth? They came into his hand precisely as he has told us. He stepped on the box and picked it up. The holy truth. But didn't he own up to telling a lie at first? Listen to me, pay attention. The porter in Coke and Pestryakov and the other porter and the wife of the first porter and the woman who was sitting in the porter's lodge and the man Kryakov, who had just got out of a cab and went in the entryway with a lady on his arm, that is 8 or 10 witnesses, agree that Nikolai had Dmitri on the ground, was lying on him beating him, while Dmitri hung onto his hair, beating him, too. They lay right in the way, blocking the road. They were sworn at on all sides while they, like children, in the witnesses' own words, were falling over one another, squealing, fighting and laughing with the funniest faces, and, chasing one another like children, they ran into the street. Now take careful note. The bodies upstairs were warm, you understand, warm when they found them. If they, or Nikolai alone, had murdered them and broken open the boxes, or simply taken part in the robbery, let me ask you one question: do their state of mind, their squeals and giggles and childish scuffling at the gate fit in with axes, bloodshed, fiendish cunning, and robbery? They just killed them, not 5 or 10 minutes before. The bodies were still warm, and at once, leaving the apartment open, knowing that people would go there at once, flinging away their booty, they rolled about like children, laughing and attracting general attention. And there are a dozen witnesses to swear to it. Of course it is strange. It's even impossible, but... No, my friend, no buts. And if the fact that the earrings were found in Nikolai's hands on the same day and at the same hour as the murder constitutes an important piece of circumstantial evidence against him, although the explanation given by him deals with it and doesn't count seriously against him, you must take into consideration the facts which prove him innocent, especially as they are facts that cannot be denied. And do you suppose, from the character of our legal system, that they will accept, or that they are in a position to accept, this fact resting simply on a psychological impossibility as irrefutable and conclusively breaking down the circumstantial evidence for the prosecution? No, they won't accept it, they definitely won't, because they found the jewel case and the man tried to hang himself, which he couldn't have done if he hadn't felt guilty. That's the point, that's what excites me, you must understand. Oh, I see you are excited. Wait a bit. I forgot to ask you, what proof is there that the box came from the old woman? That's been proved, said Razumikin with apparent reluctance, frowning. Coke recognized the jewel case and gave the name of the owner, who proved conclusively that it was his. That's bad. Now another point. Did anyone see Nikolai at the time that Coke and Pestryakov were going upstairs at first, and is there no evidence about that? Nobody did see him, Razumikin answered with vexation. That's the worst thing about it. Even Coke and Pestryakov didn't notice them on their way upstairs, though in fact their evidence could not have been worth much. They said they saw the apartment was open, and that there must be work going on in it, but they took no special notice and could not remember whether there actually were men at work in it. So the only evidence for the defense is that they were beating one another and laughing. That's a bold assumption, but how do you explain the facts yourself? How do I explain them? What is there to explain? It's clear. At any rate, the direction in which explanation is to be sought is clear, and the jewel case points to it. The real murderer dropped those earrings. The murderer was upstairs, locked in, when Coke and Pestryakov knocked at the door. Coke, like an ass, didn't stay at the door, so the murderer popped out and ran down, too, because he had no other way of escape. He hid from Coke, Pestryakov and the porter in the apartment when Nikolai and Dmitri had just run out of it. He stopped there while the porter and others were going upstairs, waited until they were out of hearing and then went calmly downstairs at the very minute when Dmitri and Nikolai ran out into the street and there was no one in the entryway. Maybe he was seen, but not noticed. There are lots of people going in and out. He must have dropped the earrings out of his pocket when he stood behind the door, and didn't notice he dropped them, because he had other things to think of. The jewel case is conclusive proof that he did stand there. That's how I explain it. Too clever. No, my friend, you're too clever. That beats everything. But, why? Why, because everything fits too well, it's too melodramatic. Razumikin was exclaiming, but at that moment the door opened and a stranger walked in. Chapter 5. He was clearly no longer a young man. He looked stiff and portly and had a cautious, sour expression on his face. He began by stopping short in the doorway, staring around himself with offensive and undisguised astonishment, as though asking himself what kind of a place he had come to. Mistrustfully pretending to be alarmed and almost affronted, he scanned Raskolnikov's low and narrow cabin. With the same amazement he gazed at Raskolnikov, who lay undressed, disheveled, unwashed, on his miserable dirty sofa, staring at him fixedly. Then with the same deliberation he scrutinized the improper, untidy figure and unshaven face of Razumikin, who looked him boldly and inquiringly in the face without rising from his seat. A constrained silence lasted for a couple of minutes, and then, as expected, some scene-shifting occurred. Reflecting, probably from certain fairly unmistakable signs, that he would get nothing in this cabin by attempting to overawe them, the gentleman softened somewhat, and civilly, though with some severity, emphasizing every syllable of his question, addressed Zosimov. Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, a student, or former student? Zosimov made a slight movement, and would have answered if Razumikin had not anticipated him. Here he is lying on the sofa. What do you want? This familiar "what do you want" seemed to cut the ground from under the feet of the pompous gentleman. He was turning to Razumikin, but checked himself in time and turned to Zosimov again. This is Raskolnikov, mumbled Zosimov, nodding towards him. Then he yawned long and hard, opening his mouth as wide as possible, lazily put his hand into his waistcoat pocket, pulled out a huge gold watch in a round hunter's case, opened it, looked at it and slowly and lazily put it back. Raskolnikov himself lay without speaking, on his back, gazing persistently at the stranger, though without any understanding. Now that his face was turned away from the strange flower on the wallpaper, it was extremely pale, with a look of anguish, as though he had just undergone an agonizing operation or just been taken from the rack. But the newcomer gradually began to arouse his attention, then his wonder, then suspicion, and even alarm. When Zosimov said, "This is Raskolnikov," he jumped up quickly, sat on the sofa and with an almost defiant, but weak and breaking, voice articulated, "Yes, I am Raskolnikov. What do you want?" The visitor scrutinized him and pronounced impressively, "Peter Petrovich Luzin. I believe I have reason to hope that my name is not wholly unknown to you?" But Raskolnikov, who had expected something quite different, gazed blankly and dreamily at him, making no reply, as though he was hearing the name of Peter Petrovich for the first time. "Is it possible that you can up until now have received no information?" asked Peter Petrovich, somewhat confused. In reply Raskolnikov sank languidly back on the pillow, put his hands behind his head and gazed at the ceiling. A look of dismay came into Luzin's face. Zosimov and Razumikin stared at him more inquisitively than ever, and at last he showed unmistakable signs of embarrassment. "I had presumed and calculated," he faltered, "that a letter posted more than 10 days, if not a fortnight ago." "Why are you standing in the doorway?" Razumikin interrupted suddenly. "If you've got something to say, sit down. You and Nastasia are so crowded. Nastasia, make room for him. Here's a chair, thread your way in." He moved his chair back from the table, made a little space between the table and his knees, and waited in a rather cramped position for the visitor to thread his way in. The minute was chosen so that it was impossible to refuse, and the visitor squeezed his way through, hurrying and stumbling. Reaching the chair, he sat down, looking suspiciously at Razumikin. There's no need to be nervous, the latter blurted out. Radia has been ill for the last 5 days and delirious for 3, but now he is recovering and has got an appetite. This is his doctor, who has just had a look at him. I am a colleague of Radia's, like him, formerly a student, and now I am nursing him, so don't take any notice of us, just carry on with your business. Thank you. But shall I not disturb the invalid by my presence and conversation? Peter Petrovich asked of Zosimov. And no, mumbled Zosimov, you may amuse him. He yawned again. He has been conscious a long time, since the morning, went on Razumikin, whose familiarity seemed so much like unaffected good nature that Peter Petrovich began to be more cheerful, partly, perhaps, because this shabby and insolent person had introduced himself as a student. Your mother, began Luzin. Whom? Razumikin cleared his throat loudly. Luzin looked at him inquiringly. That's all right, go on. Luzin shrugged his shoulders. Your mother had commenced a letter to you while I was sojourning in her neighborhood. On my arrival here I purposely allowed a few days to elapse before coming to see you, in order that I might be fully assured that you were in full possession of the news, but now, to my astonishment. I know. Raskolnikov cried suddenly with impatient vexation. So you're the fiancé? I know, and that's enough. There was no doubt that Peter Petrovich was offended this time, but he said nothing. He made a violent effort to understand what it all meant. There was a moment's silence. Meanwhile Raskolnikov, who had turned a little towards him when he answered, began suddenly staring at him again with marked curiosity, as though he had not had a good look at him yet, or as though something new had struck him. He rose from his pillow on purpose to stare at him. There certainly was something peculiar in Peter Petrovich's whole appearance, something which seemed to justify the title of fiancé which had so unfortunately been applied to him. In the first place, it was evident, far too evident, actually, that Peter Petrovich had eagerly used his few days in the capital to buy himself a new set of clothes in which to greet his fiancée, which was in fact an entirely innocent, permissible thing to do. Even his slightly complacent consciousness of the improvement in his appearance might have been forgiven in such circumstances, given that Peter Petrovich had just got engaged. All his clothes were fresh from the tailor's and fine for the occasion, except for the fact that they were too new and too distinctly appropriate. Even the stylish new round hat had the same significance. Peter Petrovich treated it too respectfully and held it too carefully in his hands. The exquisite pair of lavender gloves, real Louvain, told the same tale, if only because he did not wear them and just carried them in his hand for show. Light, youthful colors were the dominant feature of Peter Petrovich's dress. He wore a charming fawn-colored summer jacket, light thin trousers, a waistcoat of the same fine new cloth, a cravat made of the lightest cambric with pink stripes on it, and the best thing about it was that it all suited Peter Petrovich. His very fresh and even handsome face always looked younger than 45, his real age. His dark, lamb-chop whiskers made a beautiful setting on both sides, growing thickly about his shining, clean-shaven chin. Although his hair was touched here and there with gray and had been combed and curled at a hairdresser's, it did not give him a stupid appearance, as curled hair usually does, by inevitably suggesting a German on his wedding day. If there really was something unpleasant and repulsive in his pretty good-looking and imposing face, it was caused by a completely different factor. After he had disrespectfully scanned Mr. Luzin, Raskolnikov smiled wickedly, sank back on the pillow and stared at the ceiling as before. But Mr. Luzin hardened his heart and seemed to determine to take no notice of their oddities. I feel the greatest regret at finding you in this situation, he began, again breaking the silence with an effort. If I had been aware of your illness I should have come earlier. But you know what business is. I have, too, a very important legal affair in the Senate, not to mention other preoccupations which you may well conjecture. I am expecting your mother and sister any minute. Raskolnikov made a movement and seemed about to speak, his face showed some excitement.
Peter Petrovich paused, waited, but as nothing followed, he went on. Any minute. I have found an apartment for when they arrive. Where? Asked Raskolnikov weakly. Very near here, in Bakaliev's house. That's in Voskresensky, put in Razumikin. There are 2 floors there which are let by a merchant called Yushin. I've been there. Yes, rooms. A disgusting place, filthy, stinking and, what's more, dubious. Things have happened there, and there are all sorts of queer people living there. And I went there to investigate a scandal. It's cheap, though. I could not, of course, find out so much about it, as I am a stranger in Petersburg myself, Peter Petrovich replied sulkily. However, the 2 rooms are extremely clean, and as it is going to be for such a short time. I have already found a permanent, that is, our future apartment, he said, addressing Raskolnikov, and I am having it done up. And meanwhile I myself have been crammed into a room with my friend Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov, in Madame Lipwechsel's apartment. It was he who told me about Bakaliev's house, too. Lebeziatnikov, said Raskolnikov slowly, as if remembering something. Yes, Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov, a clerk in the ministry. Do you know him? Yes, no, Raskolnikov answered. I apologize, I imagined that was the case from your inquiry. I was once his guardian. A very nice young man, and a progressive as well. I like to meet young people, you can learn new things from them. Luzin looked round hopefully at them all. How do you mean? Asked Razumikin. In the most serious and essential matters, Peter Petrovich replied, as though delighted by the question. You see, it's 10 years since I visited Petersburg. All the novelties, reforms, ideas have reached us in the provinces, but to see it all more clearly one must be in Petersburg. And in my opinion you observe and learn most by watching the younger generation. And I confess I am delighted. At what? Your question is a broad one. I may be mistaken, but I think I find clearer views, more, as it were, criticism, more practicality. That's true, Zosimov let drop. Nonsense. There's no practicality. Razumikin flew at him. Practicality is a difficult thing to find, it does not drop down from heaven. And for the last 200 years we have been divorced from all practical life. Ideas, if you like, are fermenting, he said to Peter Petrovich, and desire for good exists, though it's in a childish form, and honesty you may find, although there are people who hijack it. Anyway, there's no practicality. Practicality has to have some kind of experience behind it. I don't agree with you, Peter Petrovich replied, with evident enjoyment. Of course, people do get carried away and make mistakes, but you must be indulgent of that. Those mistakes are merely evidence of enthusiasm for the cause and of an abnormal external environment. If little has been done, then there hasn't been the time, let alone the means. It's my personal view, if you would like to know, that something has been accomplished already. New and valuable ideas, new and valuable works are circulating instead of our dreamy old romantic authors. Literature is taking on a more mature form. Many unjust prejudices have been rooted up and turned into ridicule. In a word, we have cut ourselves off irreversibly from the past, and that, to my thinking, is a great thing. He's learned it by heart to show off, Raskolnikov pronounced suddenly. What? Asked Peter Petrovich, not catching his words, but he received no reply. That's all true, Zosimov hastily remarked. Isn't it so? Peter Petrovich went on, giving Zosimov a friendly glance. You must admit, he went on, addressing Razumikin with a shade of triumphant superiority, he almost added, young man, that there has been an advance or, as they say now, progress in the name of science and economic truth. A commonplace. No, not a commonplace. Up until now,
for instance, if I were told, love thy neighbor, what came of it? Peter Petrovitch went on, perhaps too hastily. It meant I had to tear my coat in half to share it with my neighbor, and we both were left half naked. As the Russian proverb says, catch several hares and you won't catch one. Science now tells us, love yourself above everyone else, for everything in the world relies on self-interest. You love yourself and manage your own affairs properly and your coat remains whole. Economic truth adds that the better private affairs are organized in society, the more whole coats, so to speak, the firmer its foundations and the better organized common welfare shall be. Therefore, in acquiring wealth solely and exclusively for myself, I am acquiring, so to speak, for everyone, and helping to get my neighbor a little more than a torn coat, and that is not because of my private, personal liberality, but because of a general advance. The idea is simple, but unhappily it has been a long time reaching us because we have been hindered by idealism and sentimentality. And yet very little intelligence is needed to perceive it. Excuse me, I've very little intelligence myself, Razumikin cut in sharply, so let's drop it. I began this discussion with a purpose, but I've grown so sick during the last 3 years of chattering to amuse myself, of constantly pouring forth commonplaces, which are always the same, that I blush even when other people talk like that. You are in a hurry, no doubt, to exhibit your acquirements, and I don't blame you, it's forgivable. I only wanted to find out what sort of man you are, because so many unscrupulous people have got hold of the progressive cause recently and have distorted it in their own interests to such an extent that the whole cause has been dragged through the mire. That's enough. Excuse me, sir, said Luzin, offended, and speaking with excessive dignity. Do you mean to suggest so improperly that I too? Oh, sir, how could I? Come on, that's enough, Razumikin concluded, and he turned abruptly to Zosimov to continue their previous conversation. Peter Petrovitch was sensible enough to accept this denial. He made up his mind to take leave in another minute or two. I trust our acquaintance, he said, addressing Raskolnikov, may, upon your recovery and in view of the circumstances, become closer. Above all, I hope you return to health. Raskolnikov did not even turn his head. Peter Petrovitch began getting up from his chair. One of her customers must have killed her, Zosimov declared. Not a doubt, replied Razumikin. Porfiry hasn't given me his opinion, but he's examining everyone who left pledges with her. Examining them? Raskolnikov asked aloud. Yes. What then? Nothing. How does he get hold of them? Asked Zosimov. Koch has put forward some of their names, other names are on the wrappers of the pledges and some have come forward themselves. It must have been a cunning, experienced criminal. The boldness of it. The coolness. That's just what it wasn't, interposed Razumikin. That's what throws you all off the scent. I don't think he's cunning or experienced, this was probably his first crime. Assuming the criminal planned it all out doesn't work. Suppose he's inexperienced, it's clear that the only thing which saved him was chance, and chance can do anything. Perhaps he didn't even foresee any obstacles. What did he do? He took jewels worth 10 or 20 rubles, stuffed his pockets with them, ransacked the old woman's trunk, her rags, and they found 1,500 rubles, besides notes, in a box in the top drawer of the chest. He didn't know how to rob anyone, he could only carry out the murder. It was his first crime, I'm telling you, his first crime, he lost his head. He got off because he was lucky, not because he was experienced. You are talking about the murder of the old pawnbroker, I believe? Peter Petrovitch put in, addressing Zosimov. He was standing, hat and gloves in hand, but before departing he felt disposed to throw off a few more intellectual phrases. He was evidently anxious to make a favorable impression and his vanity overcame his good sense. Yes. You've heard about it? Oh, yes, being in the neighborhood. Do you know the details? I can't say that, but there's another circumstance which interests me about the case, the whole question, so to say. Not to speak of the fact that crime has been greatly on the increase among the lower classes during the last 5 years, not to speak of the cases of robbery and arson everywhere, what strikes me as the strangest thing is that even on the upper rungs of the social ladder crime is increasing proportionally. In one place you hear about a student robbing the mail on the high road, in another place high-class people forge false banknotes, in Moscow a whole gang has recently been caught forging lottery tickets, and one of the ringleaders was a lecturer in universal history, then one of our diplomats abroad was murdered for some obscure motive of gain. And if this old woman, the pawnbroker, has been murdered by member of the higher classes, peasants, after all, don't pawn gold trinkets, how are we to explain this demoralization of the civilized part of our society? There have been many economic changes, put in Zosimov. How can we explain it? Razumikin caught him up. Perhaps it's happening because we are totally impractical. How do you mean? How did your lecturer in Moscow reply when he was asked why he was forging notes? Everybody is getting rich one way or another, so I want to hurry up and get rich too. I don't remember the exact words, but the upshot was that he wants money for nothing, without waiting or working. We've got used to having everything ready-made for us, from walking on crutches to chewing our food. Then the great moment 26 arrived, and everyone showed their true colors. But morality? And, so to speak, principles. But why do you worry about it? Raskolnikov interposed suddenly. It's in accordance with your theory. In accordance with my theory? Well, if you carry out logically the theory you were advocating just now, it follows that people may be killed. My God, cried Luzin. No, that's not true, put in Zosimov. Raskolnikov lay with a white face and twitching upper lip, breathing painfully. There's a measure in all things, Luzin continued with an air of superiority. Economic ideas are not an incitement to murder, and you only have to suppose. And is it true, Raskolnikov interposed once more suddenly, again in a voice quivering with fury and delight in insulting him, is it true that you told your fiancée, within an hour of her acceptance, that what pleased you most was that she was a beggar, because it was better to raise a wife from poverty so that you could have complete control over her, and reproach her because she is dependent on your charitable donations? My God, Luzin cried furiously and irritably, crimson with confusion, you have entirely distorted my words. Excuse me, allow me to assure you that the report which has reached you or, rather, has been conveyed to you, has no foundation in the truth, and I suspect who in a word to this arrow in a word, your mother. She seemed to me in other things, with all her excellent qualities, a little high-flown and romantic. But I was 1,000 miles from thinking that she would misunderstand and misrepresent things so willfully. And in fact, I tell you what, cried Raskolnikov, raising himself on his pillow and fixing his piercing, glittering eyes upon him, I tell you what. What? Luzin stood still, waiting with a defiant and offended face. Silence lasted for some seconds. If ever again you dare to mention a single word about my mother, I shall send you flying down the stairs. What's the matter with you? Cried Razumikin. So that's how it is? Luzin turned pale and bit his lip. Let me tell you, sir, he began deliberately, making the greatest possible effort to restrain himself but breathing hard, from the moment I set eyes on you, I could see that you disliked me, but I remained here on purpose to find out more. I could forgive a great deal in a sick man and a connection, but you, never after this. I am not ill, cried Raskolnikov. So much the worse. Go to hell. But Luzin was already leaving without finishing his speech, squeezing between the table and the chair. Razumikin got up this time to let him pass. Without glancing at anyone, and not even nodding to Zosimov, who had for some time been making signs to him to leave the sick man alone, he went out, lifting his hat to the level of his shoulders to avoid crushing it as he stooped to go out of the door. And even the curve of his spine indicated the horrible insult he had received. "How could you, how could you?" Razumikin said, shaking his head in perplexity. Leave me alone, all of you," Raskolnikov shouted in a frenzy. "Will you ever stop tormenting me? I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid of anyone now. Get away from me. I want to be alone. Come along," said Zosimov, nodding to Razumikin. "But we can't leave him like this." "Come along," Zosimov repeated insistently, and he went out. Razumikin thought a minute and ran to overtake him. "It might be worse not to obey him," said Zosimov on the stairs. "He mustn't be irritated. What's the matter with him? If only he could get some favorable shock, that's what would do it. At first he was better. You know he has got something on his mind. Some fixed idea weighing on him, he must have. Perhaps it's that man, Peter Petrovitch. From his conversation it seems he is going to marry his sister, and that he had received a letter about it just before his illness. Yes, damn it. He may have completely wrecked the case. But have you noticed, he doesn't take any interest in anything, he doesn't respond to anything except one point. He seems excited about the murder?" Yes, Razumikin agreed, "I noticed that, too. He is interested, frightened. It gave him a shock on the day he was ill in the police office, he fainted. Tell me more about that this evening and I'll tell you something afterwards. He interests me a lot. In half an hour I'll go and see him again. There'll be no inflammation though. Thanks. And I'll wait with Pashenka in the meanwhile and keep watch over him through Nastasia." Raskolnikov, left alone, looked with impatience and misery at Nastasia, but she stayed. "Don't you want some tea now?" she asked. "Later. I am sleepy. Leave me be." He turned abruptly to the wall, and Nastasia went out. Chapter 6. But as soon as she went out, he got up, latched the door, undid the parcel which Razumikin had brought in that evening and started dressing. Curiously, he seemed all at once to have become perfectly calm, not a trace of his recent delirium, nor of the panic that had haunted him of late. It was the first moment of a strange and sudden peace. His movements were precise and definite, there was even a firm purpose to them. Today, he muttered to himself. He understood that he was still weak, but his intense spiritual concentration gave him strength and self-confidence. He hoped, moreover, that he would not fall down in the street. When he had dressed in entirely new clothes, he looked at the money lying on the table, and after a moment's thought put it in his pocket. It was 25 rubles. He also took all of the copper change from the 10 rubles spent by Razumikin on the clothes. Then he softly unlatched the door, went out, slipped downstairs and glanced in at the open kitchen door. Nastasia was standing with her back to him, blowing up the landlady's samovar. She heard nothing. Who would have dreamed that he would go out? A minute later he was in the street. It was nearly 8 o'clock, the sun was setting. It was as stifling as before, but he eagerly drank in the stinking, dusty town air. His head felt very dizzy, a sort of savage energy gleamed suddenly in his feverish eyes and in his wasted, pale yellow face. He did not know and did not think where he was going. He had one thought alone, that all this must be ended today, once and for all, immediately, that he would not return home without it, because he would not go on living like that. How, what to put an end to? He had no idea, he did not even want to think about it. He drove away thought tortured him. All he knew, all he felt was that everything must be changed one way or another, he repeated with desperate and immovable self-confidence and determination. Out of old habit, he took a walk in the direction of the Haymarket. A dark-haired young man with a barrel organ was standing in the road in front of a little store and was grinding out a very sentimental song. He was with a 15-year-old girl, who stood on the pavement in front of him. She was dressed up in a crinoline, a mantle, and a straw hat with a flame-colored feather in it, all very old and shabby. In a strong and reasonably pleasant voice, cracked and coarsened by street music, she was singing in hope of getting a copper from the store. Raskolnikov joined 2 or 3 listeners, took out a 5-kopeck piece and put it in the girl's hand. She broke off abruptly on a sentimental high note, shouted sharply to the organ grinder, "Come on," and both moved on to the next store. "Do you like street music?" said Raskolnikov, addressing a middle-aged man standing idly by him. The man looked at him, startled and curious. "I love to hear singing accompanied by a street organ," said Raskolnikov, and his manner seemed strangely out of keeping with the subject. "I like it on cold, dark, damp autumn evenings. They must be damp, when all the passers-by have pale green, sickly faces, or better still when wet snow is falling straight down, when there's no wind, you know what I mean, and the street lamps shine through it." "I don't know." "Excuse me," muttered the stranger, frightened by the question and Raskolnikov's strange manner, and he crossed over to the other side of the street. Raskolnikov walked straight on and came out at the corner of the Haymarket, where the salesman and his wife had talked with Lizaveta, but they were not there now. Recognizing the place, he stopped, looked round and addressed a young fellow in a red shirt who stood gaping before a corn chandler's store. "Isn't there a man who keeps a booth with his wife at this corner?" "All sorts of people keep booths here," answered the young man, glancing at Raskolnikov with a superior air. "What's his name?" "What he was christened." "Aren't you a Zaraysky man, too?" "Which province?" The young man looked at Raskolnikov again. "It's not a province, Your Excellency, it's a district." "Kindly forgive me, Your Excellency." "Is that a tavern at the top there?" "Yes, it's an eating house and there's a billiard room and you'll find princesses there too."
Lala.
Raskolnikov crossed the square. In that corner there was a dense crowd of peasants. He pushed his way into the thickest part of it, looking at the faces. He felt an inexplicable inclination to enter into conversation with people. But the peasants took no notice of him, they were all shouting in groups. He stood and thought a little and took a turning to the right in the direction of V. He had often crossed that little street which turns at an angle, leading from the marketplace to Sadovy Street. Recently he had often felt drawn to wander about this district when he felt depressed, so that he might feel even more so. Now he walked along, thinking of nothing. On the bend there is a large block of buildings, entirely let out to liquor stores and eating houses. Women were continually running in and out, bareheaded and in their indoor clothes. Here and there they gathered in groups, on the pavement, especially around the entrances to various festive establishments on the lower floors. From one of these a loud din, sounds of singing, the tinkling of a guitar and shouts of merriment, floated into the street. A crowd of women were thronging round the door, some were sitting on the steps, others on the pavement, others were standing talking. A drunken soldier, smoking a cigarette, was walking near them in the road, swearing. He seemed to be trying to find his way somewhere, but had forgotten where. One beggar was quarreling with another, and a man, dead drunk, was lying right across the road. Raskolnikov joined the throng of women, who were talking in husky voices. They were bareheaded and wore cotton dresses and goatskin shoes. There were women of 40 and some not more than 17, almost all had blackened eyes. He felt strangely attracted by the singing and all the noise and uproar in the saloon below. Someone could be heard dancing frantically inside, marking time with his heels to the sounds of the guitar and of a thin falsetto voice singing a jaunty air. He listened intently, gloomily and dreamily, bending down at the entrance and peeping inquisitively in from the pavement. "Oh, my handsome soldier! Don't beat me for nothing," trilled the thin voice of the singer.
Raskolnikov felt a great desire to make out what he was singing, as though everything depended on that.
Shall I go in? He thought. They're laughing. Because they're drinking. Shall I get drunk? Won't you come in? One of the women asked him.
Her voice was still musical and less thick than the others. She was young and not repulsive, the only one of the group. She's pretty, he said, drawing himself up and looking at her. She smiled, much pleased at the compliment. You're very nice looking yourself, she said.
Isn't he thin though? Observed another woman in a deep bass. Have you just come out of a hospital?
They're all generals' daughters, it seems, but they have all snub noses, interposed a tipsy peasant with a sly smile on his face, wearing a loose coat.
See how jolly they are. Go along with you.
I'll go, sweetie.
And he darted down into the saloon below. Raskolnikov moved on.
Hey, sir, the girl shouted after him.
What is it?
She hesitated.
I'll always be pleased to spend an hour with you, kind gentleman, but now I feel shy. Give me 6 kopecks for a drink, there's a nice young man. Raskolnikov gave her what came first, 15 kopecks. Ah, what a good-natured gentleman. What's your name? Ask for Duklita. Well, that's too much, one of the women observed, shaking her head at. Duklita. I don't know how you can ask like that. I believe I should drop with shame. Raskolnikov looked curiously at the speaker.
She was a pockmarked wench of 30, covered with bruises, with her upper lip swollen. She made her criticism quietly and earnestly.
Where is it, thought Raskolnikov. Where is it I've read that someone condemned to death says or thinks, an hour before his death, that if he had to live on some high rock, on such a narrow ledge that he'd only got room to stand, with the ocean, everlasting darkness, everlasting solitude, everlasting tempest around him, if he had to remain standing on a square yard of space all his life, 1,000 years, eternity, it were better to live like that than to die at once. Only to live and live. Life, whatever it may be. How true it is. Good God, how true. Man is a vile creature.
And vile is he who calls man vile for that, he added a moment later.
He went into another street. Bah, the Crystal Palace. Razumikin was just talking about the Crystal Palace. But what the hell did I want? Yes, the newspapers. Zosimov said he'd read it in the papers.
Have you got a copy of the papers? He asked, going into a very spacious and definitely clean restaurant, consisting of several rooms, which were however rather empty. 2 or 3 people were drinking tea, and in a room further away were 4 men drinking champagne. Raskolnikov thought that Zametov was one of them, but he could not be sure at that distance.
What if it is, he thought. Will you have vodka? Asked the waiter. Give me some tea and bring me the papers, the old ones for the last 5 days, and I'll give you something. Yes, sir, here's today's. No vodka? The old newspapers and the tea were brought. Raskolnikov sat down and began to look through them. Oh, damn, these are the items of intelligence. An accident on a staircase, spontaneous combustion of a storekeeper from alcohol, a fire in Pesky, a fire in the Petersburg quarter, another fire in the Petersburg quarter, and another fire in the Petersburg quarter. Ah, here it is. He found at last what he was seeking and began to read it. The lines danced before his eyes, but he read it all and began eagerly seeking later editions in the following numbers. His hands shook with nervous impatience as he turned the sheets. Suddenly someone sat down beside him at his table. He looked up, it was the head clerk Zametov, looking just the same, with the rings on his fingers and the watch chain, with the curly, black hair, parted and pomaded, with the smart waistcoat, shabby coat and dubious dress. He was in a good mood, At least, he was smiling very merrily and good-humoredly. His dark face was rather flushed from the champagne he had drunk. "What, you here?" he began in surprise, speaking as though he'd known him all his life. "Razumikin told me only yesterday you were unconscious. How strange. Did you know I'd been to see you?" Raskolnikov knew he would come up to him. He laid aside the papers and turned to Zametov. There was a smile on his lips, and a new shade of irritable impatience was apparent in it. "I know you have," he answered. "I've heard. You looked for my sock. And you know Razumikin has lost his heart to you? He says you've been with him to Louise Ivanovna's, you know, the woman you tried to befriend, for whom you winked to the explosive lieutenant and he wouldn't understand. Do you remember?" How could he fail to understand? It was quite clear, wasn't it? What a hothead he is. The explosive one? No, your friend Razumikin. You must have a jolly life, Mr. Zametov, free entry to the best places. Who's been pouring champagne into you just now? We've just been having a drink together. You talk about pouring it into me. As a fee. You profit by everything. Raskolnikov laughed. "It's all right, my friend," he added, slapping Zametov on the shoulder. "I'm not saying that because I'm angry, but in a friendly way, for sport, as that workman of yours said when he was scuffling with Dmitri, in the case of the old woman." How do you know about it? Perhaps I know more about it than you do. How strange you are, you must still be very unwell. You shouldn't have come out. Oh, do I seem strange to you? Yes. What are you doing, reading the papers? Yes. There's a lot about the fires. No, I'm not reading about the fires. Here he looked mysteriously at Zametov, his lips were twisted again in a mocking smile. No, I am not reading about the fires, he went on, winking at Zametov. But confess now, my friend, you're pretty anxious to know what I am reading about? I am not in the least. Mayn't I ask a question? Why do you keep on? Listen, you are a man of culture and education? I was in the 6th class at the gymnasium, said Zametov with some dignity. 6th class. Ah, my little sparrow. With your parting and your rings, you're a lucky man. God, what a charming lad. Here Raskolnikov broke into a nervous laugh right in Zametov's face. The latter drew back, more amazed than offended. Pa, how strange you are. Zametov repeated very seriously. I can't help thinking you are still delirious. I am delirious? You are lying, my sparrow. So I am strange? You find me curious, do you? Yes, curious. Shall I tell you what I was reading about, what I was looking for? See what a lot of papers I've made them bring me. Suspicious? Well, what is it? You prick up your ears? How do you mean, prick up my ears? I'll explain that afterwards, but now, my friend, I declare to you, no, better I confess. No, that's not right either. I make a deposition and you take it. I depose that I was reading, that I was looking and searching. He screwed up his eyes and paused. I was searching, and came here on purpose to do it, for news of the murder of the old pawnbroker woman, he articulated at last, almost in a whisper, bringing his face extremely close to Zametov's. Zametov looked at him steadily, without moving or drawing his face away. What struck Zametov afterwards as the strangest part of it all was that silence followed for exactly a minute, and that they gazed at one another all the while. What if you have been reading about it? He cried at last, perplexed and impatient. That's no business of mine. What of it?
The same old woman, Raskolnikov went on in the same whisper, paying no attention to Zaintov's explanation. Who you were talking about in the police office, you remember, when I fainted.
Well, do you understand now? What do you mean? Understand, what? Zaintov brought out, almost alarmed.
Raskolnikov's set and earnest face was suddenly transformed, and he suddenly went off into the same nervous laugh as before, as though utterly unable to restrain himself.
And in a flash he recalled with extraordinary vividness of sensation a moment in the recent past, that moment when he stood with the axe behind the door, while the latch trembled and the men outside swore and shook it, and he had a sudden desire to shout at them, to swear at them, to put out his tongue at them, to mock them, to laugh, and laugh, and laugh.
You are either mad, or, began Zaintov, and he broke off, as though stunned by the idea that had suddenly flashed into his mind.
Or what? What? Come, tell me. Nothing, said Zaintov, getting angry, it's all nonsense.
Both were silent. After his sudden fit of laughter, Raskolnikov became suddenly thoughtful and melancholy. He put his elbow on the table and leaned his head on his hand.
He seemed to have completely forgotten Zaintov.
The silence lasted for some time.
Why don't you drink your tea? It's getting cold, said Zaintov. What? Tea?
Oh, yes. Raskolnikov sipped the glass, put a morsel of bread in his mouth and, suddenly looking at Zaintov, seemed to remember everything and pulled himself together. At the same moment his face resumed its original mocking expression.
He went on drinking tea.
There have been many of these crimes recently, said Zaintov. Only the other day I read in the Moscow news that a whole gang of false coiners had been caught in Moscow.
It was a real club. They used to forge tickets.
Oh, but that was a long time ago.
I read about it a month ago, Raskolnikov answered calmly.
So you think they're criminals, he added smiling.
Of course they're criminals. Them?
They are children, simpletons, not criminals.
50 people meeting for a purpose like that, what an idea.
3 would be too many, and then they want to have more faith in one another than in themselves. One of them just has to blab when he's drunk and it all collapses.
Simpletons.
They engaged untrustworthy people to change the notes. What a thing to trust to a casual stranger.
Well, let us suppose that these simpletons succeed and each makes $1 million, and what follows for the rest of their lives? Each is dependent on the others for the rest of his life.
Better hang yourself at once. And they didn't know how to change the notes either. The man who changed the notes took 5,000 rubles, and his hands trembled. He counted the first 4,000, but did not count the 5,000. He was in such a hurry to get the money into his pocket and run away.
Of course he roused suspicion.
And the whole thing came to a crash through one fool.
Is it possible?
That his hands trembled, observed Zaintov. Yes, that's quite possible. That I feel quite sure is possible.
Sometimes people can't stand things. Can't stand that? Could you stand it then?
No, I couldn't. For the sake of 100 rubles, to face such a terrible experience. To go with false notes into a bank where it's their business to spot that sort of thing. No, I wouldn't have the nerve to do it.
Would you?
Raskolnikov had an intense desire again to stick his tongue out. Shivers kept running down his spine. I would do it differently, Raskolnikov began. This is how I would change the notes. I'd count the first 1,000 3 or 4 times backwards and forwards, look at every note and then start on the second 1,000. I'd count that halfway through and then hold some 50-ruble note to the light, then turn it, then hold it to the light again, to see whether it was a good one. I'm afraid, I would say. A relation of mine lost 25 rubles the other day because of a false note, and then I tell them the whole story. And after I began counting the third, no, excuse me, I would say, I think I made a mistake in the 700 in that second thousand, I am not sure. And so I would give up the third thousand and go back to the second and so on to the end. And when I had finished, I'd pick out one from the fifth and one from the second thousand and take them again to the light and ask again, change them, please, and put the clerk into such a stew that he would not know how to get rid of me. When I'd finished and had gone out, I'd come back, no, excuse me, and ask for some explanation. That's how I'd do it.
Pa, what terrible things you say, said Zaintov, laughing. But all that is only talk. When it came down to doing it, you'd make a slip. I believe that even an experienced, desperate man cannot always count on himself, much less you and I. To take an example closer to home, that old woman who was murdered in our district. The murderer seems to have been a desperate man. He risked everything in open daylight, was saved by a miracle, but his hands shook, too. He didn't manage to rob the place, he couldn't stand it. That was clear from the... Raskolnikov seemed offended. Clear? Why don't you catch him then? He shouted at Zaintov mockingly. Well, they will catch him. Who? You? Do you think you could catch him? You've got a tough job on your hands. A great point for you is whether someone is spending money or not. If someone has no money and suddenly starts spending, they must be guilty. Any child can mislead you. The fact is they always do that, though, answered Zaintov. A man will commit a clever murder, risk his life and then at once go drinking in a tavern. They are caught spending money, they are not all as cunning as you are. You wouldn't go to a tavern, of course? Raskolnikov frowned and looked steadily at Zaintov. You seem to enjoy the subject and would like to know how I would behave in that case, too, he asked with displeasure. I would like to, Zaintov answered firmly and seriously. His words and looks were becoming a little too earnest. Very much? Very much. All right then. This is how I would behave, Raskolnikov began, again bringing his face close to Zaintov's, again staring at him and speaking in a whisper. The latter started shuddering. This is what I would have done. I would have taken the money and jewels, I would have walked out of there and have gone straight to some deserted place with fences round it and scarcely anyone to be seen, some kitchen garden or place of that sort. I would have found beforehand some stone weighing 100 weight or more which had been lying in the corner from the time the house was built. I would lift that stone, there would be sure to be a hollow under it, and I would put the jewels and money in that hole. Then I'd roll the stone back so that it would look as before, would press it down with my foot and walk away. And for a year or two, 3 maybe, I wouldn't touch it. And, well, they could search. There'd be no trace. You are a madman, said Zaintov, and for some reason he too spoke in a whisper, and moved away from Raskolnikov, whose eyes were glittering. He had turned extremely pale and his upper lip was twitching and quivering. He bent down as close as possible to Zaintov, and his lips began to move without uttering a word. This lasted for half a minute. He knew what he was doing, but could not restrain himself. The terrible word trembled on his lips, like the latch on that door. In another moment it will break out, in another moment he will let it go, he will speak out. And what if it was I who murdered the old woman and Lizaveta, he said suddenly and realized what he had done. Zaintov looked wildly at him and turned white as the tablecloth. His face had a contorted smile on it. But is it possible, he brought out faintly. Raskolnikov looked angrily at him. Own up, you believed it, yes, you did? Not at all, I believe it less than ever now, Zaintov cried hastily. I've caught my sparrow. So you did believe it before, if now you believe it less than ever? Not at all, cried Zaintov, obviously embarrassed. Have you been frightening me to lead up to this? You don't believe it then? What were you talking about behind my back when I went out of the police office? And why did the explosive lieutenant question me after I fainted? Hey, there, he shouted to the waiter, getting up and taking his cap. How much? 30 kopecks, the latter replied, running up. And there is 20 kopecks for vodka. See what a lot of money. He held out his shaking hand to Zametov with notes in it. Red notes in blue, 25 rubles. Where did I get them? And where did my new clothes come from? You know I hadn't a kopeck. You've cross-examined my landlady, I'll be bound. Well, that's that. We've talked enough. Goodbye. He went out, trembling all over from a sort of wild hysterical sensation, in which there was an element of unbearable ecstasy. Yet he was gloomy and horribly tired. His face was twisted as if he had just had a fit. His fatigue increased rapidly. Any shock, any irritating sensation stimulated and revived his energies at once, but his strength failed just as quickly when the stimulus was removed. Zametov, left alone, sat for a long time in the same place, deep in thought. Raskolnikov had unwittingly worked a revolution in his brain on a certain point and had made up his mind for him conclusively. Ilya Petrovitch is a blockhead, he decided. Raskolnikov had hardly opened the door of the restaurant when he bumped into Razumikin on the steps. They did not see each other until they almost knocked against each other. For a moment they stood looking each other up and down. Razumikin was greatly astounded, then real anger gleamed fiercely in his eyes. So here you are, he shouted at the top of his voice, you ran away from your bed. And here I've been looking for you under the sofa. We went up to the garret. I almost beat Nastasia because of you. And here he is after all. Radia! What is the meaning of it? Tell me the whole truth. Confess. Do you hear? It means that I'm sick to death of all of you and I want to be alone, Raskolnikov answered calmly. Alone? When you are not able to walk, when your face is as white as a sheet and you are gasping for breath. Idiot! What have you been doing in the Crystal Palace? Tell me now. Let me go, said Raskolnikov and tried to pass him. This was too much for Razumikin, he gripped him firmly by the shoulder. Let you go? You dare tell me to let you go? Do you know what I'll do with you? I'll pick you up, tie you up in a bundle, carry you home under my arm and lock you up. Listen, Razumikin, Raskolnikov began quietly, apparently calm, can't you see that I don't want your benevolence? A strange desire you have to shower benefits on a man who curses them, who feels them to be a burden, in fact. Why did you seek me out at the beginning of my illness? Maybe I was very happy to die. Didn't I tell you plainly enough today that you were torturing me, that I was sick of you? You seem to want to torture people. I assure you that all of this is seriously hindering my recovery, because it's continually irritating me. You saw Zosimov went away just now to avoid irritating me. You leave me alone too, for goodness sake. What right do you have to keep me by force? Can't you see that I am in possession of all my faculties now? How can I persuade you not to persecute me with your kindness? I may be ungrateful, I may be mean, but just let me be, for God's sake, let me be. Let me be, let me be. He began calmly, gloating beforehand over the venomous phrases he was about to utter, but finished, panting for breath, in a frenzy, as he had been with Luzin. Razumikin stood a moment, thought, and let his hand drop. Well, go to hell then, he said gently and thoughtfully. Stay here, he roared, as Raskolnikov was about to move. Listen to me. Let me tell you, that you are all a set of babbling, posing idiots. If you've got any little trouble you brood over it like a hen over an egg. And you are plagiarists even in that. There isn't a sign of independent life in you. You're made of spermaceti ointment and you've got lymph in your veins instead of blood. I don't trust any of you. When anything happens, the first thing all of you do is fail to behave like human beings. Stop, he cried with redoubled fury, noticing that Raskolnikov was again making a movement. Hear me out. You know I'm having a housewarming this evening. I dare say they've arrived by now, but I left my uncle there. I just ran in to receive the guests. And if you weren't a fool, a common fool, a perfect fool, if you were an original instead of a translation, you see, Radia, I recognize you're a clever fellow, but you're a fool. And if you weren't a fool, you'd come round to me this evening instead of wearing out your boots in the street. Since you've gone out, there's no help for it. I'd give you a snug easy chair, my landlady has one, a cup of tea, company. Or you could lie on the sofa. In any case, you would be with us. Zosimov will be there too. Will you come? No. Are rubbish. Razumikin shouted, his patience lost. How do you know? You can't answer for yourself. You don't know anything about it. Thousands of times I've fought tooth and nail with people and run back to them afterwards. You feel ashamed and go back to them. So remember, Pochinkov's house on the 3rd story. Razumikin, you'd let anybody beat you from sheer benevolence. Beat? Whom? Me? I'd twist his nose off at the idea of it. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's apartment. I shan't come, Razumikin. Raskolnikov turned and walked away. I bet you will, Razumikin shouted after him. I refuse to know you if you don't. Stop, hey, is Zaintov in there? Yes. Did you see him? Yes. Talk to him? Yes. What about? Damn you, don't tell me then. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's apartment, remember. Raskolnikov walked on and turned the corner into Sadovy Street. Razumikin looked after him thoughtfully. Then with a wave of his hand he went into the house but stopped short of the stairs. Damn it, he went on almost aloud. He talked sensibly but yet. I am a fool. As if madmen didn't talk sensibly. And this was just what Zosimov seemed afraid of. He struck his finger on his forehead. What if? How could I let him go off alone? He may drown himself. Ah, what a blunder! I can't. And he ran back to overtake Raskolnikov, but there was no trace of him. With a curse he returned swiftly to the Crystal Palace to question Zaintov. Raskolnikov walked straight to X Bridge, stood in the middle and, leaning both elbows on the rail, stared into the distance. On parting with Razumikin, he felt so much weaker that he could scarcely reach it. He longed to sit or lie down somewhere in the street. Bending over the water, he gazed mechanically at the last pink flush of the sunset, at the row of houses growing dark in the gathering twilight, at one distant attic window on the left bank, flashing as though on fire in the last rays of the setting sun, at the darkening water of the canal, and the water seemed to catch his attention. At last red circles flashed before his eyes, the houses seemed to be moving, the passers-by, the canal banks, the carriages all danced before his eyes. Suddenly he started, saved again perhaps from fainting by an uncanny and hideous sight. He became aware of someone standing to his right. He looked and saw a tall woman with a kerchief on her head, with a long, yellow, wasted face and red sunken eyes. She was looking straight at him, but she obviously saw nothing and recognized no one. Suddenly she leaned her right hand on the parapet, lifted her right leg over the railing, then her left and threw herself into the canal. The filthy water parted and swallowed up its victim for a moment, but an instant later the drowning woman floated to the surface, moving slowly with the current, her head and legs in the water, her skirt billowing like a balloon over her back. A woman drowning! A woman drowning! Shouted dozens of voices. People ran up, both banks were thronged with spectators. On the bridge people crowded around Raskolnikov, pressing up behind him. Mercy!
It's our Afrosinia, a woman cried tearfully close by. Mercy! Save her! Good people, pull her out! A boat was shouted in the crowd. But there was no need of a boat. A policeman ran down the steps to the canal, threw off his overcoat and his boots and rushed into the water. It was easy to reach her. She floated within a couple of yards of the steps. He caught hold of her clothes with his right hand and with his left seized a pole which a comrade held out to him. The drowning woman was pulled out at once. They laid her on the granite pavement of the embankment. She soon recovered consciousness, raised her head, sat up and began sneezing and coughing, stupidly wiping her wet dress with her hands. She said nothing. She's drunk out of her senses, the same woman's voice wailed at her side. Out of her senses. The other day she tried to hang herself, we cut her down. I ran out to the store just now, left my little girl to look after her, and here she is, in trouble again. A neighbor, we live close by, the second house from the end, over there. The crowd broke up. The police still remained around the woman. Someone mentioned the police station. Raskolnikov looked on with a strange sensation of indifference and apathy. He felt disgusted. No, that's loathsome water, it's not good enough, he muttered to himself. Nothing will come of it, he added, no use to wait. What about the police office? And why isn't Zaintov at the police office? The police office is open until 10 o'clock. He turned his back to the railing and looked about him. Very well then, he said resolutely. He moved from the bridge and walked in the direction of the police office. His heart felt hollow and empty. He did not want to think. Even his depression had passed. There was not a trace now of the energy with which he had set out to make an end of it all. Complete apathy had succeeded it. Well, it's a way out of it, he thought, walking slowly and listlessly along the canal bank. Anyway, I'll put an end to it, because I want to. But is it a way out? What does it matter? There'll be the square yard of space, ha! But what an end! Is it really the end? Shall I tell them or not? Ah, damn! How tired I am! If I could find somewhere to sit or lie down soon. What I am most ashamed of is the fact that it's so stupid. But I don't care about that either. What idiotic ideas come into my head? To reach the police office he had to go straight forward and take the second turning to the left. It was only a few yards away. But at the first turning he stopped and, after a minute's thought, turned into a side street and went 2 streets out of his way, possibly without any purpose, or possibly to delay a minute and gain time. He walked, looking at the ground. Suddenly someone seemed to whisper in his ear. He lifted his head and saw that he was standing at the gate of the house. He had not passed it, he had not been near it since that evening. An overwhelming, inexplicable prompting drew him on. He went into the house, passed through the gateway, then into the first entrance on the right, and began mounting the familiar staircase to the 4th floor. The narrow, steep stairway was very dark. He stopped at each landing and looked round him with curiosity. On the first landing the framework of the window had been taken out. That wasn't how it was then, he thought. Here was the apartment on the 2nd floor where Nikolai and Dmitri had been working. It's shut up and the doors newly painted. So they're going to rent it. Then the 3rd floor and the 4th. Here. He was perplexed to find the door of the apartment wide open. There were men there, he could hear voices, he had not expected that. After brief hesitation he mounted the last stairs and went into the apartment. It, too, was being done up, there were workmen in it. This seemed to amaze him. He somehow thought he would find everything as he left it, even perhaps the corpses in the same place on the floor. And now, bare walls, no furniture, it seemed strange. He walked to the window and sat down on the window-sill. There were 2 workmen, both young men, but one much younger than the other. They were papering the walls with a new white paper covered with lilac flowers, instead of the dirty old yellow one.
Raskolnikov for some reason felt horribly annoyed by this. He looked at the new paper with dislike, as though he felt sorry to have it all changed. The workmen had obviously stayed beyond their time, and now they were hurriedly rolling up their paper and getting ready to go home. They took no notice of Raskolnikov. They were talking. Raskolnikov folded his arms and listened.
"She came to me in the morning," said the elder to the younger, "very early, all dressed up."
"Why are you preening yourself?" I said. "I'm ready to do anything to please you, Tid Vasilik." That's one way of going about it. She was dressed up like a real fashion book. "What's a fashion book?" the younger one asked. He obviously regarded the other as an authority.
"A fashion book is a lot of pictures, colored, and they come to the tailors here every Saturday, by post from abroad, to show people how to dress, men as well as women. They're pictures. The men are usually wearing fur coats, and as for the ladies' fluffy stuff, they're beyond anything you can imagine."
"There's nothing you can't find in Petersburg," the younger cried enthusiastically. "Except father and mother, there's everything." "Except them, there's everything to be found, my friend," the elder declared pompously.
Raskolnikov got up and walked into the other room where the strong box, the bed, and the chest of drawers had been. The room seemed to him very tiny without furniture in it. The paper was the same. The paper in the corner showed where the case of icons had stood.
He looked at it and went to the window. The elder workman looked at him sideways. "What do you want?" he asked suddenly.
Instead of answering, Raskolnikov went into the passage and pulled the bell.
The same bell, the same cracked note. He rang it a second and a third time. He listened and remembered.
The hideous and agonizingly fearful sensation he had felt then began to come back more and more vividly.
He shuddered at every ring, and it gave him more and more satisfaction. "Well, what do you want?" "Who are you?" the workman shouted, going out to him. Raskolnikov went inside again.
"I want to rent an apartment," he said.
"I am looking round." "Night's not the time to look at the rooms. You ought to come up with the porter." "The floors have been washed, will they be painted?" Raskolnikov went on. "Is there no blood?" "What blood?"
"The old woman and her sister were murdered here. There was a real pool there."
"But who are you?" the workman cried, uneasy. "Who am I?" "Yes." "You want to know? Come to the police station, I'll tell you." The workman looked at him in amazement. "It's time for us to go, we are late." "Come on, Ilyashka." "We've got to lock up," said the elder workman.
"Very well then, come along," said Raskolnikov indifferently, and going out first, he went slowly downstairs.
"Hey, porter," he cried in the gateway.
At the entrance several people were standing, staring at the passers-by, the two porters, a peasant woman, a man in a long coat, and a few others.
Raskolnikov went straight up to them. "What do you want?" asked one of the porters. "Have you been to the police office?" "I've just been there." "What do you want?" "Is it open?"
"Of course."
"Is the assistant there?"
"He was there for a while."
"What do you want?"
Raskolnikov made no reply, but stood beside them lost in thought.
"He's been to look at the apartment," said the elder workman, coming forward. "Which apartment?"
"Where we're at work."
"Why have you washed away the blood?" he says.
"There has been a murder here," he says, "and I've come to take it."
And he began ringing at the bell, all but broke it. "Come to the police station," says he. "I'll tell you everything there." He wouldn't leave us. The porter looked at Raskolnikov, frowning and perplexed. "Who are you?" he shouted as impressively as he could. "I am Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, a former student. I live in Shil's house, not far from here, apartment number 14, ask the porter, he knows me." Raskolnikov said all this in a lazy, dreamy voice, not turning round, but looking intently into the darkening street. "Why have you been to the apartment?" "To look at it." "What is there to look at?" "Take him straight to the police station," the man in the long coat jerked in abruptly. Raskolnikov looked intently at him over his shoulder and said in the same slow, lazy tone, "Come along." "Yes, take him," the man went on more confidently. "Why was he going into that? What's in his mind?" "He's not drunk, but God knows what's the matter with him," muttered the workman. "But what do you want?" the porter shouted again, beginning to get angry in earnest. "Why are you hanging about?" "Are you afraid of the police station then?" said Raskolnikov jeeringly. "What do you mean, afraid of it? Why are you hanging around?" "He's a rogue," shouted the peasant woman. "Why waste time talking to him?" cried the other porter, a huge peasant in a full open coat with keys on his belt. "Get out of here! He's causing trouble. Get out of here!" And seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder he flung him into the street. He lurched forward, but recovered his footing, looked at the spectators in silence and walked away. "He's strange," observed the workman. "There are strange people about nowadays," said the woman. "All the same, you should have taken him to the police station," said the man in the long coat. "Better have nothing to do with him," decided the big porter. "A real troublemaker. Just what he wants, but once you take him up, you won't get rid of him. We know the sort." "Shall I go there or not?" thought Raskolnikov, standing in the middle of the crossroads, and he looked around him, as though expecting a decisive word from someone. But no sound came, everything was dead and silent like the stones on which he walked, dead to him alone. All at once at the end of the street, 200 yards away, in the gathering dusk, he saw a crowd and heard people talking and shouting. In the middle of the crowd stood a carriage. A light gleamed in the middle of the street. "What is it?" Raskolnikov turned to the right and went up to the crowd. He seemed to clutch at everything and smiled coldly when he recognized it. He had decided to go to the police station. Soon, it would be over. Chapter 7. An elegant carriage stood in the middle of the road with a pair of hot gray horses. There was no one in it, and the coachman had got off his box and was standing nearby. The horses were being held by the bridle. A mass of people had gathered round, with policemen standing in front of them. One of them held a lighted lantern which he was turning on something lying close to the wheels. Everyone was talking, shouting, exclaiming. The coachman seemed to be at a loss and kept repeating, "What a misfortune! Lord, what a misfortune!" Raskolnikov pushed his way in as far as he could, and succeeded at last in seeing the object of the commotion and interest. On the ground a man who had been run over lay apparently unconscious and covered in blood. He was very badly dressed, but not like a workman. Blood was flowing from his head and face, his face was crushed, mutilated, and disfigured. He was evidently badly injured. "Lord have mercy," wailed the coachman, "what more could I do? If I'd been driving fast or if I hadn't shouted to him, but I was going quietly, I wasn't hurrying. Everybody could see I was going along just like everybody else. People who are drunk can't walk straight, we all know that. I saw him crossing the street, staggering and falling almost. I shouted again and a second and a third time, then I held the horses in, but he fell straight under their feet. Either he did it on purpose or he was very drunk. The horses are young and take fright pretty easily," they started. He screamed, "That made them worse. That's how it happened." "That's just how it was," a voice in the crowd confirmed. He shouted, "That's true," he shouted 3 times, another voice declared. 3 times it was, we all heard it, shouted a third. But the coachman was not very distressed and frightened. It was evident that the carriage belonged to a rich and important person who was waiting for it somewhere. The police, of course, were anxious to avoid upsetting his arrangements. All they had to do was to take the injured man to the police station and the hospital. No one knew his name. Meanwhile, Raskolnikov had squeezed in and stooped closer over him. The lantern suddenly lit up the unfortunate man's face. He recognized him. "I know him! I know him," he shouted, pushing to the front. "It's a government clerk retired from the service, Marmeladov. He lives close by in Kozel's house. Hurry up and get a doctor. I will pay, look." He pulled money out of his pocket and showed it to the policeman. He was violently excited. The police were glad that they had found out who the man was. Raskolnikov gave his own name and address, and, as earnestly as if it had been his father, he asked the police to carry the unconscious Marmeladov to his apartment at once. "Just here, 3 houses away," he said eagerly. "The house belongs to Kozel, a rich German. He was going home, no doubt drunk. I know him, he is a drunkard. He has a family there, a wife, children, he has 1 daughter. It will take time to take him to the hospital, and there is sure to be a doctor in the house. I'll pay. At least he will be looked after at home, they will help him at once. But he'll die before you get him to the hospital." He managed to slip something unseen into the policeman's hand. But the thing was straightforward and legitimate, and in any case help was closer here. They lifted the injured man, people volunteered to help. Kozel's house was 30 yards away. Raskolnikov walked behind, carefully holding Marmeladov's head and showing the way. This way. We must take him upstairs head first. Turn round. I'll pay, I'll make it worth your while," he muttered. Katerina Ivanovna had just begun to walk to and fro in her little room from the window to the stove and back again, with her arms folded across her chest, talking to herself and coughing. She used to do this whenever she had a moment to spare. Recently she had begun to talk more than ever to her eldest girl, Polenka, a child of 10, who, though there was much she did not understand, understood very well that her mother needed her, and so always watched her with her big clever eyes and did her utmost to appear to understand. This time Polenka was undressing her little brother, who had been unwell all day and was going to bed. The boy was waiting for her to take off his shirt, which had to be washed at night. He was sitting straight and motionless on a chair, with a silent, serious face, with his legs stretched out straight before him, heels together and toes turned out. He was listening to what his mother was saying to his sister, sitting perfectly still with pouting lips and wide open eyes, just like all good little boys have to sit when they are undressed to go to bed. A little girl, even younger, dressed literally in rags, stood at the screen, waiting for her turn. The door onto the stairs was open to relieve them a little from the clouds of tobacco smoke which floated in from the other rooms and brought on long terrible fits of coughing in the poor, tubercular woman. Katerina Ivanovna seemed to have grown even thinner during that week, and the hectic flush on her face was brighter than ever. "You wouldn't believe, you can't imagine, Polenka," she said, walking about the room, "what a happy luxurious life we had in my papa's house, and how this drunkard has brought me, and will bring you all, to ruin. Father was a civil colonel and only a step from being a governor. Everyone who came to see him said, 'We look upon you, Ivan Mikhailovich, as our governor.' When she coughed violently. Oh, curse life," she cried, clearing her throat and pressing her hands to her breast, when at the last ball, at the Marshal's. Princess Bezimuli saw me, she was the one who gave me the blessing when your father and I were married. Polenka," she asked at once, "isn't that the pretty girl who did the shawl dance at the end? You must mend that tear, you must take your needle and darn it as I showed you, or tomorrow, cough, he will make the hole bigger," she articulated with effort. Prince Skogolskoy, a kammerjunker, had just come from Petersburg then. He danced the mazurka with me and wanted to make me an offer next day, but I thanked him in flattering expressions and told him that my heart had long been in others. That other was your father, Polya. Father was extremely angry. Is the water ready? Give me the shirt and the stockings. Lida, she said to the youngest one, you must manage without your shirt tonight. And lay your stockings out with it. I'll wash them together. How come that drunken vagabond hasn't come back yet? He's worn his shirt so much it looks like a dishcloth, he's torn it to rags. I do it all together, so I don't have to work 2 nights running. Oh, God! Cough, 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 cough. Again! What's this? She cried, noticing a crowd in the passage and the men who were pushing into her room, carrying a burden. What is it? What are they bringing? Lord have mercy! Where should we put him? Asked the policeman, looking round when Marmeladov, unconscious and covered with blood, had been carried in. On the sofa. Put him straight on the sofa, with his head this way, Raskolnikov showed him. Run over in the road. Drunk, someone shouted in the passage. Katerina Ivanovna stood, turning white and gasping for breath. The children were terrified. Little Lida screamed, rushed to Polenka and clutched at her, trembling all over. Having laid Marmeladov down, Raskolnikov flew to Katerina Ivanovna. For God's sake be calm, don't be frightened, he said, speaking quickly. He was crossing the road and was run over by a carriage. Don't be frightened, he will come to. I told them to bring him here. I've been here already, you remember? He will come to. I'll pay. He's done it this time. Katerina Ivanovna cried despairingly and she rushed to her husband. Raskolnikov noticed at once that she was not one of those women who swoon easily. She instantly placed a pillow under the luckless man's head, which no one had thought of, and began undressing and examining him. She kept her head, forgetting herself, biting her trembling lips and stifling the screams which were ready to break from her. Raskolnikov meanwhile induced someone to run for a doctor. There was a doctor, it appeared, next door but one. I've sent for a doctor, he kept assuring Katerina Ivanovna, don't worry, I'll pay. Haven't you got any water, and give me a napkin or a towel, anything, as quick as you can. He is injured, but not killed, believe me. We'll see what the doctor says. Katerina Ivanovna ran to the window. There, on a broken chair in the corner, a large earthenware basin full of water had been standing, ready for her to wash her children's and her husband's clothing that night. Katerina Ivanovna did the washing at night at least twice a week, if not more frequently than that. The family had sunk so low that they had practically no change of clothes, and Katerina Ivanovna could not stand this absence of cleanliness and, rather than see dirt in the house, she preferred to wear herself out at night, working beyond her strength when the rest were asleep, so as to get the wet clothes hung on a line and dry by the morning. She took up the basin of water at Raskolnikov's request, but almost fell down with her burden. But the latter had already succeeded in finding a towel, wetted it and begun washing the blood off Marmeladov's face. Katerina Ivanovna stood by, breathing painfully and pressing her hands to her chest. She was in need of attention herself. Raskolnikov began to realize that he might have made a mistake in having the injured man brought here. The policeman, too, stood there in hesitation. Polenka, cried Katerina Ivanovna, run to Sonia's, hurry. If you don't find her at home, tell her that her father has been run over and that she must come here at once, when she comes in. Run, Polenka. There, put on the shawl. Run your fastest, cried the little boy on the chair suddenly, after which he relapsed into the same dumb rigidity, with round eyes, his heels thrust forward and his toes spread out. Meanwhile the room had become so full of people that you could not have dropped a pin. The policeman left, all except one, who remained for a while,
trying to drive out the people who came in from the stairs. Almost all Madame Lipwechsel's lodgers had streamed in from the inner rooms of the apartment. At first they were squeezed together in the doorway, but afterwards they overflowed into the room. Katerina Ivanovna flew into a fury. "You might let him die in peace, at least," she shouted at the crowd. "Is it a spectacle for you to gape at? With cigarettes. Cough, cough, cough. You might as well keep your hats on. And there is one in his hat. Get away. You should respect the dead, at least." Her cough choked her, but her reproaches were not entirely fruitless. They evidently stood in some awe of Katerina Ivanovna. The lodgers, one after another, squeezed back into the doorway with that strange inner feeling of satisfaction which may be observed during a sudden accident, even in those nearest and dearest to the victim, from which no one alive is exempt, even despite the sincerest sympathy and compassion. Voices outside were heard, however, talking about the hospital and saying that they'd no business to make a disturbance here. "No business to die," cried Katerina Ivanovna, and she was rushing to the door to vent her wrath upon them, but in the doorway came face to face with Madame Lipwechsel, who had only just heard of the accident and ran in to restore order. She was a particularly argumentative and irresponsible German. "Ah, my God," she cried, clasping her hands, "your husband drunken horses have trampled. To the hospital with him. I am the landlady." "Amalia Ludwigovna, please think about what you are saying," Katerina Ivanovna began in a superior tone of voice. She always adopted a superior tone with the landlady so that the landlady might remember her place in society. Even now, she could not deny herself this satisfaction. "Amalia Ludwigovna. I have you once before told that you to call me Amalia Ludwigovna may not dare. I am Amalia Ivanovna." "You are not Amalia Ivanovna, you are Amalia Ludwigovna, and since I am not one of your despicable flatterers like Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who's laughing behind the door at the moment," a laugh and a shout of "they're at it again" was in fact audible at the door, "I shall always call you Amalia Ludwigovna, though I fail to understand why you dislike that name. You can see for yourself what has happened to Semyon Zakharovich, he is dying. I beg you to close that door at once and let no one in. Let him at least die in peace. Or I warn you the Governor-General himself shall be informed of your conduct tomorrow. The prince knew me as a girl, he remembers Semyon Zakharovich well and has often given him generous donations. Everyone knows that Semyon Zakharovich had many friends and protectors whom he abandoned himself from an honorable pride, knowing his unfortunate weakness, but now," she pointed to Raskolnikov, "a generous young man has come to our assistance, who has wealth and connections and whom Semyon Zakharovich has known since he was a child. You may rest assured, Amalia Ludwigovna." All this was uttered with extreme rapidity, getting quicker and quicker, but a cough suddenly cut short Katerina Ivanovna's eloquence. At that instant the dying man recovered consciousness and uttered a groan. She ran to him. The injured man opened his eyes and without recognition or understanding gazed at Raskolnikov, who was bending over him. He drew deep, slow, painful breaths, blood oozed at the corners of his mouth and drops of perspiration came out on his forehead. Not recognizing Raskolnikov, he began looking round uneasily. Katerina Ivanovna looked at him with a sad but stern face, and tears trickled from her eyes. "My God! His whole chest is crushed. How he is bleeding," she said in despair. "We must take off his clothes. Turn a little, Semyon Zakharovich, if you can," she shouted to him. Marmeladov recognized her. "A priest," he articulated huskily. Katerina Ivanovna walked to the window, laid her head against the window frame and exclaimed in despair. "Oh, wretched life!" "A priest," the dying man said again after a moment's silence. "They've gone for him," Katerina Ivanovna shouted to him. He obeyed her and fell silent. With sad and timid eyes he looked for her. She returned and stood by his pillow. He seemed a little more eased, but not for long.
Soon his eyes rested on little Lita, his favorite, who was shaking in the corner as though she were in a fit and staring at him with her wondering childish eyes. He signed towards her uneasily. He wanted to say something. What now? Shouted Katerina Ivanovna. Barefoot, barefoot, he muttered, indicating with frenzied eyes the child's bare feet. Be quiet, Katerina Ivanovna shouted irritably, you know why she is barefoot. Thank God, the doctor, exclaimed Raskolnikov, relieved. The doctor came in, a precise little old man, a German, looking about him mistrustfully. He went up to the sick man, took his pulse, carefully felt his head, and with the help of Katerina Ivanovna he unbuttoned the blood-stained shirt, and bared the injured man's chest. It was gashed, crushed and fractured, several ribs on the right side were broken. On the left side, just over the heart, was a large, sinister-looking yellowish-black bruise, a cruel kick from the horse's hoof. The doctor frowned. The policeman told him that he was caught in the wheel and turned round with it for 30 yards on the road. It's wonderful that he has recovered consciousness, the doctor whispered softly to Raskolnikov. What do you think? He asked. He will die immediately. Is there really no hope? Not even the slightest. He is at the last gasp. His head is badly injured, too. I could bleed him if you like, but it would be useless. He is bound to die within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Better bleed him then. If you like. But I warn you it will be perfectly useless. At that moment other steps were heard, the crowd in the passage parted, and the priest, a little, grey old man, appeared in the doorway bearing the sacrament. A policeman had gone to look for him at the time of the accident. The doctor changed places with him, exchanging glances with him. Raskolnikov begged the doctor to remain a little while. He shrugged his shoulders and remained. Everyone stepped back. The confession was soon over. The dying man probably understood little, he could only utter indistinct broken sounds. Katerina Ivanovna took little Lita, lifted the boy from the chair, knelt down in the corner by the stove and made the children kneel in front of her. The little girl was still trembling, but the boy, kneeling on his little bare knees, lifted his hand rhythmically, crossing himself with precision and bowed down, touching the floor with his forehead, which seemed to afford him special satisfaction. Katerina Ivanovna bit her lips and held back her tears. She prayed, too, pulling the boy's shirt straight now and then, and managed to cover the girl's bare shoulders with a kerchief, which she took from the chest without rising from her knees or ceasing to pray. Meanwhile the door from the inner rooms was opened inquisitively again. In the passage the crowd of spectators from all the apartments on the staircase grew denser and denser, but they did not venture beyond the threshold. A single candle end lit up the scene. At that moment Polenka forced her way through the crowd at the door. She came in panting from running so fast, took off her kerchief, looked for her mother, went up to her and said, "She's coming, I met her in the street." Her mother made her kneel beside her. Timidly and noiselessly a young girl made her way through the crowd, and her appearance in that room was strange, in the midst of want, rags, death and despair. She too was in rags, her clothing was all made of the cheapest material, but decked out in gutter finery of a special kind, unmistakably betraying its shameful purpose. Sonia stopped short in the doorway and looked about her bewildered, unconscious of everything. She forgot her fourth hand, gaudy silk dress, so unseemly here with its ridiculous long train, and her immense crinoline that filled up the whole doorway, and her light-colored shoes, and the parasol she brought with her, though it was no use at night, and the absurd round straw hat with its flaring flame-colored feather. Under this flirtatiously tilted hat was a pale, frightened little face with lips parted and eyes staring in terror. Sonia was a small thin girl of 18 with fair hair, rather pretty, with wonderful blue eyes. She looked intently at the bed and the priest. She too was out of breath from running. At last whispers, some words in the crowd probably, reached her. She looked down and took a step forward into the room, still keeping close to the door. The service was over. Katerina Ivanovna went up to her husband again. The priest stepped back and turned to say a few words of advice and consolation to Katerina Ivanovna as he was leaving. "What am I to do with these?" she interrupted sharply and irritably, pointing to the little ones. "God is merciful, look for help to the Most High," the priest began. "Ah! He is merciful, but not to us." "That's a sin, madam," observed the priest, shaking his head. "And isn't that a sin?" cried Katerina Ivanovna, pointing to the dying man. "Perhaps those who have involuntarily caused the accident will agree to compensate you, at least for the loss of his earnings." "You don't understand," cried Katerina Ivanovna angrily, waving her hand. "And why should they compensate me?" "Why, he was drunk and threw himself under the horses." "What earnings? He brought us in nothing but misery. He drank everything away, the drunkard. He robbed us to get drink, he wasted their lives and mine for drink. And thank God he's dying. One less to keep. You must forgive in the hour of death, that's a sin, madam, such feelings are a great sin." Katerina Ivanovna was busy with the dying man. She was giving him water, wiping the blood and sweat from his head, setting his pillow straight, and had only turned now and then for a moment to address the priest. Now she flew at him almost in a frenzy. "Ah, Father! That's words and only words. Forgive. If he'd not been run over, he'd have come home today drunk and his only shirt dirty and in rags, and he'd have fallen asleep like a log, and I would have been drenching and rinsing until dawn, washing his rags and the children's and then drying them by the window, and as soon as it was daylight I would have been darning them. That's how I spend my nights. What's the use of talking of forgiveness? I have forgiven enough as it is." A terrible hollow cough interrupted her words. She put her handkerchief to her lips and showed it to the priest, pressing her other hand to her aching chest. The handkerchief was covered with blood. The priest bowed his head and said nothing. Marmeladov was in the middle of the final agony. He did not take his eyes off the face of Katerina Ivanovna, who was bending over him again. He kept trying to say something to her. He began moving his tongue with difficulty and articulating indistinctly, but Katerina Ivanovna, understanding that he wanted to ask her forgiveness, called peremptorily to him. "Be silent. No need. I know what you want to say." And the sick man was silent, but at the same instant his wandering eyes strayed to the doorway and he saw Sonia. Until then he had not noticed her. She was standing in the shadow in a corner. "Who's that? Who's that?" he said suddenly in a thick gasping voice, in agitation, turning his eyes in horror towards the door where his daughter was standing, and trying to sit up. "Lie down. Lie down," cried Katerina Ivanovna. With unnatural strength he had succeeded in propping himself on his elbow. He looked wildly and fixedly for some time on his daughter, as though he did not realize her. He had never seen her dressed like that before. Suddenly he recognized her, crushed and ashamed in her humiliation in gaudy clothes, meekly awaiting her turn to say goodbye to her dying father. His face showed intense suffering. "Sonia! Daughter! Forgive me," he cried, and he tried to hold out his hand to her, but losing his balance, he fell off the sofa, face downwards on the floor. They rushed to pick him up, they put him on the sofa, but he was dying. Sonia with a faint cry ran up, embraced him and stayed there motionless. He died in her arms. "He's got what he wanted," Katerina Ivanovna cried, seeing her husband's dead body. "Well, what's to be done now? How am I to bury him? What can I give them tomorrow to eat?" Raskolnikov went up to Katerina Ivanovna. "Katerina Ivanovna," he began, "last week your husband told me about his entire life and circumstances. Believe me, he spoke about you passionately and with the deepest of respect. From that evening, when I learned how devoted he was to you all and how he loved and respected you especially, Katerina Ivanovna, in spite of his unfortunate weakness, from that evening we became friends. Allow me now to do something to repay my debt to my dead friend. Here are 20 rubles, I think, and if that can be of any assistance to you, then in short, I will come again, I will be sure to come again. I shall, perhaps, come again tomorrow. Goodbye. And he went quickly out of the room, squeezing his way through the crowd to the stairs. But in the crowd he suddenly jostled against Nikodym Fomitch, who had heard of the accident and had come to give instructions in person. They had not met since the scene at the police station, but Nikodym Fomitch knew him instantly. "Ah, is that you?" he asked him. "He's dead," answered Raskolnikov. "The doctor and the priest have been, all as it should have been. Don't worry the poor lady too much, she is tubercular as it is. Try and cheer her up, if possible. You are a kind-hearted man, I know," he added with a smile, looking straight in his face. "But you are spattered with blood," observed Nikodym Fomitch, noticing in the lamplight some fresh stains on Raskolnikov's waistcoat. "Yes. I'm covered with blood," Raskolnikov said with a peculiar air, then he smiled, nodded, and went downstairs. He walked down slowly and deliberately, feverish but not conscious of it, entirely absorbed in a new overwhelming sensation of life and strength that surged up suddenly within him. This sensation might be compared to that of a man condemned to death who has suddenly been pardoned. Halfway down the staircase he was overtaken by the priest on his way home. Raskolnikov let him pass, exchanging a silent greeting with him. He was just descending the last steps when he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Someone overtook him. It was Polenka. She was running after him, calling, "Wait! Wait!" He turned round. She was at the bottom of the staircase and stopped short a step above him. A dim light came in from the yard. Raskolnikov could distinguish the child's thin but pretty little face, looking at him with a bright childish smile. She had run after him with a message which she was evidently glad to give. "Tell me, what is your name? Where do you live?" she said hurriedly in a breathless voice. He laid both hands on her shoulders and looked at her in a sort of ecstasy. It was such a joy to him to look at her, he could not have said why. "Who sent you?" "My sister Sonia sent me," answered the girl, smiling still more brightly. "I knew it was your sister Sonia who sent you. Mother sent me, too. When Sonia was sending me, Mother came up, too, and said, 'Run fast, Polenka.'" "Do you love Sonia?" "I love her more than anyone," Polenka answered with a peculiar earnestness, and her smile became graver. "And will you love me?" By way of answer he saw the little girl's face approaching him, her full lips naively held out to kiss him. Suddenly her arms as thin as sticks held him tightly, her head rested on his shoulder and the little girl wept softly, pressing her face against him. "I am sorry for father," she said a moment later, raising her tear-stained face and brushing away the tears with her hands. "It's nothing but unhappiness now," she added suddenly with that peculiarly sedate air which children try hard to assume when they want to speak like adults. "Did your father love you?" "He loved Lida the most," she went on very seriously without a smile, exactly like an adult. "He loved her because she is little and because she is sick, too. And he always used to bring her presents. But he taught us to read and me grammar and scripture, too," she added with dignity. "And Mother never used to say anything, but we knew that she liked it and Father knew it, too. And Mother wants to teach me French, because it's time I started on my education." "And do you know your prayers?" "Of course we do. We knew them long ago. I say my prayers to myself because I am a big girl now, but Kolya and Lida say them aloud with Mother. First they repeat the Ave Maria and then another prayer, 'Lord, forgive and bless our sister Sonia,' and then another, 'Lord, forgive and bless our second father. Our elder father is dead,' and this is another one,
but we do pray for the other as well.
Polenka, my name is Rodion. Pray for me sometimes, too. And thy servant Rodion, nothing more.
I'll pray for you all the rest of my life, the little girl declared hotly, and suddenly smiling again she rushed at him and hugged him warmly once more.
Raskolnikov told her his name and address and promised to be sure to come next day.
The child went away quite enchanted with him. It was past 10 when he came out into the street. In 5 minutes he was standing on the bridge at the spot where the woman had jumped in.
Enough, he pronounced resolutely and triumphantly. I've done with imaginary terrors and phantoms. Life is real. Haven't I lived just now?
My life has not yet died with that old woman. The kingdom of heaven to her, and now leave me in peace. Now for the reign of reason and light, and of will, and of strength, and now we will see. We will try our strength, he added defiantly, as though challenging some power of darkness. And I was ready to consent to live in a square of space. I am very weak at this moment, but
I believe my illness is all over. I knew it would be over when I went out.
By the way, Pochinkov's house is only a few steps away. I certainly must go to Razumikin's even if it were not close by. Let him win his bet.
Let us give him some satisfaction, too. No matter.
Strength is what you need, you can get nothing without it, and strength must be won by strength, that's what they don't know, he added proudly and self-confidently as he walked with flagging footsteps from the bridge. Pride and self-confidence grew continually stronger in him, he was becoming a different man every minute. What had worked this revolution inside him? He did not know himself, like a man clutching at straws, he suddenly felt that he, too, could live, that there was still life for him, that his life had not died with the old woman. Perhaps he hurried his conclusion too much, but he did not think of that. But I did ask her to remember thy servant Rodion in her prayers, the idea struck him.
Well, that was in case of emergency, he added and laughed himself at his boyish sally.
He was in the best of spirits. He easily found Razumikin, the new lodger was already known at Pochinkov's and the porter at once showed him the way. Halfway upstairs he could hear the noise and animated conversation of a big gathering of people. The door was wide open on the stairs, he could hear exclamations and discussion. Razumikin's room was fairly large, the company consisted of 15 people. Raskolnikov stopped in the entry, where 2 of the landlady's servants were busy behind a screen with 2 samovars, bottles, plates, and dishes of pie and savories brought up from the landlady's kitchen.
Raskolnikov sent in for Razumikin. He ran out delighted.
At first glance it was apparent that he had had a great deal to drink and, though no amount of liquor could make Razumikin drunk, this time he was noticeably affected by it. Listen, Raskolnikov said quickly, I've only just come to tell you you've won your bet and that no one really knows what may happen to him. I can't come in, I am so weak that I shall fall down immediately.
And so good evening and goodbye. Come and see me tomorrow. Do you know what? I'll see you home. If you say you're weak yourself, you must.
And your visitors? Who is the curly-headed one who has just peeped out?
Him? Goodness only knows. Some friend of my uncle's, I expect, or perhaps he has come without being invited.
I'll leave uncle with them, he is an invaluable person, pity I can't introduce you to him now.
But confound them all now.
They won't notice me, and I need a little fresh air, because you've come just in the nick of time, another 2 minutes and I would have come to blows. They are talking such a lot of wild stuff, you simply can't imagine what people will say.
Though why shouldn't you imagine? Don't we talk nonsense ourselves? And let them, that's the way to learn not to. Wait a minute, I'll fetch Zosimov.
Zosimov pounced upon Raskolnikov almost greedily, he showed a special interest in him. Soon his face brightened. You must go to bed at once, he pronounced, examining the patient as far as he could, and take something for the night. Will you take it? I got it ready some time ago, a powder. 2, if you like, answered Raskolnikov. The powder was taken at once. It's a good thing you are taking him home, observed Zossimov to Razumikin. We shall see how he is tomorrow. Today he's not at all bad, a considerable change since the afternoon. Live and learn. Do you know what Zossimov whispered to me when we were coming out? Razumikin blurted out, as soon as they were in the street. I won't tell you everything, my friend, because they are such idiots. Zossimov told me to talk freely to you on the way and get you to talk freely to me, and afterwards I am to tell him about it, for he's got a notion in his head that you are mad or close to it. Just imagine. Firstly, you've 3 times the brains he has. Secondly, if you aren't mad, you needn't care that he's got such a wild idea, and, thirdly, that piece of beef whose specialty is surgery has gone mad on mental diseases, and what's brought him to this conclusion about you was your conversation today with Zaintov. Zaintov told you all about it? Yes, and he did well. Now I understand what it all means, and so does Zaintov. Well, the fact is, Radia, the point is. I am a little drunk now. But that's no matter, the point is that this idea, you understand, was just being hatched in their brains, you understand? That is, no one dared say it aloud, because the idea is too absurd, and especially since the arrest of that painter, that bubbles burst and gone forever. But why are they such fools? I gave Zaintov a bit of a thrashing at the time. That's between ourselves, brother, please don't tell anyone you know about it. I've noticed he is a ticklish subject. It was at Louise Ivanovna's. But today it's all cleared up. That Ilya Petrovich is at the bottom of it. He took advantage of the fact that you fainted at the police station, but he is ashamed of it himself now, I know that. Raskolnikov listened greedily. Razumikin was drunk enough to talk too freely. I fainted then because it was so close and because of the smell of paint, said Raskolnikov. No need to explain that. And it wasn't just the paint, the fever had been coming on for a month, Zossimov testifies to that. But how crushed that boy is now, you wouldn't believe. I am not worth his little finger, he says. Yours, he means. He has good feelings at times, brother. But the lesson you gave him today in the Crystal Palace, that was too good for anything. You frightened him at first, you know, he nearly went into convulsions. You almost convinced him again of the truth of all that disgusting nonsense, and then you suddenly put out your tongue at him. There now, what do you make of it? It was perfect. He is crushed, annihilated now. It was masterly, my God, it's what they deserve. Ah, that I wasn't there. He was really hoping to see you. Porfiry wants to meet you as well. Ah, he too, but why did they put me down as mad? Oh, not mad. I must have said too much, my friend. What struck him, you see, was that was the only subject that seemed to interest you. Now it's clear why it did interest you, knowing all the circumstances, and how it irritated you and worked in with your illness. I am a little drunk, brother, only, damn him, he has some idea of his own. I tell you, he's mad on mental diseases. But don't pay any attention to him. For half a minute both were silent. Listen, Razumikin, began Raskolnikov, I wanted to tell you, I've just been at a deathbed, a clerk who died. I gave them all my money, and besides I've just been kissed by someone who, if I had killed anyone, would just the same. In fact, I saw someone else there, with a flame-colored feather, but I am talking nonsense, I am very weak, support me, we shall be at the stairs soon. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Razumikin asked anxiously. I am a little giddy, but that's not the point, I am so sad like a woman. Look, what's that? Look. What is it? Don't you see?
A light in my room, you see? Through the crack. They were already at the foot of the last flight of stairs, at the level of the landlady's door, and they could, as a fact, see from below that there was a light in Raskolnikov's room. That's strange. Maybe it's Nastasia, observed Razumikin. She's never in my room at this time and she must have been in bed long ago, but I don't care. Goodbye. What do you mean? I'm coming with you, we'll come in together. I know we are going in together, but I want to shake hands here and say goodbye to you here. So give me your hand, goodbye. What's the matter with you, Radia? Nothing, come along, you shall be my witness. They began mounting the stairs, and the idea struck Razumikin that perhaps Zosimov might be right after all. Ah, I've upset him with my chatter, he muttered to himself. When they reached the door they heard voices in the room. What is it? Cried Razumikin. Raskolnikov was the first to open the door. He flung it wide and stood still in the doorway, dumbfounded. His mother and sister were sitting on his sofa and had been waiting an hour and a half for him. Why had he never expected them, never even thought of them, though it had been repeated to him that they had started, were on their way and would arrive immediately? They had spent that hour and a half plying Nastasia with questions. She was standing in front of them and had told them everything by now. They were beside themselves with alarm when they heard how he ran away today when he was ill and, as they understood from her story, delirious. Lord Almighty, what's happened to him? For that hour and a half both of them had been weeping with anguish. A cry of joy, of ecstasy, greeted Raskolnikov when he came in. Both rushed to him. But he stood there like a dead man. A sudden intolerable sensation struck him like a thunderbolt. He did not lift his arms to embrace them, he could not. His mother and sister clasped him in their arms, kissed him, laughed and cried. He took a step, tottered and fell to the ground, fainting. Anxiety, cries of horror, moans. Razumikin, who was standing in the doorway, flew into the room, seized the sick man in his strong arms and in a moment had him on the sofa. It's nothing, nothing, he cried to the mother and sister, he's just fainting, it's all right. Only just now the doctor said he was much better, said he was perfectly fine. Water. Look, he is coming to, he is all right again. And seizing Dunya by the arm and almost dislocating it, he made her bend down to see that he is all right again. The mother and sister gazed at him with emotion and gratitude, as if he were their providence. They had already heard from Nastasia about everything that had been done for their Radia during his illness, by this very competent young man, as Pulcheria Alexandrovna Raskolnikov called him that evening in conversation with Dunya. Part 3. Chapter 1. Raskolnikov got up and sat down on the sofa. He waved his hand weakly at Razumikin to cut short the flow of warm and incoherent consolations he was addressing to his mother and sister, took them both by the hand and for a minute or two gazed from one to the other without speaking. His mother was alarmed by his expression. It revealed an agonizingly poignant emotion, and at the same time something immobile, almost insane. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began to cry. Avdotya Romanovna was pale, her hand trembled in her brother's. Go home with him, he said in a broken voice, pointing to Razumikin, goodbye until tomorrow everything. Is it long since you arrived? This evening, Radia, answered Pulcheria Alexandrovna, the train was awfully late. But, Radia, nothing would induce me to leave you now. I will spend the night here, near you. Don't torture me, he said with a gesture of irritation. I will stay with him, cried Razumikin, I won't leave him for a moment. Damn all my visitors. Let them rage to their heart's content. My uncle can keep an eye on them. How can I thank you? Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning, once more pressing Razumikin's hands, but Raskolnikov interrupted her again. I can't have it. I can't have it, he repeated irritably, don't worry me. Enough, go away. I can't stand it. Come, Mama, come out of the room at least for a minute, Dunya whispered in dismay. We are distressing him, that's obvious. Can't I look at him after 3 years? Wept Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Hold on, he stopped them again, you keep interrupting me, and my ideas get muddled. Have you seen Luzin? No, Radia, but he already knows about our arrival. We have heard, Radia, that Peter Petrovich was kind enough to visit you today, Pulcheria Alexandrovna added somewhat timidly. Yes, he was so kind. Dunya, I promised Luzin I'd throw him downstairs and told him to go to hell. Radia, what are you saying? Surely, you don't mean to tell us. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began in alarm, but she stopped, looking at Dunya. Avdotya Romanovna was looking attentively at her brother, waiting for what would come next. Both of them had heard of the quarrel from Nastasia, so far as she had succeeded in understanding and reporting it, and were in painful perplexity and suspense. Dunya, Raskolnikov continued with an effort, I don't want that marriage, so at the first opportunity tomorrow you must refuse Luzin, so we will never hear his name again. Good heavens, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Brother, think what you are saying. Avdotya Romanovna began impetuously, but immediately checked herself. You are not fit to talk now, perhaps, you are tired, she added gently. You think I am delirious? No. You are marrying Luzin for my sake. But I won't accept the sacrifice. And so write a letter before tomorrow, to refuse him. Let me read it in the morning and that will be the end of it. I can't do that, the girl cried, offended, what right do you have? Dunya, you're rushing things, be quiet, tomorrow. Don't you see, the mother interposed in dismay. We'd better go. He is raving, Razumikin cried drunkenly, or how would he dare? Tomorrow all this nonsense will be over, today he certainly did drive him away. That's true. And Luzin got angry, too. He made speeches here, wanted to show off his learning and he went out crestfallen. Then it's true, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Goodbye until tomorrow, brother, said Dunya compassionately. Let us go, mother, goodbye, Radia. Do you hear, sister, he repeated after them, making a last effort, I am not delirious, this marriage is scandalous. Let me be mean, but you mustn't, or one is enough, and though I am mean, I wouldn't own such a sister. It's me or Luzin. Go now. But you're out of your mind. Despot, roared Razumikin, but Raskolnikov did not and perhaps could not answer. He lay down on the sofa, and turned to the wall, utterly exhausted. Avdotya Romanovna looked with interest at Razumikin, her black eyes flashed. Razumikin started at her glance. Pulcheria Alexandrovna stood overwhelmed. Nothing would induce me to go, she whispered in despair to Razumikin. I will stay somewhere here, escort Dunya home. You'll spoil everything, Razumikin answered in the same whisper, losing patience, come out onto the stairs, anyway. Nastasia, get us a light. I'm telling you, he went on in a half-whisper on the stairs, that he was almost beating the doctor and me this afternoon. Do you understand? Even the doctor. Even he gave way and left him, so as not to irritate him. I remained downstairs on guard, but he dressed at once and slipped off. And he will slip off again if you irritate him, at this time of night, and will do himself harm. What are you saying? And Avdotya Romanovna can't possibly be left in those lodgings without you. Just think where you are staying. That blackguard Peter Petrovich couldn't find you better lodgings. But you know I've had a little to drink, and that's what makes me swear, don't pay any attention. But I'll go to the landlady here, Pulcheria Alexandrovna insisted, "I'll ask her to find some corner for Dunya and me for the night. I can't leave him like that, I can't." This conversation took place on the landing right in front of the landlady's door. Nastasia lighted them from a step below. Razumikin was extraordinarily excited. Half an hour earlier, while he was bringing Raskolnikov home, he had indeed talked too freely, but he was aware of it himself, and his head was clear in spite of the vast quantities of drink which he had consumed. Now he was in a state bordering on ecstasy, and all that he had drunk seemed to fly to his head with redoubled effect. He stood with the two ladies, seizing both by their hands, persuading them, and reasoning through his plans with astonishing clarity, and at almost every word he uttered, probably to emphasize his arguments, he squeezed their hands painfully, as if in a vice. He stared at Avdotya Romanovna without the least regard for good manners. They sometimes pulled their hands out of his huge bony paws, but far from noticing what was the matter, he drew them closer towards him. If they'd told him to jump head foremost from the staircase, he would have done it without thought or hesitation in their service. Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna felt that the young man was really too eccentric and pinched her hand too much, in her anxiety over her Radia she looked on his presence as providential and was unwilling to notice all his peculiarities. But though Avdotya Romanovna shared her anxiety, and was not of timorous disposition, she could not see the glowing light in his eyes without wonder and almost alarm. It was only the unbounded confidence inspired by Nastasia's account of her brother's strange friend which prevented her from trying to run away from him and persuading her mother to do the same. She realized, too, that even running away was perhaps impossible now. 10 minutes later, however, she was considerably reassured. It was characteristic of Razumikin that he showed his true nature at once, whatever mood he might be in, so that people quickly saw the sort of man they had to deal with. "You can't go to the landlady, that's perfect nonsense," he cried. "If you stay, though you are his mother, you'll drive him into a frenzy, and then God knows what will happen. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do, Nastasia will stay with him now, and I'll walk you both home. You can't be in the streets alone. Petersburg is an awful place in that respect. But no matter. Then I'll run straight back here, and a quarter of an hour later, on my word of honor, I'll bring you news of how he is, whether he is asleep, and all that. Then, listen. Then I'll run home in an instant. I've got a lot of friends there, all drunk. I'll fetch Zosimov, that's the doctor who is looking after him. He's there, too, but he's not drunk, he's never drunk. I'll drag him to Radia, and then to you, so you'll get 2 reports within the hour, from the doctor, you understand, from the doctor himself. That's a very different thing from my account of him. If there's anything wrong, I swear I'll bring you here myself, but, if it's all right, you go to bed. And I'll spend the night here, in the passage, he won't hear me, and I'll tell Zosimov to sleep at the landlady's, to be at hand. Which is better for him, you or the doctor? So come home then." "But the landlady is out of the question. It's all right for me, but it's out of the question for you. She wouldn't take you, because she's a fool. She'd be jealous on my account of Avdotya Romanovna, and of you too if you want to know, of Avdotya Romanovna certainly. She is an absolutely inexplicable character. But I am a fool, too. No matter. Come along. Do you trust me? Come on, do you trust me or not?" "Let's go, mother," said Avdotya Romanovna. "He will certainly do what he has promised. He has saved Radia already, and if the doctor really will agree to spend the night here, what could be better? You see, you understand me, because you are an angel." Razumikin cried in ecstasy, "Let us go.
Nastasia.
Fly upstairs and sit with him with a light. I'll come in a quarter of an hour." Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna was not entirely convinced, she made no further resistance. Razumikin gave an arm to each of them and took them down the stairs. He still made her uneasy. Although he was competent and good-natured, was he capable of carrying out his promise? He seemed to be in such a state. "Ah, so you think I'm in such a state? Razumikin broke in upon her thoughts, guessing them, as he strolled along the pavement with huge steps, such that the two ladies could hardly keep up with him, a fact he did not observe, however. Nonsense! That is. I am drunk like a fool, but that's not it. I am not drunk from wine. It's seeing you that has turned my head. But don't mind me. Don't take any notice, I'm talking nonsense, I'm not worthy of you. I am utterly unworthy of you. The minute I've taken you home, I'll pour a couple of bucketfuls of water over my head in the gutter here, and then I shall be all right. If only you knew how I love you both. Don't laugh, and don't be angry. You can be angry with anyone, but not with me. I am his friend, and therefore I am your friend, too, I want to be. I had a presentiment. Last year there was a moment, though it wasn't a presentiment really, for you seem to have fallen from heaven. And I expect I shan't sleep all night. Zosimov was afraid a little time ago that he would go mad, that's why he mustn't be irritated. What do you say? Cried the mother. Did the doctor really say that? Asked Avdotya Romanovna, alarmed. Yes, but it's not so, not a bit of it. He gave him some medicine, a powder, I saw it, and then you're coming here. Ah! It would have been better if you had come tomorrow. It's a good thing we went away. And in an hour Zosimov himself will tell you about everything. He isn't drunk. And I shan't be drunk. And what made me get so tight? Because they got me into an argument, damn them. I've sworn never to argue. They talk such trash. I almost started a fight. I've left my uncle to keep an eye over them. Would you believe, they insist on complete absence of individualism, and that's just what they relish. Not to be themselves, to be as unlike themselves as they can. That's what they regard as the highest point of progress. If only their nonsense were their own, but as it is. Listen. Pulcheria Alexandrovna interrupted timidly, but it only added fuel to the flames. What do you think? Shouted Razumikin, louder than ever. You think I am attacking them for talking nonsense? Not a bit. I like them to talk nonsense. That's man's one privilege over all creation. Through error you come to the truth. I am a man because I err. You never reach any truth without making 14 mistakes, and very likely 114. And a fine thing, too, in its way, but we can't even make mistakes on our own account. Talk nonsense, but talk your own nonsense, and I'll kiss you for it. To go wrong in your own way is better than to go right in someone else's. In the first case you're a human being, in the second you're no better than a bird. Truth won't escape you, but life can be cramped. There have been examples. And what are we doing now? In science, development, thought, invention, ideals, aims, liberalism, judgment, experience, and everything, we are still in the preparatory class at school. We prefer to live on other people's ideas, it's what we are used to. Am I right? Cried Razumikin, pressing and shaking the two ladies' hands. Oh, mercy, I do not know, cried poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Yes, though I don't agree with you about everything, added Avdotya Romanovna earnestly, and at once cried out because he squeezed her hand so painfully. Yes, you say yes, well after that he cried in a transport, you are a fount of goodness, purity, sense, and perfection. Give me your hand, you give me yours, too. I want to kiss your hands here at once, on my knees, and he fell on his knees on the pavement, fortunately at that time deserted. Leave off, I beg you, what are you doing? Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, greatly distressed. Get up, said Dunya laughing, though she, too, was upset. Not for anything until you let me kiss your hands. That's it. Enough. I get up and we'll go on. I am a luckless fool, I am unworthy of you and I'm drunk and I am ashamed. I am not worthy to love you, but to pay homage to you is the duty of every man who is not a perfect beast. And I've paid homage. Here are your lodgings, and for that alone Radia was right in driving your Peter Petrovitch away. How dare he? How dare he put you in such lodgings? It's a scandal. Do you know the sort of people they take in here? And you his betrothed. You are his betrothed?